can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough.
Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch, running out the clock. I shoot my shot, I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. I got no but gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really want wanna come test me, cause he envy everything that I got. What I am and he not. Coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing their thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Shit. Hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
Too easy. Don't stand too close, it might get hot and start dripping on you. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped the drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D.I.E. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now.
Hey yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes the party!
We are challengers.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Valorant Challengers League EMEA. We have 7 days of action ready for you, up and coming. That's 18 matches, that's 3 days of group stage, that's 4 days of playoffs, so much Valorant ready for you here, and it's all going to be insane because it's now for Ascension points. I'm here with Billy. How are you doing today?
I'm so excited, Twiggy, and like you said, we're fighting for Ascension points, right? We're getting a taste of little mini Ascensions throughout the year now, having 3 of them. I'm so excited that we get to see that sort of inter-regional development throughout the year rather than one event at the end of the year.
Yeah, exactly. And as I say, 18 matches up for you. We've got 4 of them today. Some of them are over on the other stream. We'll talk about that in a second. But there are so many stuff going on. We've got one team going from every group, not just one group. There are 4 groups, and one team is going to be getting through every single one. So every game is super important. You don't want to miss a single one because they all have so much attached to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even just looking at the groups at a glance, like there was some big names in a lot of them. And like you say, it's going to be really tough. And again, going back to the point of the new champs point system, right? You want to be able to make sure that you can get out of that group to get as many points as you can. And yeah, really just kind of set your best foot forward going into 2025.
Yeah, well, we can take a look at the groups now so that we can see what we've got waiting for us on these streams that you can watch. So Group A is what we're going to be focusing on for our first game today here on this stream, and then Group D for our second game, HGE Esports versus Mandatory, will be our first game. But you can see how all of these groups stack up here. Obviously, 4 teams from the Northeast League, 1 in each group. I'm sure they are, I think a lot of people from Northeast are a bit scared once that happens. Suddenly now everybody can be eliminated from that one, but obviously everybody is spread nicely throughout. You haven't got 2 teams from one league in any group.
Yeah, definitely. And I think having a closer look at these kind of groups, that Group A to begin with, I mean, it's still a tough one, right? You've got Mandatory, that sort of French organization coming in, and Metasport as well, 4th seed coming in from Northeast. But when you have players of the likes of Cider and of course Anguist as well, who played on that Ascension stage in EMEA last year, yeah, there's a lot of wealth of talent just in that roster within that group.
Right, well, let's take a look at the schedules for each group here. We can take you through every single one so you know what is coming up, what you want to be watching at different times here. You can come back whenever you want to watch one of your specific games. This is Group A. We're starting off with this game first, Mandatory versus HGE. And then tomorrow, we've got Metasport versus Mandatory. And then the day after that, we've got Metasport versus HGE. So that is where you can find all of those games. If you're a fan of one of those teams, you can come and join for that one. Over in Group B, we're starting off on the other stream for that one, but this is how things start up for that. Never mind, it's gone. You can just look at Fade holding an operator instead. There we go. Okay, cool. Group B is here, and you can get all of those games with these ones. So Enterprise Esports from Northeast, obviously we got CGN from DAC, and we have BBL Pacific from Turkey on that one. So all of that, again, the first 3 days you're going to see one game from each group.
Yeah, I think this group as well, Group B in particular, you look at the teams that are in this one. We've got CGN and BBL Pacific. They both made Ascension top 3 last year, but then when you look at Enterprise Esports, you look at the caliber of players that are on that roster. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that group as well. Again, I feel like every single group that I've said so far is going to be like nail-biting series, and like we say, every game matters.
Yeah, we can take a look at the other groups now quickly. Group C, again, I mean, it's the same thing for every group. You're just going to see all of the teams from every group here. But obviously, if you want to know exactly who is on that one, there you go. There's your overview. We can move straight over to Group D now, so you can take a look at which teams are where, when you can watch them. We're just keeping you guys updated on these ones so that you can pick and choose where you want to be and when. Obviously, this is going to be, all of these are on different streams, so we'll go over that in just a second, because we do have another stream going English for the other games that we're not going to be watching on this one. We'll go over that in just a second. But coming up today on this stream, let's take a look at our 2 matches here. Our first game, obviously, as we said before, mandatory versus I keep forgetting the names of all. Everyone that has like 3 letters as their names, right? It's so difficult. And HGE Esports as well. We've got 2 E's in a row on that one. Yeah. This is just very difficult for me overall. Either way, it's my job. It shouldn't be. Match 2 for today, as well as Team Liquid Academy versus DNSTY from Spain Rising. So again, if you're a Rising fan, this stream is yours today. This is the one that you want to be watching today, because you've got both of your teams playing in those games. But we have another stream going. And if you're a fan of Turkey, you're probably going to want to be over there. I'm going to throw over to the other guys to talk you through that one.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, you join us here live from the East stream, where we have some great games coming up for you today in Challengers EMEA, don't we, Cairo?
Yeah, we certainly do, mate. This first one is really exciting as well. We have BBL Pacific versus CGN Hazard. This is a rematch from the Ascension lower bracket final.
Yeah, that's clean sweep in the best of 5 in Berlin from last year. It's going to be coming straight back as the opening game. A difficult one for CGN with a couple of player changes against the Pacific, which make themselves the first Turkish team to go back-to-back in their own Challenger League. A great way to start the day off, but that's not all from us, of course. We have one more game to close things out for this evening of competition, and that's Eternal Fire versus the newly signed DNSTY Esports.
Yeah, this is really cool as well, because what we have is 2 of 3 full national rosters, a full Polish side going up against a full Turkish side. Eternal Fire obviously coming second in Turkey, with GoNext coming second in EMEA. What's going to happen here moving into this matchup? It's anybody's game.
It really is. GoNext as well, making their return as an organisation after appearing in Ascension last year, and Eternal Fire, their first chance in an interregional competition. Plenty going down on the East stream. I know you guys are probably having fun over there without us, but don't have too much, because there's plenty going on here as well.
Just asking if you...
It's very nice of them. We are having fun. Obviously, we're having fun because we're all fun people over here. We have our casters as well. Actually, we have a bigger team than you guys, so it's kind of cooler over here. But yeah, you can go and watch the B stream if you want to. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be just fun over there. I mean, they've got BBL Pacific today, so I think you know, obviously that's the team that's so far, what I've seen, touted to be kind of the super team at the moment. So exciting stuff over there. Either way, no matter what, you can keep up with everything on our social medias here, so you can stay up to date and make sure you're watching the right games at the right times. There it is, all down there. You can take a look at all of that. But I think that's the overview over. I think you guys are well enough informed. We can now take a look at the games that we are going to be watching today. So once again, first up, HGE Esports versus Mandatory is our first one. So here, the first seed from Spain Rising up against the second seed from France.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into this one. You know, we look at HGE as a roster. It's an Italian org that's come up through that VCL Spain consolidation tournament, winning the qualifier and then kind of making changes before coming into this 2025 season. So super excited to get stuck into them. And Enterprise, I'm getting way ahead of myself into the rest of the week. Mandatory, sorry. The Eternal runners-up, right? Hazard kind of touched on it there. They've kind of been in 4 VCL France finals, and they've had 4 losses. So this is their kind of way to kind of set the year up off to a good start.
All right, well, let's introduce these 2 teams here. HGE Esports, our first team coming into this one, our first seed coming into this one from Spain Rising. And these guys have been dropping numbers. These are some players that have been absolutely dropping insane amounts of frags. You will recognize some of these names, but for instance, Bamsy here dropping 42 on split at one point during the Spain Rising League. By far the highest kill count for a map. And I think everybody on this team has some stat that is right up at the top across all leagues here.
Yeah, absolutely, Twiggy. And I think when you look at HGE Esports as an organisation, you know, they always kind of fell short of that top 3 finish in VCL Italy last year. So I think they kind of had to make those upgrades going into 2025 this year. And they look to be off to a dominating start. They've come into Challengers EMEA as the #1 seed for Spain as an Italian organisation. And it's really exciting to see them, you know, get that good start, which we kind of expected from this organisation, needing to kind of make those upgrades, as I said.
Well, for sure. You wanted to highlight a player from that team into Cake. How about you run me through what you were hoping to gain out of this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So this wasn't necessarily to look at his statistics, but I think Sakake, the kind of IGL of this roster, right? I think that we need to look at who this roster was kind of built around. And to me, at the moment, it seems as though it seems to be Sakake. You know, he played with Famzy together in 2022 under Koi in VRL Spain. He's played with Hyber at some point as well. And of course, you've got himself and Bromas, the previous head coach, the current head coach, coming over to HGE from Valiant last year, which is the main point that I wanted to bring him up, because of course Sakake is going to be going up against one of his former teammates on Valiant in Syfoth.
Indeed, and Syfoth, obviously, let's take a look at the other team. We can segue right into that one with Mandatory here. Again, this is a team, as we've kind of mentioned, you know, we're kind of beating around the bush with it, that really hasn't kind of come up with the results that you'd expect from a team with so much experience, so many amazing names here. Obviously, Kelox, Enzo, these are names that we've seen all over the place as massive fraggers, massive kind of players for their respective teams that they've played for before. They have such firepower, they just have kind of fallen at the last hurdle every single time, and that is why now they are the second seed after a sweep from Job Life.
Yeah, you put it completely how it is, Twiggy, to be bluntly honest. You know, they've kind of kept that tradition going of being in those VCL France finals, struggling to get that win, and of course they're coming into this one as the second seed. That tradition, they just can't seem to escape from it at the moment. But as you say, they have Enzo coming in, right? This is his third time in VCL, yet he's never won a challenger. So now that he's in a full French roster, I'm thinking, could this be his third time lucky?
We will have to wait and see. I'm excited to see what these players can bring. Obviously, now this is the big stage. It's not the same as an Ascension tournament. It's not the same kind of thing there. The players playing for a spot in VCT at that point, we're just playing for Ascension points here. And I think it's a different kind of tournament altogether. It's a different kind of pressure. And one that I think might just be able to bring out a different side of a lot of these players. And maybe you guys have your own kind of thoughts as to who's going to win each of these games. And we've got a little fun surprise for you today. We have chat interaction. Guys, you can vote on who you think is going to win with the hashtags in chat there. So go ahead and spam that one so we can get our statistics up on the channel. That will be a great... we can get a good idea of what you think is going to be the result of this game. Obviously, once again, Seed 1 from Spain, Seed 2 from France down there. So go ahead, get your predictions in. I'm interested to see what you guys think.
Yeah, I love that we have this, that we can kind of have that community element and interact with the chat and kind of figure out who the fan favorites are. You know, it's the first day. I want to kind of get everyone's vibe as to who they're kind of rooting for.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if that one works out in the end here. If not, it's just going to stay at 50-50, and
yeah.
Who knows? Everything is a 50-50 chance in the end. Either one team wins or the other one does. But what do you think is going to be kind of the result of this game here? Obviously, we don't... This is the first time we're going to get a good idea of that. Usually we'd have to wait all the way until Ascension to see kind of how teams are going to play up against each other from different leagues. This time around, we get that insight midway through the season, and obviously now... You know, looking at the dynamics of these teams, HGE Esports obviously put up really good stats. Mandatory, however, have really, really good players. We don't know what the level of France versus the level of Spain Rising is.
I think that's the beauty of it being the first day. Like, we could sit and kind of guess who we think is going to do well. But I think in this matchup in particular, when we look at HGE Esports, we've not really seen this roster fully tested yet, right? They didn't lose a series due to the Spanish League playing in that best-of-2 format, right? So I think on that front, my expectations are a little bit limited. I want to be able to see how can they bounce back from a loss of a series should it occur. And like you say, when we look at Mandatory, we start to look on how reliant are they going to be upon the experience of the players within this roster.
All right, well, so far it looks like Mandatory coming out ahead. The French fans coming in full force here today, which is to kind of be expected, I think, either way. We know how fervent that community is, so we can get straight onto the map veto now, I think, so we can get things underway for these two teams. I'm excited to see how these teams stack up against each other. Again, as you say, we haven't really got an idea of what the level of these teams is going to be. We've seen them up against their respective teams in their leagues, but now we're going to see how the second seed from a French league is going to come up against the first seed from Spain, or, well, from Italy. I mean, whichever way you want to see it. Obviously, you know, we're combining leagues all over the place here.
Yeah.
But I think we're expecting two pretty specific maps out of this one in Abyss and Pearl as our starters, because that's what they pick every single time so far.
Yeah, it's no surprise in this map veto so far, Twiggy. I mean, HGE, we have not seen a fracture from them. It appears to be their insta-ban, and the same on the side of Mandatory, right? They just get rid of the bind. We've got no coverage of them playing that so far this year. So yeah, that's to be expected. But Mandatory choosing to go for that Haven pick. This is a map that they've got a 3-win, 1-loss on it. So it'll be interesting to see if they've kind of ironed out those mistakes that they would have made previously. I know that for Mandatory as well, when we do get to Agent Select, they've kind of been steering away from that Killjoy pick since Tejo's been introduced into the current meta that we see a lot of teams playing in VCT in particular. So it'll be interesting to see if they decide to go with that that Cypher, or that Killjoy in most of their picks here today.
Well, that has given HG the opportunity to ban out Pearl, which is usually Mandatory's first pick here. So I'm interested to see what the float is going to be for these guys. So Mandatory coming into the first international, as it were, European event with a different strategy. It looks like Lotus is going to be the floated map. So Abyss, Haven, Lotus, our best of 3 lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad about that. I mean, teams are obviously looking to get as much Abyss in as possible before it gets yeeted out that map pool, so they're pretty happy to go with that one. And yeah, I mean, Haven and Lotus, both maps have 3 sites. I'm excited to get stuck right into it.
Exactly. Okay then. Well, there's our first veto underway, and our first game is almost going to be under. This is so exciting. Like every time we come to this kind of stage, obviously Ascension is what it usually is. It's so exciting to see how these leagues are going to stack up against each other. And I think obviously, you know, French fans are going to be wanting or thinking Mandatory, you know, a amazing team up against Job Life. Another amazing team. The French league has been really, really good in recent years, obviously. So it's going to be interesting to see how Spain has kind of responded to that one. Their teams are looking statistically really good so far.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that that's probably why we've seen the kind of chat polls swinging the way it did, right? Yeah. We know that the French scene are very passionate. And I think that's why I love that we have Challengers EMEA with 3 stages this time around, because we do get to see those inter-regional matchups. We get to see the kind of stakes that are being set for Ascension. We get to start building those narratives and seeing who's going to come up against who and who's going to come out on top, right? Because I know for a fact that the community will be rooting for their own region, right? Which is a great element of this too.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, it's almost time for the Agent Select here, but again, keep putting in those predictions in chat. I want to see exactly who everybody thinks is going to win this game. Again, hashtag HGE or hashtag MDR to get in your predictions on that one. We might have map predictions at some point. I don't know. If we usually do that for Northeast, but I don't know if that's going to happen this time around. It's different dynamics here today. We've got completely different stuff going on. There's no Northeast team playing here on the Northeast channel. You're going to have to wait until later today for that one.
You got a completely different desk as well.
Everything is completely different. This is a shadow dimension for this stream. So, but yeah, this should be very interesting. Look, here's the thing. I don't know a lot about these teams. I'm going to be completely honest here. I didn't know that I was going to be working Challengers EMEA, so I got I'm excited. I'm excited to see if well, I mean, we know that Mandatory has a history of doing incredibly well and then not quite getting to the finish line on this one. I'm interested to see if they can get most of the way through this tournament. But we have been just watching Northeast teams throughout our obviously the whole of the last month, basically, and they've been looking really good. We always overrate, I feel like, our own regions, but I'm kind of scared for everybody who has to come up against Go Next now. Go Next. What was Shakmat? Now it's Go Next.
Not the Northeast bias coming out on the desk already.
Oh no! I would never be biased. I would never do that.
Never. No, of course not.
Not once.
No, of course not. But I do hear what you're saying, right? And I think that what I was trying to allude to was, for me, what was interesting in that community fan vote was like the fact that people are still so confident in Mandatory despite them being the second seed coming up against Spain's first seed. It's nice that they have that community support, and like you say, it's unfortunate that they seem to always fall at that kind of last hurdle. And I think that it just shows the potential that this team has. The fact that they've had roster changes and they've still been able to get off to the start to make it to that Challengers EMEA tournament is still great in itself. And yeah, like I say, hopefully they can get off on the best foot going forward.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like these teams are going to be playing up against the teams that they had to face in the finals at all at any point. During the group stage, obviously, at some point during the playoffs, they may have to do that. But they have that kind of break from that. They're now playing against completely new teams. Everybody's on a completely level playing field now in the, well, obviously they'll have watched some VODs from the other teams, but they have not played up against them several times during the course of the season. This is their first time seeing what's going to happen. And I think for a lot of the teams that we've seen from our league, there may be even some hidden strats still. And I think that's probably the same from a lot of the teams over other leagues, is that they have not shown off every single map. They have not been forced onto every single map, and therefore they haven't shown off exactly what they're capable of. Some teams may have even changed some of their strats over the course of the last week, with roster changes coming through towards the ends of each league. So, you know, there's a lot of different dynamics. No team is completely sure what to expect.
Yeah, and I think that that's a big thing going into this as well, right? Because when I was looking at the different agents that a lot of these teams play across different maps, there's been so many moments where a team has lost a map and then they've just decided to completely throw their composition out the window and rework with something else. So yeah, I think going into this one, mandatory, they're deciding to actually do that. And usually it would be Enzo that's picking up this Tejo on Pearl, but instead it's actually Sivov, the usual Sentinel player. Sorry, no, that's correct. He is actually the initiator player, so it's not a super surprise, but Hip actually moving on to that breach, which is what we would usually see Sivov on.
A triple initiator to start things off on this one, and obviously, you know, the kind of Tejo kind of has, like, crosses the boundaries a little bit from initiator. We're seeing that a lot with a lot of different agents as we go through now, but that is an interesting composition to see on Abyss here, very different to the approach that HGE Esports have gone for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that HGE is sticking with what they know. You know, they have a 5-win, 0-loss streak on this map so far. So, of course, they're going to kind of stick with what they know. But mandatory, I mean, I'm intrigued to see how this triple initiator setup works for them. I'm expecting it to be very explosive, having that Tejo paired up with that breach. And I think Jet is just going to be in your face with this composition.
I do really hope so. Obviously, when you're running Jet on this map, it's usually kind of because you know, or you think you're going to be up against a Vice or something like that. You need to get over a lot of Sentinel utility. That's not really the case with HGE Esports composition, so I'm interested to see what mandatory bring to the table here with that composition. Either way, we're now going to throw to our casters, Ryan and Pablo.
Thanks for that, guys, and I am so excited to get Challenges EMEA under the way here, Ryan, because look, we get to see the future of this region a little bit more often, and I'm all for that. And we do have a France versus Spain matchup to get the day started. And Ryan, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the outlook here. What do you think these two teams have got to prove? Because honestly, I feel like there's still a lot in store for them.
I mean, what do they have to prove? Everything, it feels like. You've got an Italian organization coming through the Spanish league. In fact, 2 Italian organizations doing that. So there's a lot to prove, a lot of familiar faces on either side of these teams, and some new faces as well when it comes to potential pickups in the future. But HGE, this has been a stellar map for them for the most part. Mandatory have a lot to work with. Sivov has been keen to pick up the Tejo now and again. Enzo's mostly had it in hand. But for the comp on this attacking side, it's pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward, but it's super effective.
And we'll see if it's the comp that will get them across the finish line already from the get-go. As it's HGE on the attack now, looking to move on to the left-hand side of the map. Look at MDR, though. Look how Mandatory are looking to traverse themselves. I was about to say they're going to have 4 players on the B-side defense. Serial Killer says an absolute no to that.
And Mikey kind of stuck in the corner now. Don't really want to be using one of your own stars to get out. Instead, it's going to just go for the choke. It was more of just posturing. Get a lot of damage done for HGE, but they're going to reset to the other direction. Kellogg's is there already, and you do have the rotation for Sivov, but this is a lot for Kellogg's to do.
He needs to do so much here, but he's only capable for the first one as Famsi looks to break in. They can afford to go for the trade game all day long. Sivov is now on the hot seat, hiding within an opposing smoke, looking to see if he could break through here, but it's a tough one. HGE aren't going to take any chances. Number 1 seed coming in from Spain as the Italian orgs take over, really, in that side of EMEA. And it's some quick exchanges that allow HGE to come away with 3 survivors by the end. A triple kill for Famsi as well.
Yeah, perfect start for them. Like I mentioned, it was a perfect map, 7-0 so far in their respective league. And some good results, I think, mostly one-sided. You have 13-4 against KPI, 13-5 against Barcelona Esports. and obviously a nice win against DNSTY in the grand finals. It was an overtime one, so we have seen them struggle in some elements, but so far this has been a map that they've been very keen on picking and playing. Mandatory have been open to it before in the past, but I think they're only 2-1, so it's the reps more than anything that I think might catch them out.
Sure, yeah, that discussion about reps will definitely come up. You have teams going through qualifiers, some invited, so a little bit more practice can come into play. Serial Killer, that's 2 rounds back to back. You come away with a double kill right from the ring. I think you need to chillax, or maybe give us a bit more. The headshots keep chiming as Serial Killer wants to start this game off with a dub.
Yes, a neural theft for the next round. New UI is giving us that chance to show it. But also Famzy is not too far away from having a Hunter's Fury, which would be really nice for this bonus. They still need to win the round, but when it's a 3 versus 1 and Mikey only has a classic, there's going to be a 1 versus 2 at the very least. Oh, and damage was done to Mitchell, 20 HP. At least making sure that the bonus for the next round, Pavlos, isn't going to be too easy for them. Or too cheap.
Yeah. Throughout the end of that round, I was a bit back and forth with my emotions. Like, oh yeah, Mike can't do too much, and then he nearly gets the diffuser, and then he does, and then he nearly gets a second player, and then he doesn't. So yeah, a bit conflicted there.
It's the back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm most excited for these kinds of teams, you know, sort of casting in Northeast region. Some of these players we know, like Enzo, Hip, Kellogg's, they've been at the top of Tier 1 in previous iterations of EMEA. And even recognizing the likes of Hyber, Famzy, they've even played in Polaris and Northeast in the past. I guess it's like Mitchell, players like that. You've got Syvoff as well, very young, I call them Zoomer players, but for the future, you know?
We get to see it a little bit more often, and that's super fantastic. Now, HGE, early aggression towards the A site showed their presence, but now we're opting for a different setup. Mandatory asked to read it, already seeing pings appear on the map as they're looking to line up to enter B.
Yeah, Kellogg's has pushed and got a lot of information, a nice little off handle. He's not afraid to get aggressive, even if this is a round that Mandatory should be able to pick up. Hunter's Fury not going to be used in the post plant at all from the attacking squad. It's going to be used on the entry, and it finds the kill onto Mikey. Mitchell brings it at least for a 5 versus 3 in the amount of time, but it is traded out for Mandatory.
Yeah, real quick. The fights keep going. That nice cam that does reveal Serial Killer, which does put Enzo in pole position there. Cypher looks to help out, but Hyber's left to himself. Oh, but he might just be able to do it. God damn. 1v1 now required. Off for the reload. Kellogg's used to be amongst the most celebrated players in VCT EMEA, now asked to do it in Tier 2. Hyper just jumps back, but Kellogg's looks to close up the distance. Calpus concealing himself for a little bit, but can't account for the third pickup. Kellogg's aggressively in his opponent's face allows MDR to get their first pickup of the map.
It almost feels like you could gloss over Kellogg sometimes because we've been thankful enough to have him in the scene for a long time. He was this young, very inexperienced player picked up by G2 of all teams way back when in EMEA. It was basically untested, was put in that duelist role and did so much for the squad. But since then, he's been on the likes of Heretics and stuff. His decision-making can often be the thing that goes wrong for him, but it's also the element that keeps him maybe ahead of some other duelists that he is really hard to play up against because he is so chaotic, he's so erratic. We saw in that 1v1 the kind of stuff that he likes to do.
Always putting the pressure on, and that's what we're seeing from Mandatory this time around. Looking to go for a deep exploration, maybe a pickup, maybe info, but the only thing they get is a bit of damage onto Zyphoff.
It's more about posturing for those positions. Mandatory, instead of holding that ground on A main, they're going to just back off a little bit more. Resetting to have 4 players more focused and looking towards mid. HGE still do have a buy. It was a bonus that they had last round, so it wasn't really that expensive for them. And there's some gaps in utility on this defense. Yet again, HGE finding that opening, but we saw how quickly Mandatory were able to trade it out and win the round last time.
They might be able to do it this time. The attack comes in 2 waves, and the second one about to pop. First one didn't get followed up by the flash, so it did mean they lose most of the players in the exchange. But now the second attempt begins. Mikey can't get anything done from a higher angle, but Kellogg's does give them some alleviation. Looks to break through and go aggressive yet again, but one player stuck on site will be an intrication. Hype, so tough to try and unlock for himself. He's stuck in the middle of 3 different positions, and it allows HGE to get right back into their winning ways.
In comparison to other abysses that we've seen, certainly from like Bangkok, this feels like a very pacey game that we've seen so far. Not really flashy when it comes to the entry. It was just some duels and maybe a little bit of mandatory not expecting to have HGE pushed up that far. But it has been just aggressive stuff. We do have the Armageddon Sazivov available. There'll be more about how mandatory want to play these retakes. They don't want to keep getting caught out as these entries and executes are coming through. And Kellogg's going for the aggressive nature. He does get taken out. He thought he was clear when it comes to getting the Bladestorm online because it was an eco round for them. But no, he just gets sprayed through.
At least he gets the the ultimate eventually. But that's not because of the raw pickup. That's because of his death. So not available for this round, as he would have really liked. Man, HGE know they've got the advantage, and they completely cut noise. And that's something we haven't really seen so far. They know the low stakes in this one, so they need to not overthink this and just play this one together.
Do it as cleanly as you can when it comes to using, namely the ultimates, null command. You don't want to use it on a round like this. You've got that economic advantage. You just want to be able to run onto a site, win the duels against these like pistols. The worst gun in the server for mandatory is a ghost. Really, HGE should be winning this flawlessly. Mandatory hoping to maybe catch him out. It is just a breach over on this side though that's going to be able to stop, and he's backing up.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you don't expect all that much. You actually think that MDR will want to die to a spike explosion to not give off too many ultimate orbs, but they do manage to walk in, get one spoil of walk. Let's see how much padding of the stats will occur for HGE this time around. Only drop one player. They do take some more damage, but it's a quick cleanup after that. Simple round for HGE as they start to, you know, gain a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, I think you raised a good point right there, Pavlos, as well. With just, you know, in this situation, mandatory should just be going down to the spike and not necessarily giving some ult obs over, and then they triple swing, right?
I mean, they
but
could
even
fall
here,
off the map, really, as well.
Yeah, and like HGE also not afraid, like Sakake and Famsi, not afraid to get a bit aggressive. Their money is good enough that they can take a few of those risks. But now I guess I'm looking at the operator in the hands of Kellogg's. Great ultimates on this defense, but he clearly wants to be the opener.
Just this time, it's Mitchell that looks to regress. He's able to find a lot of space early on. It's been provided to him. It's been given, and he'll take it. He doesn't mind this.
Planted.
Oh, this is an interesting corner for Kellogg's, though, to hold. And he picks all of the PO over that smoke. He might give it an opportunity, but instead it's going to be HGE looking to aggress here. Enzo caught off guard, but Kellogg's might be able to pick up the pieces.
Oh, wow.
Say a big note of that. Sakake with a triple. And that leaves Mikey all to himself, and he's got to vacate the premises. This round is over. As HGE get a quick collection, do not allow MDR to breathe.
It's probably a mandatory timeout, I think, after this. Just going to save that one gun. You have an operator, you have 4 ultimates. You don't really get to use any of them. And not only that, it was just off the back of a null command from Hyber. You know, just send it onto A main. Felt a little bit like maybe MDR weren't prepared for that as much as they could have been. But I really like the proactive play of like pushing that smoking CT, flashing out of it and clearing some of those positions, not letting mandatory get comfortable enough to go for a retake with all of that util.
That's a good point. Comfortable, and I feel like throughout the entire season, MDR mandatory have not been comfortable. Sure, they get the second seed out of France, but every series they've won was with a map loss, never been able to get a clean one. Enzo, I don't know if that's because, I don't know if this is the reason, but it's been 4.5 years since he's played on an all-French squad, where he's been IGLing in French. You know, that's quite a while for a French man to be doing that. I don't think it'll be too much of a problem for him moving back to his mother tongue, but, you know, that's 5 years of him playing a lot in Tier 1 and having to communicate in English.
I mean, I wonder if he's ever IGL'd in French, to be fair, because he only became like an IGL around the time of Fnatic in places. That's where he got a lot of that experience from, so maybe when he was on French-speaking teams, if ever, I don't know. back in the days where he went by Fearov, perhaps. But seeing as we're talking about him, nice Hunter's Fury to at least give Mandatory a player advantage. Probably the first time that they've managed that so far this series is getting that first kill.
Let's see how they use it, though. Because that's a lot of space handed over to Kellogg's. And he's given the info to his team that they don't really need to hang around the A site too much. And then on the cross towards B, Serial Killer, this time, not the interrupter. He's the interrupted. And Mitchell looks to see if he can break through into the B site. Two very different angles he needs to take care of.
They got knife.
A transgression from Mikey. Not able to deliver as Zyphov holds the line. Still, HGE falling down in numbers. And certainly the Armageddon not doing all that much apart from giving them space to go for the bomb part. MDR looking to play the timing here, but HGE will be harassing. Famzy draws it back to 1v2, and this is doable.
They're behind him.
Fury in hand, double shock dart, but he is low on health, so he'll try and isolate these. Has no idea where the two players are coming from, but he's got to have a hunch at this point. Here's the movement from Kellogg's. Here's his opponent as well. He's stunned, but Kellogg's not taking the peek. Aftershock coming through, providing a single-handed fight. Oh, it could have been, but it isn't. As Kellogg's clutches it up for MDR as he gives his team another win in the bag.
It was a really nice stun from Hip, even though it was a little bit cosmetic when it came to that fight. And also just good restraint from Kellogg's too, that he didn't try to wide peek too much when he's trying to look over the little land bridge, go for that fight. He realizes he hasn't got quite the angle of timing. He doesn't overextend, which is maybe something the HGE do here that gets punished. But Mandatory finding that first kill. Some ultimates used on the attacking side too. Or like the Armageddon even on the defense to just stall things out. But you still have some good stuff rolling from the Cosmic Divide. Might be a chance for Mandatory to start to build some rounds together. Otherwise, HGE are just going to keep building this lead.
Looking to see if they can break through the B site where they have found most of their success. And it's been handed over. I don't know if I favor a 5v5 retake for MDR here.
Going for a very open plan. Eldron is going to actually connect, I think, onto the KO, and never mind, it's used on the attack. Ramsey finding onto Hip. And fantastic stuff for HGE to find themselves in a 4 versus 2 advantage.
They've been so disrupting, haven't they? Time and time again, entering opposing lines and causing havoc, disallowing the setup. Mitchell, so quick to react. That was brilliant. He doubles up his kill score this round, and Kellogg's is stuck in the middle. And Mitchell is loving life right now. Like you said, Ryan, this just is only going to be an HGE show if they keep on playing with this pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two Jets fighting here with the other duelists that we're likely to see across the other maps too, with Razes, Neuros and whatnot. With the meta being the way that it is, it feels that Jet isn't really the most popular character, which was what Kellogg's was known from way back when. Now he's become a bit more flexible as a duelist. You've got a 21-year-old Kellogg's, which feels still crazy long, considering he started playing for G2 3 or 4 years ago.
True.
And then Mitchell's 19 now. So it is just, again, those young players. Kellogg's trying to, I guess, keep proving that he deserves to be at tier 1 as one of these duelist players and is more well-rounded than we've ever seen him in the past.
You make a very good point here, Ryan. Obviously looking at players that have made it into tier 1, whether that was by subbing or playing in big rosters under big organizational names, and they drop back to the Challengers League, you start looking ages again, seeing who are the Zoomers around, and then you see how young some of these players still are, right? You've got the likes of Doma that's still 21, I think. Is Mystic still 21 as well? I feel like he's around that ballpark. And, you know, there's so many players like Kellogg's that are just still at this prime age for this game and dropping back into tier 2, and it still feels like this could still very much be their first run at tier 2, but it goes here.
Not at all. He's still got a lot of young players full stop in the game. Mitchell, obviously. Serial is 21. Both these teams having a good mix of experience of 30-year-old players like Sakake. And then obviously Enzo's getting on a little bit as well. Sorry, man, but it's true. But it's at least experienced people that have been in these positions, either in Valorant or in, other tactical shooters in the past. Sure. Tenured people to lead the new.
A lot of interesting dynamics. Such a cool thing to see Challengers EMEA take place. Great initiative. As, let's be fair, Ascension was the highlight to many people's VCT years, right? I feel like Ascension is one of the most entertaining tournaments to watch, and now getting to see these mid-year interactions between challengers, EMEA regions is so cool to witness. It allows them to get stronger a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, of course. And I think at this point you are playing for points and for ascension in the future, but these are still quite new teams. Reps is important, and especially with the meta going to be looking to change with the map pool and Waylay eventually, having these maps nailed down and winning off the back of them is going to be important. HGE uncontested this round, it feels like. Just on an eco round. Farming up ultimates, I think, is going to be the main thing for HGE, and it's a similar play to what we saw before, pushing the smoke.
Again, we can see how much impact they could really find, realistically. But it's Hyber able to put even more points into that null command. Yeah, still, I think one of the coolest finishes, actually, when it comes to musical finishes.
Hasn't really been too hard for HGE on these executes. I think the utility's been solid there. Lovely shot from the observers to just show all of the utility that goes into it. Or we're just not catching on to much, because Mandatory have almost always been playing off the site, playing for a retake. And HGE still good protocols if that's the case. Okay, we took the A site cleanly. We still have plenty of utility to push beyond that. We're not going to let them onto this site and play post-plant timings.
So, let's see what this operator on Kellogg's can do, this time playing a little bit more reserved on the A site. He's got the assistance, though, of Enzo to play around with. That's sort of where HGE are starting to look at. One at least will be visible to the owl drone.
It's just somebody that would typically be default in there as well. See the Omen and you go, that's not too surprising, but this is what they're expecting. They're not able to actually stack up as a high-low together, so it does provide Kellogg's a pick, and I mean, at this point, HGE have made their presence known. Tried to reset with footsteps.
Oh no, you're not Sean. Oh, what Hyper? Come on! Just peeking, the operator holding the angle and still coming out on top of the headshot pick, and now looking to move into the A site, interrupted with the rolling thunder. Hope is able to get there quick enough. Famzy is, though, the one to get in control of the heavens. He's the one in control over the cross, but no,
30 seconds left.
Big turnaround yet again. As Mandatory seem to seize control, Spike goes down for Mitchell. But how much more can he do realistically? Cloudburst dropping right on time, double collection, but Zyphoff was a bit too much
8 HP.
and ain't able to end up on top, and boy was it close.
I don't know how much damage was done to Zyphoff from that fight, or whether he was just 8 HP to begin with. But man, what a close round from HGE. Just a fight there from Kellogg's. He gets caught out, gets a lot of information. You even have Hip getting a kill in another part of the map, I think towards mid at the same time. Yeah, they get Cypher, they get the serial. But here it's just, first of all, Famzy being able to get that pick in the first place just on that low ground. Look at him, fully stunned. Still wins the fight.
That's for a donk.
That's the other thing too. I think Hive's ultimate got fully cancelled. He didn't get downed in a null command state there. And yeah, he doesn't have it available to him now. So that killed that perfect timing of those shots from Enzo. Really screws Hyber over here.
I think he was holding on to that no command ultimate for quite a while as well. So, bit of a bummer. Trying revealing Kellogg's potentially.
First time that Kellogg's has moved over to the B site, he's been on A every single time. Maybe one of the things that was spoke about in the timeout is just we need to keep that operator moving around. We don't want it to be super obvious where you're playing. So it's whether or not HGE expect the Kellogg's has rotated over and is playing on the B site this time.
I mean, you find Enzo and you don't find Kellogg's on the A site. So I wonder what HGE are thinking here.
I mean, they might have worked it out at this point. It could also be mid, but I think the call's the right one. If you're expecting to go into the site with the operator, doing it as a death ball is the play. Make sure that you trade it out. Knife's going to clear some of these close quarters, and Kellogg's not afraid to be given up by the flash and the recon that potentially. He's dashed out.
Yeah, has to dash away here. But if you're mandatory here, you've got to be cautious, knowing that HGE like to go aggressive, like to get into your faces, and that's exactly what they're doing. Again, Paranoia moving through, Rolling Thunder, looking to counteract it, though. Fanzi takes an off angle on a one-way, and that's going to favor mandatory every day. Hyper, though, is able to keep things close. As a 2v3 seems to settle, Serial Killer looking to hold the line here. But Mitchell is the next contestant, can't quite find the first shot, so Kellogg's with the opportunity for the double. Mandatory are right back into this play.
Really nice play again from Kellogg's. Just a bit more passive, had the operator picks up a rifle to just make sure that he's in a good position to take that 1v1. Maybe at that point HGE were expecting things would slow down a lot, but no, Kellogg's up in the tempo yet again. You see all of this util coming out, and there have been instances where HGE on the A site, they've gone on and done really well off the back of being aggressive, taking more space. But on this B site, there have been instances like this where they've maybe overstepped their boundaries. A really nice trade there from Kellogg's as well.
It's good to see Mandatory starting to win some of these trades, right? Because I think the first couple of rounds were quite daunting, seeing what Serial Killer is capable of. By the way, having some of the best stats in his region. Highest rating, highest headshot performance, highest KDA. Scary player to be up against.
Here. Get out of my
And we are
way!
winning these fights now. It's a massive positive for them. Bit of an off way for Mitchell to go around the A site, but it's one which succeeds. With the A site collection under their control, we're looking at a 5v5 on the post plant though, and these ones are scary.
Yeah, last round of their attacking side is the only time it feels that they're bunkering up and not trying to take more after playing on A. See that it's pretty open and clear. Drone going to pop out at a perfect time to see if it can connect onto people, and the Hunter's Fury trying to break apart this attacking hold.
Well, Enzo's Hunter's Fury won't be connecting the first time, but the third shot does get an opponent there, but this is getting a bit too chaotic, moving in through the smokes. Hip is the only one available, but Serial Killer is on a roll here. Headshot machine, as he's able to close this half on a high note here for his team.
Not only that, it's that HGE's better side is their defense. Almost a 70% win rate, and when you've played it 7 times and won it 7 times, it's going to be a shocker. Maybe Mandatory have a lot to do.
And we're back live for the second half of this series. Mandatory against HGE. It's France versus Spain. And so far, it's HGE Esports that have come away with quite a lump of rounds on the first half.
Yeah, top of the leaderboard is going to be Serial Killer. He did just get a 4K in that last round, to be fair. But overall, I'd say it's been a solid team performance. A cake, I imagine IGL in this squad bottom, but everybody else is really hitting their notes. And like I mentioned just before the break, HG's defensive side has been really stalwart over in that Spanish Rising League. Mandatory GG, it's a necessary pistol that they have to get, and it's looking like they're going to go over towards that B site at least to begin with.
My camera is destroyed.
Revealing it. Serial Killer can hold the line. Very influential at the start of this game. Let's see if he can be on the second half. This time, though, mandatory. A very different setup to what their opponents like to do on this B side. They play the safe game and are looking to put a lurk in the making as well, leaving keloqz all to himself to fend off what is approaching. Recon timing is superb on the spike already to try and put players in difficult positions. Not looking to stick any hold just yet. Oh, did the players just fall? Oh no, Cake, that is not part of the plan, and the fault line is superb. Syfoff ends up with 2, but now the spike is held halfway. Will be easier for Mitchell to guarantee. Oh, you need to go for the pick there, but you do not. So defusal is successful, albeit having most players alive by the end of this round. Daylight robbery for HGE.
I don't know if the comms were a little bit chaotic or they were just far enough away from the spike itself that they didn't hear that the defuse had got halfway when it was pinged again. There's all of the utility there, right? Enzo had shock darts lined up. You got the salvos coming in.
Yes, this should do.
HGE just making out like bandits with that round a little bit. keloqz unlucky, I suppose, went to turn around to try to break the recon dart that had gone in. And the timing for HGE's peaks, sublime, perfect, 10 out of 10.
keloqz, look at the front line again. Look, the fact that you gain so much early success in the first round and it doesn't pay dividends is a bit hurtful. We're hoping you can put the damage in early, as HGE's fought very, very good at the start.
Oh, the same again.
On this map. Yeah, it's history repeating itself, and it's got to hurt. Sure, you've got a couple of lurks in the making that you would have hoped they could be online, but the pace of HGE doesn't allow for any of that to be part of the gameplay. Mitchell able to read.
Mikey needs to go down.
Push. And yeah, there you go, double digits.
Gets a kill, I suppose, but it means he's not going to have a full money reset. Not really saving much, you're saving a ghost at most. The same thing again with keloqz, just looking back, and it's serial killer that again is the one that gets the kill with the perfect timing. Honestly, it couldn't have been better for him, it couldn't have been worse for keloqz. But 17 and 7, neural effect, not quite there this time for serial killer. He had it for the bonus last time. Still going to be pretty happy just playing on that B site alone.
Yeah, it feels like mandatory are not really finding their comfort with this new composition that they've got, right? It's not really working like intended, or as they're used to being able to make it work with the Yoro and everything. It's a completely different look, completely different style of really playing it. It's just not clicking for them. But yeah, it also goes to that fundamental saying, it's just a gun game, and there's so many of these fights that HGE are winning outright.
Those are mandatory, I think, changing a lot when it comes to like the comp that they've been playing here. Enzo, nice and clean with their approach. Really feels that it's a necessary round for mandatory to get on the board, especially when it's up against the bonus. I like the idea of the timing from Fams. He gets one, he's able to get out, and serial killer, he finds perfect timing again, but this time onto Mikey.
It's got to hurt, and it's got to add up. It's got to start putting pressure on you if you're mandatory. But for HG, this is just comfort here. You know you've got the numbers, you're going to group up together, hit, forced to do something spectacular here. He's able to unlock the first one in his favor. His captain, on the other hand, has got all of his health, and he's about to be approached from omni directions. And just like that, HG just keep that momentum going. Mandatory running out of cash in their pockets, and it's getting rougher by the second.
I mean, fantastic stuff for HGE. You would expect them to be the favorites in this one. It's their map choice naturally. But mandatory, the timing can't be worse in some of these instances, but they've also changed up their comp, right? They were running a double duelist before with a Euro and a Phoenix, of all things. So now it's something a little bit more akin to what we've been seeing at Masters, but it just hasn't quite been coming together at all. Even if all of the players are pretty much on their mains, it just isn't working for mandatory. And they've got a pretty attacking-sided comp too. You're triple initiator. They just can't find an opening.
Yeah, it's tough to think that you're going to win an opening against Mitchell as well. His best result in challenges as of yet. Getting a nice dub in Spain. Up until that point, only 7 and 8. And now is looking to supersede that with strong performances on an EMEA stage as well to add to it. Kellogg's able to find some sort of an answer. Mitchell sticking around, not thinking the aftershock would affect him in that position. But it does. And Mandatory might be given an opportunity here, and that's exactly what happens. Now they've got the site locked and loaded, and there's really not much that Famzy can do. It's like a fishbowl, and he's on the outside, looking in. Can see all the fishies, and he might just be able to eliminate them all as well.
He's got 5 bullets.
You're right. Not much available to him, but Hip finds the right moment to avert the crisis. Blimey, that was close, though.
Oh, it was fantastic. A round for Mandatory. Kellogg's, it's such a good entry, right? You have the breach flash as well. It was after they lose a player. I'd love to see like either the desk talking about that a little bit more, like potentially at that point, just because like I feel like for the most part HGE have got those kills first. Like 9 rounds out of 10 it feels like, almost specifically 16 rounds out of 17 perhaps.
Sure. Yeah, it's been happening more than not.
It's a great flash though from Hip to find Kellogg's that opening, and just as I say that, he's down. Mitchell finds the first blood again.
It's tough, isn't it, dealing with this? Because even though you've been able to, you know, kill a lot of players, still the round didn't really go your way. And
when it lines up, I think for Mandatory, it looks great, right? This is a team with really good fundamentals and stuff. But for the most part, it's felt like they are falling over each other a bit, you know? The timings of utility, timings of peaks, disrespecting where the operator could be in some instances. It's given them everything to do, even just falling into traps like that. That could have been the end for Kellogg's, and with a Hunter's Fury, it's still teetering on the edge of whether he's going to be participating in the rest of this round or not. He's lucky to be alive. There's a lot of low players, not great guns for Mandatory.
Well, the flash comes out and it's superb. The follow-up is even better. Spike didn't even have a chance to go down. Smoke dissipates and Kellogg's drops. One by one, Mandatory players are finding their faces splattered all over the ground. 5 bullets to spare on Ainslow's chamber. As he looks away from the spike, handing it over to his opponents. And having to walk away, tail under behind his legs. This is not what he wanted in this situation. Not what Mandatory needed. Look, we knew this would be Mandatory having a tough time already on the first map, especially against the first seed of Spain. But this is not a confident look.
You still have some time before you reset, before you go to Haven, perhaps. So there's still a chance here. Probably a timeout coming through as well, because it hasn't really looked like Mandatory can get things going. And considering it's the right-click flashes from Hyver consistently. See how many assists that he's got at this point. 9, which, you know, is not necessarily topping out the server, but you are up against a breach when it comes to that.
Mind you, Hyver has had so many streaks of where he's been second in the Challenger Leagues he's been playing. He finally broke the curse, so he might be able to, you know, use that momentum and make a splash now, and challenges as well.
Got the 1 in his name. It's not a 2.
It's time to make it work. Mitchell just gets away with murder. It is pure chaos. Hip is able to get something done though. And albeit some weaker weapons on that side of the fray, Mandatory are starting to make it work. How about that? That's a clean sight taken. Now they've got double the players available for this problem.
Yeah, a perfect example of what I was talking about before, I think, of just when the timings work, especially off of Hip's utility. This Mandatory team could be an absolute freight train. They do have a rolling thunder, and there's a couple of players just been isolating some of these 1v1 duels. Enzo lucky to get the kill considering he was nearsighted, and Sakake has brought this into a 1 versus 2.
Sidesteps into the smoke and walks out just as the drone lands, but he's given a lot of audio cues. Enzo looking to run away. Oh, 180 turnaround, not too bad by the IGL. And at least that brings some life for Mandatory here, as we are still 6 rounds away from the top.
Maybe it was a little bit of hubris for Mitchell to think that he could take that on with a Hunter's Fury flying in. I find it too. Definitely, if this turns out to be a miracle win for Mandatory, this is still a game that you VOD review with some of the fights like that, right? Just players going down too easily, untradeable. So HGE on their map pick, and it's very, very comfortable for it, but I think some of it is just mandatory messing up the timings of how they play off of each other.
Not mandatory, given the access to the B side. HGE, very respectful in moments like this. Look, you don't have a lot here, but you are expecting something in return for having rifles invested into this. What? Serial killer ends up with a classic pick. How does that even happen? Mitchell now has the high ground with the Phantom, but it is counteracted. Mandatory expend an Armageddon to try and hold this site down. Thankfully for them, the trades do go their way. But to what expense, especially when Cake is still on the lurk. Still at large, capable, but not able to succeed on that second fight as Mandatory at least start to negate this gap.
I wonder if money's going to be a bit more of an issue here for Mandatory. There you go, let's just push it up way too aggressively. It looked like HGE might be able to make that eco round work for them. But just a couple of these eliminations coming through from the defensive side, it's not going to impact Mandatory too much, but it's going to give half armor over to Enzo and Syvov. You know, players that you want to just keep as good money as possible. You still have that rolling thunder for Hip, and all 5 players grouped up, just waiting to see what kind of space HGE are looking to take.
Deploying drone.
It all comes down to that one mistake, right? That one misstep.
I think they would expect the Cypher being here, because there wasn't, I think they were hiding to avoid a recon dart. It was used by Famzy. So I think the Mandatory are like, okay, we know that the Silver's going to be on B, so maybe the Cypher's on A. Let's try and set up. But I don't know how many tags that knife got. Not many from the looks. HG are not expecting this full death ball over onto the A site.
Well, even if they are, they put a lot of effort into clearing out mid, so at least they'll have that under their control. So they won't be scared about any other imminent threats for a lurk. Spike will eventually go down here. A 5v5 where a lot of ultimates are available. For the Spanish representing team, Mikey, Zyvov are able to hit large at start. Famzy looking for retaliation, but it's not in his hands. Mandatory keep the streak going, and all of a sudden it feels that they do have some comfort in that camp.
Yeah, that's a lot better for Mandatory. The way that they were positioned, they managed to dodge this retake paranoia that comes through from the Omen. And this is an ult command being used. They don't have utility. They've just got their guns out and they play off of each other really nicely. Some good duels here, some good timings, and most importantly, not losing a lot of players on this attacking side. If you lose a round, it's the end of the map. So keeping these guns and keeping good armor is going to be key. And also, you still have those big attacking ultimates whilst resetting the likes of an Armageddon for Syvov. He's only 2 ult points away. And this is going to be an eco for HGE.
Good to see that HGE are taking this seriously. Look, I mean, you probably have to with that 3-round consecutive streak. But you're also getting to get a taste. You're starting to get the taste of what it means to compete interregionally, right? Because look, teams have different styles. There are local metas, right? That sure, if we were looking at Ascension here, would probably have a longer time of being, you know, in their own little bubble. But the fact that we go instantly into challenges here and these teams get to meet a little sooner, they get an early taste of what's been brewing on, you know, across a couple of borders.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Ascension being after champs as well, it just feels like you just snapshot that meta. Whereas now, you have that with Bangkok a little bit, but you know that things are going to be changing very soon. Syvov finding perfect timing at least. 5 versus 3 for the attacking side, but it is an eco for HGE. This should be 9 for Mandatory, unless something awful happens at this rate.
I think you can probably highlight Zyvov as one of the reasons why Mandatory did so damn well in the French league as well, right? Topping the charts in terms of assists. And this round in particular, opening it up with a couple of frags. 1 minute on the clock, and now they can just look to move in together, bunch up, knowing that, you know, numbers are on their side, and this should be a simple deal.
Yeah, it's a little bit more uncomfortable for HGE because you have got the Cypher, Neural Theft, you do have the From the Shadows, so you're not really raking up ultimate points for Serial and Sakake. And Hyber, very unlikely to be seen another null command, at least in regulation.
I'm slightly concerned, given that all three players are here to defend.
30 seconds left.
Enzo is able to deal with one, and the fact that you instantly secure Hivebound just puts a quick end to it. But yeah, it could have gone wrong, right, Ryan? I feel like there is a world where HGE just were able to get something incredible done, but not this time.
Maybe that's like the bad luck streak. Maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe Enzo like got a witch to hex him. Just get those bad mistakes out early because they're not going to be as impactful as a bad mistake now. Because since HGE have been on match point, Mandatory have played so much better. Now I've said that, we're about to witness the gluing in.
Yep. You can't really make your mind up just yet. Like we said, it had to have been 7 rounds consecutive without a mistake, and these mistakes can occur at any moment. But we've got a double-sided attack now onto the A side. The first time we see something of the kind here from Mandatory. And it looks like HGE are definitely ready for it. Here comes the Armageddon, Rolling Thunder onto the side. A double-sided concussion coming through, but it's Mandatory that are able to break in. HGE are forced to respect it, but now throwing in some utility of their own, trying to take these fights. Again, Mikey playing the timing nicely. Hyper's there to assist as well, and the only player that does get something done is Serial. Though he gets instantly dealt with. Sakake, can you find the answers? I don't think so. Mandatory are on a groove.
They really are, and that was a really nice execute too. I love the Rolling Thunder going onto the site to clear it, and then you've got the Armageddon going back to clear out Heaven. If somebody's in that awkward choke point, they're going to be flushed out to these positions that Sakake's in now. And then you have 2 players going through, like, secret through the holes to try to cut across as that timing comes in. Like, really nice timing, really nice playing off of each other. I am just wondering where this Mandatory team was right at the start of this map, because this attacking side has been really inspired, and it's forced out HG's second timeout, because they had both of them at the time that we got into that second half. Didn't need it in the first.
You're right, Ryan. It's as if, you know, Mandatory just had to shake off a bit of rust, a bit of, you know, early jitters, and now they're right back in it. Even when Enzo was playing on Apex, I felt like Apex always had some rough starts, but after, you know, a few maps, they just took over.
I was about to say the same thing, but for Enzo and Fnatic. You know, there were always just grueling matches, and a testament of Fnatic and some crazy moments to have a big comeback. Enzo's used to it this point. In fact, I'd say out of people in the server, that experience of being down and out, but managed to claw it back and maybe even steal a map win, I definitely looked at those Mandatory players as those to rely on.
Yeah, a lot of resilience there. A lot of strong mental. That has been proven many a times. But HG take their last timeout, 2 out of 2. As we enter another round in which they are on map point. For anyone that has just joined, Mandatory were down 12-5. And somehow found themselves a hop, skip, and a jump from overtime.
Shot down. My ult is ready.
They've also found themselves on the B side. And El Capitan is at it again. Strong stuff. And it feels like there isn't really much in store here for HG this round. It's all going to be down to the wire at 12-11. Which could either see HG, you know, go up 1-0 in this series, or see this match go into overtime. I freaking love it.
The Flawless too. It was up against just pistols for HGE, but when you look at the start of that round, and Kellogg's taking a huge front there, Enzo rolling back the years with the fights he's taking. I was a little bit concerned going into that execute though, Pavlos, because a lot of these good rounds for Mandatory have been over towards the A side. The B stuff early on in this half didn't really work out that well for them. That's the 3 in a row that they lost, 13, 14, 15, all defuses. So going B, I was a little bit scared, but it ended up working out. But all players playing off of each other. Is this going to be a fake comeback, or is this going to be overtime?
Either way, eventful first map. That's for sure. Sets the tone for challenges, EMEA. Split one, man. And I feel like there's a chance that we'll be seeing a few different faces here, a few different teams that, you know, made it the first time, did it the second, and vice versa. There's a good chance of that.
Eyes here.
Get out of my way.
Very spread early on here for Mandatory. 2 towards A, 3 towards B. Is this obfuscation going to be strong enough to lure all the HGE players into this A site? They expend a Cosmic Divide to this.
I mean, it's a good idea because everything that Mandatory has done has been very fast, aggressive executes. But the timing there's not been enough of a dedication to the fake. And Mandatory is still just trying to walk it in over towards the B site. Mitchell is not afraid when he has the dash in hand to fight out in the open. He finds it at first blood. And that risky strategy for Mandatory hasn't quite paid off. And they could be in a little bit of free fall. They're just all over the map at this point, trying to reset and go back towards A.
Left.
Yeah, Enzo makes the call for the switch, the pivot. And it's so crazy that Mitchell was holding a line without cover, just taking time to put that B site under his control. But now that it's back onto the A site, and Enzo uses a Hunter's Fury with great success. A pickup and a tag, that is beautiful. Now, will this spike end up exploding? Mikey on the lurk, and this time it's unexpected because he hasn't done this before. This is the first time they're seeing it, and HGE aren't really happy about this.
One suppressed.
Overtime knocking on their door, and they just want to make sure this house does not go down. Let's see if they can take this on. Let's see if they can break through. Hunter's Fury of their own, not finding much success. Kellogg's holding onto the site as Mitchell's looking for the pick. Enzo having his teammates back. Breakaway to the back site. Famzy wins it, but 3 required of him, and that spike is getting frantic. It's ticking ever quicker, and all the utilities still available, and the spike looking to reach its end means that we are heading to an overtime where Mandatory convert a 12-5 disadvantage into an OT situation.
It's just a tale of two teams, it felt like here. Mandatory, even the risk, right? You're going for an execute onto A. You maybe want the Hunter's Fury for the post plant to buy time. But you called it perfectly, Pavlos. Mikey going for the lurk. It's something that HGE are not going to expect because he hasn't done that play yet. The idea to just like, okay, this is the last round. This is where I pull up the ace out of my sleeve. And the positioning, man, like HGE let this one slide. I was saying at the start of this half that their defensive side is the better one. But it was just utterly turned around by Mandatory. You still have to win overtime, though. So HGE, there's a chance, but you just feel that the morale's broken a bit.
Take flight. All Enzo Odin fans rejoice because we are finally seeing it. And it's an OT where money is a non-issue. Mitchell looking a front line here. He did leave Mikey behind, but it's no issue to him either as he gets quickly dealt with. Mandatory holding back for this one. Already down a player, have to make it work for V5.
Just a lot of noise thrown in onto the point. Spam damage, but it really is just trickling in from Mandatory. This defense was the reason why I think they were down such a large deficit. And they're down a player. Kellogg's having the operator. How can you really find an opening? Enzo at least makes it a bit more even, but there's still work to do.
Well, with him having all of his util available, it might just be it for him. But the paranoia is a great counteraction, and Kellogg's unable to see. Will end up being dealt with. This is beautiful coordination work from HG, showing that they still have got it on their attack.
I'm a little bit worried if Mandatory not only lose this next round, because then they would be losing the map, but just you have that fight back. You do so much to bring it to overtime. You don't want to lose out super quickly. All that energy that you've expended to just maybe make this a more competitive map, it could be done very quickly. Yeah, just the defense. A lot of these players from Mandatory caught out. And both sides just using the attacking side, the attacking lead. Very strong here on Abyss. Both comps very different in their styles. At least consistent with how well they're playing on one side.
It's all about who wins on the defense, isn't it? Ooh, Kellogg's has spotted out someone from above and he's able to spray on top. It was just a one tap, not a spray. Still, though, you can see HG very much in this affair. So Cake hiding within his own smoke, and I'm not quite sure if that can be expected. Never mind, he does end up throwing a few bullets of his own, and HG might just be able to do it. All that was needed is just OT. Mandatory take it step by step. Shrouded step allows the Cake to run away and regroup with his team 2v3. Kellogg's post up close. Can he do it? Can he hold the line here for Mandatory as he tries to pull his team across the finish line and get this to another round of OT? Hypnos, he's drawing it down to a 1v2. Nice little flash, but both players to high-low. He runs away with another. Now he's got the Rolling Thunder available, throws it towards his opponent, and now he's concussed. Switch up a position. Cake, he's looking at it. But now time is an issue. Where Hip has got tons of it by inside Hip. That was absolutely superb. The 1v3, the clutch, and another round of OT.
It's just Mandatory could just pull it out of nowhere constantly. Both teams superb executes, but when things matter here, the fadeaway onto 2 players. You get the Rolling Thunder and you don't follow up on it instantly. And you have enough about you to predict that he's going to be on top of the box. I don't think he heard anything like that. And it's 2 players that are well experienced in these places. Probably the most experienced for HGE. Cake. He's unable to win the clutch and we go another round of overtime.
How on earth are we living in this world right now?
First map of challenges.
I mean, if this sets a tone for the entire tournament, I am down for it. This is going to be an amazing 7 days of Valorant.
I think we're going to use all 7 days of it, yeah, at this rate as well.
Kellogg's backs out. Oh, it could have been an intricate one. But instead, we're looking at towards this A side. 2 defenders.
Mandatory, how well are they going to play on this defense? I think for both teams, the offensive rounds that were won were all defusers. So shutting stuff down as the execute comes in has not really worked for either squad. That's the plan for Mandatory, is to give this up, at least till a point. Hype is absolutely feeling it, trying to play off the recon dart, and Enzo, the Odin is still in play, brings it to a 4 versus 3. 4 versus 2 now as Syvoth gets the kill onto Serial.
We did talk about this could be about the team that wins on the defensive side here on the overtime. HGE frantic upon being spotted by an out drone, take a quick push, but Mandatory look to pounce. Oh dear me, Enzo back in it. This Odin is where he finds comfort in. Hyber now on the hottest seat of them all. He can barely sit. Shivers all over.
Time is getting a bit low.
Around the site, Enzo's recon spots him, but he still ends up with 120 points of health, 3 positions. Doesn't get affected by the salvos, but it's Smikey that ends up being on top. Mandatory are the first team in overtime to be successful on the defense. Could this be the start of the end on this map?
Well, it's the first team out of either of them that has been successful on the defense since 12-5. So how many rounds is that? 9, 10? It's just been all attack, all out offense for both sides. And you really do just see the mechanical prowess that's available on both squads. Enzo's actually the one that's taken over the kills for Mandatory at 23 and 19. And now just 1 round away from Mandatory to do something that we would have considered unthinkable 15 minutes ago, Pavlos. They've absolutely turned this one around.
Locating targets.
Yes, they have.
One suppressed.
It's not over though. It really isn't, because now you know you've got the pressure of closing this one out. This is no longer you playing catch up with nothing to lose, right? That's probably the attitude they took on. But they get first blood.
Now it's just playing that pressure game. HGE losing out on Silver, which is losing out on all of their information. Serial Killer having to posture up a little bit. It's a deep trip. But at least you'll know very early on that this is going to be an execute from Mandatory. But also Mandatory, if they see this trip, they consider going elsewhere. Break it, cut noise. Because HGE are a player down, they have to gamble. They have the KO pushing and flanking all the way around.
That is so important.
And there's no sentinel on the attack either to watch a flank.
Kellogg's looking aggressive. He finds the high ground. Power burst. It's expected from Mitchell, but not counteracted. Oh dear, Serial Killer though. Shorty in hand. Kellogg's in his face with a right click with the blades. Uh-oh. HG might have just realized they have fumbled this one high, but it's all in his hands, but no longer. Slips right through his fingers as Mandatory make it work. A 12-5 disadvantage goes their way, going down to a double OT to hand them the victory. What an upset here, Ryan.
Oh, for sure. Like, it was pretty much aligned for HGE. They had not lost on this map in 7 occasions so far to qualify for this event. They were looking pretty much on top. You've got Mandatory changing their comp as well to something that's relatively new for them. I don't know how they managed that. It was just like something snapped once it went to that point, and I can't wait for the rest of the series if a map's going to be like that.
We need time to process this, and thankfully we're not alone during that process. We've got the analyst desk to try and give us some clarity.
Well, I mean, look, apparently Mandatory have an overdrive button. I don't know what to tell you. That is definitely one of the comebacks of all time that I have seen. Amazing stuff from Mandatory, and that, again, as they point out, is an upset that is not their map pick. So they're now moving into map 2, their own map pick, with the advantage.
The fact that Mandatory were 12-5 down and then it goes to OT and we get to see Enzo pull out the Odin of all things. I mean, yeah, that was very, very heartbreaking for HGE. I mean, they had such a strong start on that attack that they just let it slip away from them in the end.
Yeah, I mean, not what we were expecting at all, especially off the first half of that map. I mean, we were kind of waiting. We were like, okay, we're going to wait until they get onto the attack side. They've got 3 initiators. Things could very much change here, but it didn't look like it was going to change off the first few rounds of that second half. I mean, we got all the way from HGE Sport up to map point, and then something clicked. Something clicked for Mandatory, and everything changed, because we really hadn't seen a lot of timeouts from them up until that point.
Yeah, definitely. And I definitely want to commend HGE for their attack. You know, they were so disruptive. They were able to make Mandatory feel so kind of uncomfortable, forcing them to constantly play retake. And that was something that I questioned coming into this one, was how were they going to utilize that triple initiator on their defense, right? We didn't really see them seeking any sort of early active information. It wasn't until the kind of mid-round that we'd see that Tejo drone be utilized to clear mid on their defense and things like that. So yeah, I was looking to see some more conditioning from Mandatory with that composition that they were running on their defense. But I mean, hey, they were able to bring it back on the attack, and they were able to come out with all guns swinging.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, we're looking at the replays here, and we're starting off with just a slideshow of HGE going insane, because that was what it was, really, to start off with. I mean, there were so many rounds. This one, I think, a critical round where it was just, you know, Mandatory had just taken the first round that they had. It was like 1-5 or something like that, and then HG decided you're not allowed money in the second in the next round, even though that they had that advantage. They just did not let them have a breather over the course of that whole first half. They managed to get themselves back into it slightly with the 4-8 half, and then it was completely out of their hands up until, again, that match point. And Mandatory really brought out the afterburners there.
Yeah, and that's why I still wanted to commend HGE, right? Because they recognized the composition that they were up against. They were not allowing Mandatory to play retake whatsoever when they were attacking. And I think moments like that, if they're able to adapt to sort of unconventional compositions, right? This is probably a composition that they're not used to seeing within their own league, which is the fun of challengers, right? We get to see the different metas that each region is playing. So yeah, I think hats off to them for being able to adapt to that in the moment. And Mandatory, I mean, being able to come back, it was really great that they were able to iron out those sort of silly mistakes. We've seen a couple of rounds where they got caught out on timing, or just the mechanics were a little bit shaky. So it was good that they were able to warm up into it. And something as well that Pavlos and Ryan mentioned was the resilience that Mandatory have, right? Being able to kind of start stringing those rounds together and yeah, really just bring it back.
That's the thing, right? I think for both teams it seemed a bit like a kind of slow start mechanically. It looked like there was a lot of shots being missed on both sides. Obviously, HGE kind of came out on top on all of those in the end. But yeah, as they both warmed up into that one, it seemed like Mandatory just had the better kind of, I don't know what it was. It was the je ne sais quoi, quite literally. I mean, from the French side, just managing to take the advantage in every single fight. And even when they were losing those rounds towards kind of the max point that HGE was getting, they were getting a lot of kills. They were doing economical damage, and then they took that timeout, and things just went amazingly for them. And it was always towards the start of the round as well. The first kills going in their favor every single time, it looked like, where that was not happening in the first half, was an immense change.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, like mandatory, they were able to kind of also adapt in situations. You know, they weren't kind of running out of ideas despite us going into multiple runs of overtime. They were able to switch up the game plan whenever they needed to. And you had individuals coming out on top as well, right? I want to shout out Hip for that round 26, where he was just left with the Rolling Thunder in a 1v3 and is able to close that out and continue it on. It was absolutely incredible to see him pop off like that.
We can take a look at a little graphic that we prepared about Mandatory's agent pool here, because it was a very interesting one from them, or maybe not, but we can talk about it. Either way, it's an interesting one from them in that they were able to bring out 3 initiators on that one, and I think that's something to note, is that these guys are very adaptable.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, like, we need to think about the fact that they chose to start on the defense. Let's bear in mind, this was HGE's map pick, therefore Mandatory chose to start on that side. So I don't know what the game plan was. I don't know what they were actually planning with that defensive setup, because I said it looked so passive from my point of view. It looked as though they wanted to use that utility to go back in and retake, and because HGE could recognize that very early on, it didn't really work out for them on the defense. But when we go back to their attack, that was extremely explosive. It was really nice to see. They were getting so much value out of the Tejo, not just in the post-plant situations, but also in the amount of space that they were able to take with Kellogg's just dashing in and being up in your face.
I mean, looking forward for the rest of the series here, obviously, generally at this point, if we're thinking, you know, Mandatory have taken away their opponent's map pick, the next map is going to be a bit scary, but moving into Haven, actually HGE Sport has a very good track record on here, so I don't think it's quite as over as we might have thought previously if we were looking at this scoreline from any other situation. But either way, we're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with that second map of Haven very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
With you,
Welcome back to Valorant Challenges EMEA, everybody. We've just concluded our first map, and it was a banger already. I mean, we're getting off to the starting block just completely insanely. Mandatory staged a comeback from 12-7 to 12-5, actually. No, 12-5, sorry, to bring it all the way back and take it in overtime. So we're off to an insane start, and I feel like it only looks to further this kind of theme that we've got going on here as we move to Haven, which both teams quite like.
Yeah, I mean, jumping straight into Agent Select off the bat, and if we look at HGE Esports, this is a composition that Enzo on the other side might already be somewhat familiar with, deciding to run that ISO and the Yoru, and Mandatory choosing to switch up their duelist and going with a Yoru, which would usually be a Jet. So yeah, that's really nice for them to see, because I think that we've yet to see a little bit more from Kellogg's. I think in that previous series, we got to see him kind of jump onto that operator, but we didn't get to see him any sort of deep line sights, you know, get him down on deep angles. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be setting him up and if he is going to be jumping back onto that operator whilst on this Yoru.
Yeah, again, this should be an interesting one. These are much more standard comps than what we saw there on Abyss. Probably a lot more drilled from both teams. And, I mean, as we said before, HGE Esports love this map. They have played it a couple of times. They won it against DNSTY in their final series. In fact, it was the only map that wasn't within 3 rounds in that one. It was a 13-5 to HGE Esports. So they're quite well drilled on this one. They're going to be happy to play this one, and hopefully they've been able to kind of bring themselves back from what was probably a pretty tough map loss for them. Either way, we're going to head over to the casters now. So Pavlos and Ryan, take it away.
That we will, and yeah, I mean, the expectations, they've been set from the first map already. I feel like both teams are coming into this one with everything that they have. Nothing held back here. And obviously, with map number 2, Haven being Mandatory's pick and coming in with an agent difference, I feel like they may have cooked something more for us here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think unlike Abyss, where it was definitely leading more towards HGE being undefeated on it up until today, Haven is a little bit more even because we have just both teams having 1 loss total from their stages, but we actually have seen HGE playing it a little bit more 5-1 in comparison to Mandatory's 3-1. So I agree, Pavlos. I do think that this Yoru might throw a little bit of a wrench into things when it comes to HGE's preparation, but it is 1 agent change, not multiple like we saw on Abyss.
Yeah, it's more about having that extra player available to a site and have those quicker rotations, especially starting on the defensive. But it's going to be HGE that will be doing that. The #1 seed coming in from Spain, who, yeah, did not go well the previous map for them. 12-5, turning into a 15-13. Not fun.
I like the aggressive trip on the defense there, but nobody from HG was in a position to really punish the fact that it got triggered by Hip. He's going to go into Garage. There wasn't a trade available, and it was a nice clean kill from Serial Killer. Mikey is hiding around the corner trying to play this late.
Spike planted.
But the spike has gone down for Mandatory over on that C site.
Serial is able to get away with his life there. When they first picked that, he was able to get so many times has been the player to open rounds up, and HG seem to continuing with that momentum, grouping all 5 players together in a ball of death. Syvov is in trouble as a spike is now being touched. Famzy, a lot being done here, but nothing from Mandatory. Mikey joins the fight a bit too late, and now players revealing themselves from all sorts of different angles as it's going to be HG to be running away with first blood.
I like the default, just the way that HG would death ball in. They didn't want to get separated. I really like how Mandatory set themselves up here, though, by just going for this sort of C-split, having Mikey lurk. You even have the Omen go for a real big flank through B main all the way around. But the fact that HG just grouped up, they won a lot of fights, they cleared C-long. These just real gambit positions, I suppose, from the attackers. Couldn't really find much. They got bullied out of position, means the HG pick up the 3rd out of 3 pistols so far this series.
Yeah, they haven't been doing too bad on starts. I think the conversation was more about the end of games. But for now, they'll be moving into this 2nd round with big advantage. Although, on the other hand, we do see an outlaw carried out by Mikey. And he's all by himself here. Well, not anymore.
And just seeing if maybe the orb could get pushed from HGE. They might consider it a free and easy round. But no, it's actually super passive from HGE. Serial Killer not playing to look at this choke at all. The camera's broken, so he knows that people are posturing. But keep an eye on keloqz. He walked all the way into sewers and is waited in this position for quite some time. They expect the HGE are going to try and get information, and right now they haven't bothered. So Mikey's just going to take that space anyway. The one kill, they're not going to go for a C execute. In fact, they're going to get keloqz to get going over in sewers.
Oh, this is sneaky.
He heard steps.
Sneaky. He anticipates that Famzy's gone all the way around on long, and that's another pickup. An outlaw collected, and potentially the A site handed over entirely to Mandatory.
keloqz be able to posture up quite aggressively. Has a really big gun now, and you're up against a Guardian, Sting, and a Bulldog. Has to be a careful peek, and it isn't at all from Mitchell. It's a 5v2.
Hyper! That is hyper aggressive. But it was only enough of a distraction for Sakake to get one pick, but with Zyva holding the right angle here, it means that it will be a non-issue, a non-factor, as Mandatory are quick to punch back.
Just something has really activated in this team. I love the calling that came in from Enzo here. A kill, Serial Killer. Probably needed to give that a little bit more respect, especially with the camera being broken. But the idea of having keloqz sneak up through sewers, he was there the whole time. He waited there for a good 40 seconds. That's why, like, Famzy was so comfortable to be on that angle, because he'd been watching that cross. He would have seen the Euro go there. He would have heard the teleport if he did. But because it was so early in the round, he just missed it.
I was about to say the setup from HGE didn't look too bad, considering they've got 3 defenders towards the safe side, but you really cannot expect too much from them. And yeah, a little bit of BM, which I'm enjoying right now from Mandatory. It feels like they've got a grudge now after being so far behind on the first map and converting in their favor. They really want this match to go their way.
Want to be keeping an eye on Zerator's blood pressure throughout this one as well. He must be absolutely beaming at this point, just losing a pistol and having a quick reaction. And so far, so good this round, where you have got the anti-eco available. Serial Killer wants to at least do some damage, because the money is starting to rack up nicely for Mandatory's attack.
Yeah, they're prioritizing the spike point onto Enzo as well. He's only just a single orb away from getting himself that Hunter's Fury. So when it comes to those buy rounds from HG, it'll be such a big tool Mandatory on these takes.
Just checking a little bit of the stats. Not to focus too much on this, 62% win rate on defense, nothing like that. But it has been the HGE on a lot of maps are better on their defense. That's the main things. And I would say that for Abyss, this map, and I think off the top of my head, something like Lotus, they're like 5-0 on. Just played a lot of 3 particular maps. So they've had to sort of rely on their defense. Got plenty of chances to use it, but there's something about this Mandatory team right now that is really getting under their skin. And I wonder if the pressure's getting to them a little bit.
This goes here.
Yeah, it might be. It's not easy. It's not easy. And to be fair, having a look at the Spanish league as well, it was one of the most highly contested ones. It was one of the leagues that really could have gone any way at any moment. There were so many close series, both in the group stage and playoffs. A lot of really strong teams in that league.
Best of 2 stage 2, which...
brutal.
Yeah, I mean, say what you want about like that in comparison to a best of 3 or best of 1, whatever, but it is just a lot of reps. And there was a lot of teams just taking chunks out of each other. Nobody was necessarily perfect. HGE being the best out of a brutal region, first place up against France's second of Mandatory. So far, it is that second place Mandatory that is leading the line. Famzy having the operator, however, could be really useful. Something that maybe Mandatory will be expecting, but it's on the other side of the map.
for a moment there. I didn't think the Aldrin would have checked Mitchell's angle, but it does. Aftershock stand up. He is doomed. And as much as Hyber would have liked to assist there, it was mostly down to his spray and, of course, the Aftershock. So now Mandatory with 33 seconds on the clock have got to make a decision, but HGE also have got 3 defenders lying in way here. This is not too bad of a situation for them, especially with the other
recon
posted up here. It's still a trade, though, albeit spotted. Sakake needs to make it work here under the smoke. He's got his brother hand in hand. 15 seconds, and the Mandatory take a quick decision to move to the B site. No, they're heading all the way to C.
10 seconds left.
I should be fine timing-wise, but it's a bit of a risk. Camera is still there to just get a tag, but nobody's really going to be able to follow up on it. We have got the Sober trying to push mid, trying to get people on the cross. There's a trip there that's going to slow things down. Luckily, Mikey is playing in Garage, and everybody's grouped up now from Mandatory, so this is great from them.
That's what they wanted to do, destabilize HG here, get in their heads, get into their positions, but they've sort of let them cross into sight here. Looking to navigate around them as Enzo is a sacrificial lamb. Mikey not able to retaliate, Hyber coming alive! A Quadra collected, seemingly out of nowhere, puts HGE right back into this fight.
It was just the fact that you're 3 people playing in Garage, the plant for Kellogg's. He was doing it in a default position, but a default position where you want to have somebody down C long holding onto it. But because that smoke went down, because a fake defuse was attempted, and in 3 players in Garage, they tried to sort of push CT. They got really nervous at the fact that that defuse was being stuck. They throw themselves at it, and Hyber's in a good position to clear up. It's a fine plant. It's not a problem for Kellogg's. It's just the chaos that happened from Mandatory. They were sort of victims of their own ideas. You said about destabilizing. They destabilized themselves. They completely debased their attack.
Yeah, they derailed their attack, if you will, completely off their trajectory. But still a buy for both sides. You've got to look at the ultimates. Hunter Fury available for both sides. And Mandatory looking to take a quick approach onto the C side, execute. Kellogg's first in. So HG looking to put Sakake also into the defensive line. Serial killer, that's a brilliant angle, but in between smokes. Looks to bounce in again, but not as eventful as the first time around. Mikey looking to blockade any of the entries. Sakake still stuck in the back of the site, has to be dealt with. Hyber, double kill with a Hunter Fury as they try to take down the player at the back of sight. Enzo is all by himself, and he's isolated. Players behind him, in front of him, can't really place his crosshair at the right place on time, so it's HG to find the lead.
If I may.
Should be another buy, at least for Mandatory. And so far to see executes, there wasn't that many of them, but Serial Killer was having a real struggle of a time. Here he's able to get one. There's a really nice recon that just gets to the top of that cyber cage. And Hyber, these last couple of rounds, has really brought HG back into a position where they feel like the top dogs. He's 8-2, Hunter's Fury just used, but that's fine. You've got 3 other defensive ultimates to the 2 for Mandatory. One major one being Cyborg's Rolling Thunder.
Sure. Although one of the most entertaining ones as well, the kill contract from Mitchell. Constantly just take a crucial play out of the fight, which is always super funny to witness in some moments.
If you can get Bamsy. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side. I was going to say take out the operator player. Instead,
who does he get? Oh,
Mikey.
Mikey. Oh, it's a bit rough around the edges, but Mitchell is able to paint the picture by the end. But that completely stops the site push.
Yeah.
As they look to pivot towards the left-hand side.
No smokes on this attacking side now, and there was no trade that came in onto Mitchell. Shield means it's going to be fine for the time being, but it's maybe just going to be a B execute just straight out.
It could be, but it's treacherous. 3 defenders, could be 5 if you just wait 5 more seconds. Mitchell through the smoke. Famsy wants to join in as well. There might have just been a gap through it, which is exploited. Enzo needs to get a pickup here or else he'll be in trouble, and that's exactly where he is. A 1v3 with Mitchell holding down the line, disallowing any sort of cross, and HG have now found their comfort zone.
Maybe off of the back of a blunder from Mandatory 2, the things have started to roll into favor, and I mean this comp on the side of HGE doesn't need too much to start rolling. Case in point, T1 at Bangkok, they were running this, and certainly with how good that map was, undefeated at that event for T1.
This goes here.
You're HGE and you've been running the same composition. You're thinking, yeah, we picked well. It suits us, it suits our players, and it's the best in slot when it comes to world performers. Our Haven's going to be feeling good.
Yeah, has to. It started off great. And Mitchell's got a read. And he might just have the timing as well. Double kill to nothing. No trade. No counteraction. This is HGE on high-flying performances.
Comfortable as well. Looked in some moments of Mitchell, you know, you think back to a few rounds ago where he was stuck in that corner where a lot of those red X's are on the minimap. You might have just been almost like inting a little bit to try to make a play because things weren't going well. But now that aggressive nature is working out perfectly for them, he's just going to sit back on the A side. 4 players on this defensive side of HGE leaning towards A more than anything, so it does mean that B is open. It is watched though by the Omen.
2 different fights in 2 different places. Kellogg's can't quite change his angle in time. Mikey completely telegraphed. She knew exactly where he was, therefore the bullets will fly even through smokes to find him. But it all just starts from having different angles, operators, aggressive pushes. HG are feeling comfortable and they're taking fights to mandatory. They are struggling to find replies.
And they had 4 rounds of full buys too. Now that they're forced onto an eco, even then, it looks like because they have full lost bonus, they might still want to get some rifles in hand. Mandatory opting for the timeout. I wouldn't necessarily say that the timeouts that they had over on Abyss were defining for them fixing things, but there was improvement at least in the right areas. Here though, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily a strategy problem for Mandatory. It's just how prepared the players are to fight what is double duelist, right? They're going to be aggressive on this defense. They're going to be in your face. The comp is the same as you've seen over the last couple of weeks. So you kind of have a good idea on what they're going to be doing, yet they're still being caught out. Famzy still holding onto the operator. Means that this defense of HG, it's whether they've got enough interesting stuff that isn't going to be well read from Mandatory. Of course, the timeout does to them too. Clutch can talk on their side. Maybe it's okay, we need to shift over, maybe putting the Cypher over on A, for example. If 4 players stacked over here, it might just be that one trip. Maybe they're just looking at the Rolling Thunder and want that one trip in case it is an A execute.
They crash against our wall.
Always just trying to change things up a bit. Be unpredictable. Mandatory, it's about getting back on the board. Putting their foot down on Haven. But they're marking.
Now that Enzo's going to be talking a lot in those timeouts too. Just on what exactly they want to be doing. And for this round, it's a scrapey buy. All players grouped up. And I said it on Abyss, the right play. If you're expecting to run into the operator, do it together, but just don't get collatted. It's a tight choke. That can very easily happen. The Aldron's going to be the thing that cleanses it first. It confirms their suspicions that that's where the op is.
Well, it spots out that the first push is a clone, so therefore Famzy is forced out, flushed away. Kellogg's clearing the backside as well, so 2 important pieces of utility used. Dimensional Drift being probably the most important one out of the 2. HG don't lose any of their players, so we're looking at a 5v5 here. They might want to wake up for Mitchell though, because he's pretty far away from this.
Rolling Thunder in hand, they want to get aggressive as soon as this retake starts to come in. A lot of pings, lots of information. The operator's trying to look in this close quarters. The Rolling Thunder's going to be used more towards CT and trades either side, make it a 4v4.
Using the operator like a shotgun, like a madman, and HG have found confidence throughout that fight. Famzy keeps it going, Mitchell doesn't miss, and HG are on a roll here on this defense.
He did really well to just sort of bait out the Rolling Thunder. They read exactly what Mandatory were trying to do. And only losing the 1 play of Serial Killer, which was right early in that team fight. Everybody else was just able to hold on. And the way that they're able to play off of each other, and also just playing off the ISO as well. The shield just protecting a lot of that brunt damage. Could be fish in a barrel if you've got those attackers looking more towards CT, but if you've got a really good ISO, that barrel's about to fire back. Those fish are angry. The analogy doesn't quite work, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get it though. I completely get it. Makes sense.
Look at this money though on the defense too. Now we've finally seen mandatory on an eco. Max cash pretty much for all the HGE.
Oh, okay, let's get this. This is huge. Gets a Vandal in his hands, and now this is very doable. Lures more players towards the A site, but he does TP. Does that indicate that they maneuver back to the C site?
Deploying drone.
This is where they found a moment for mandatory winning the eco before. Similar play with what we've seen from Kellogg's trying to get into sewers.
This is massive. If they get a spike part to 3, this could be huge. The cake though, that's a paranoia interruption. Syria will look to use that moment to move in. Annie is just closing in the distance. Punch after uppercut after kick to the face. A complete brawl out on long, and it's Serial that wins every single one of those fights.
Wasn't a round that we expected mandatory to do much, but I like what you said, Pavlos, of like, if you get a free plant, like that's big in itself, but it's if you get a free plant. It's completely different to a base where both teams are exceptionally passive and try to play the retake. HGE have retaked a lot, like retook, I guess. But they've also been in positions like that where they're not afraid to dig their heels in onto the site to fight against it. And Mitchell 9-3 has been unbelievable over on this ISO.
No distractions.
Well, who wins the minigame?
It's Mikey
Mitchell versus
again.
Mikey again, but it's Mitchell to come out on top, obviously, because he's got more health available to him. It is indeed the end, Mitchell. Yeah, we know. For mandatory as well in this round as well, because they're already down 2 players.
Seems to be damage done very early on. HG not afraid to have these sort of burst fighty plays on Haven instead of playing things slowly. Mandatory still going for this one. He's still going a minute, just cutting noise, hoping to get some space over on that A site. But in a 3 versus 5.
You're sort of hoping that HG get out of position, right? Get a free pick or 2, allow you an entry into site. If that doesn't happen, this is a rough day.
Discipline from both teams. Ramsey has shown where he is with the operator, but he's Euro. He could TP around. Shock that was attempted from Hyber, but Hip holding on, expecting to play. Finds
That's
maybe
like
life.
Exactly. Could just be it. Oh, that is a massive dimensional drift. It reveals 2 players, but they do take the aggressive. But Famsi just moves out of the shadows, brings out the shorty. Enzo tasked to do it by himself. Specks of where his opponents could be appear for a mere moment, but it just isn't enough. Doesn't even know if the spike is being held. Shotgun again, trying to see if he can do extra damage, but Cake is there to deal with him. Famsi on a closer angle with a shorty to be there as the guarantee. And HG have a full hold over the helm on this one. They're steering the ship, and it's heading in the direction that they want.
Could be another first half 8-4 scoreline for HGE. And on the map choice of mandatory, whose attacking side has been lackluster. We saw the change in their Abyss comp, and it might have been one of the main reasons why they turned that map around. But here, moving Kellogg's off the Jet to the Yoru, it was the one change they made that could have thrown HGE off. Really hasn't been able to do that much. Outside of a couple of cool plays, it really has just been all HGE, really making use of this double duelist ISO Yoru.
It's not been too bad, has it? It's been pretty damn impressive, to say the least. Look how mandatory look to exchange places with HG here. Happy to hand off sewers, but they themselves might be handed out access to the A site. Hyber, he's hyper dangerous. He will take Kellogg's down with him, and that's an important piece of the puzzle here for mandatory. Famsi. Oh, scopes out. So it might provide an opportunity here for Hip to end up on top, though. Famsi holds on to his life for a little longer. Hip with a counteraction, 1 minute on the clock, though, and it's a 2v2. Serial very far away from this, won't be impactful just yet.
Feels like they're all waiting for Hip to go down potentially before they break the trip, or just at least waiting for the spike to be planted. Nice play from Enzo to go take that space. You know that somebody flanked behind because that trip was broken. So Serial Killer actually resetting, trying to go through their normal defender spawn.
But so much time has passed that you can now anticipate a flank. Enzo looking at the right position right now. Awaiting. Information handed over. Zero do it. Best performer of his league. Now looking to do it on an all-European stage. Tagged up. Timing against them. Two very different and treacherous angles. But you've got to hand this one away. There simply is no time. Finally, Mandatory have been able to answer back with some sort of a reply. 2 players to spare in that round, which means they still have something going for them on the last round of this half. But it's safe to say that they definitely need this picked up, this final round of this half.
Yeah, fights are going a lot better for Mandatory there just because you have those players to trade off of. In some of these engagements that we've seen in their attacking half, they've just been crossfired up the wazoo that there's no chance to make the honors even when it comes to eliminations or players in the server. There, at least, Mandatory has the right people in the right places, making sure that Mitchell couldn't get too much. Now, Kellogg's Dimensional Drift can be used on the attack. More of a scouting tool. It's taken a lot of space already. We have a Hunter's Fury. If you can get the spike planted on A to post plant, it'd work wonders. And HGE are prepped. Their retakes have looked good so far.
Hunter's Fury will be enabled early. Try to put HGE off their feet here. Try and allow and give extra space for the spike to be going down, but still a lot of damage done towards Mikey as he tries to get that job dealt with. Still a lot flying here. Mitchell having to respect it with the aftershock coming his way. Smoke replaced on Heaven. Zyphoff, crucial position. Famzy appears right in front of him and he's able to turn around for another pick. Zyphoff triples up before he drops. And Mandatory will close off the half with a bang.
8-4 scoreline yet again in favor of Mandatory. It's still a bit of a tough callback, but they get to defend on their map pick. Cyborg, some of the kills just running straight into him, but it provides a lifeline for Mandatory. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, let's see how the rest of the Haven goes.
I think it's safe to say that you can never really count Mandatory out. It's been proven on Abyss. It's been proven on the second half, well, the first half of the second map. I mean, look, it's a 4-round difference, but I feel like that is no barrier for Mandatory to get back into things.
Yeah, at this point, you can never assume it's done for HGE. But with how this one has been going, you're going to feel really good about this. Just a big break of rounds in between. Round 4, where we saw Mandatory rushing over towards the C site and scrambling to try and hold it. It's been few and far between for stuff to celebrate over, but now with Mandatory on this defense, typically is a lot harder to defend on Haven than it is to attack. But I do think the Mandatory like those odds. They tend to make it work. HGE, you've won every single pistol so far. Can you make it 4 for 4?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be looking for. It'll make it so much easier to get going on this attack. Now in control of pacing. But I think this is also where we get to witness Mandatory's changes in compositions. How it reflects now being on the defensive. The counteraction, Cyphoff is able to spot a few players moving in his teammates' direction, which they are having a lot of success in dealing with, finally able to get ahead of their opponents on the pistols. Famzy, he's required a lot here, but frankly doesn't have the facilities to get it done. Yeah. 5 to 8 as Mandatory kept that first pistol round win.
Finally, right, Paplos? Finally we see Mandatory picking up a pistol, and it was a solid one. It didn't really seem that HGE had much going on for them when it comes to just a fast execute. You have the breach in the right position, some nice util from Cyphoff, and then Hip's just got to clean up. And I've got to say, for some of the shots that Hip has hit today, he was a player that was playing all the way in the closed beta. He was on a team, I think, with Enzo when he was Sphere off, called Hip Hip Hip. So you really wind it back, and they were playing in tournaments called the Mandatory Cup. So these guys have been around for a while, it's fair to say, but it's still like they're young players that are just absolute nightmares in death matches.
Yeah, it plays like existence. Rolling back the years. Here, good double. The Mandatory that went into this one with superior weaponry. This should be the outcome that they wanted. This should be the outcome that was expected. As the pad of the stats, the pad of the stats ensues, and Cyphoff really close to a Rolling Thunder. Well, never mind. I read the graphic wrong.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm still getting used to it. I do like it though. I love the fact that the UI now has, like, you can see what ultimates are available when players are dead.
Yeah, true. Big W.
They managed to bring 3 Bulldogs into this bonus. They were trying to get a gun for Enzo towards the end, but it was only like a Marshall, I think, so. We'll buy for HGE. They don't win this. Suddenly, Mandatory have turned things around with a bonus. Would be another eco for HGE, and it would be an even scoreline, which, even again, 5-10 minutes ago, you wouldn't have necessarily assumed, but HGE already finding that opening with Hyber. A lot of damage actually done, though. Look at Mitchell and Famzy. Yeah. They're both really low HP.
And I think Famzy was dealt damage through the Odin of Enzo, and then you had the exchange coming in through sewers. A lot going on early on. And that's very different to what we saw from Abyss and Mandatory's defensive play. They were very much leave one site open and we'll go for the retake most of the time.
And for Mandatory is a unique one. All 4 players alive, just grouped up together on A. Maybe the cut noise call from HGE really did leave Mandatory wondering what was going on, but they do have a Cypher trying to lurk all the way around in sewers. Any footsteps here are going to be heard, so he has to sneak. But it's going to buy a lot of time. There's a trip there and a Sober watching. This feels unbreakable for HGE.
Well, they try to bait out the early utility here. See if they can find a favorable fight. But when ISO is taking 1v1s, that's dangerous. Hit on the back lines. Neural theft. Now they know where everybody is. And they can take these fights as they please. Also, Cake, that is huge. That is absolutely massive. Converts around right back into his favor. And there's nothing that can be done by Mandatory. Under lock and key this round was for HG, as they are putting their hands on attacking rounds as well.
I think for Mandatory, you're still going to be happy with how that round went. Okay, you used the neural theft, but it's very easy to get. Maybe not as easy as it used to be, seeing as it was nerfed. The cost was up. But regardless, it was a bonus for Mandatory. They got 2 kills. They broke 2 players' armor, maybe even all 3 players. It means that the money for this full buy for HG isn't going to be that great, but there's a lot of half armors on the side of Mandatory too.
Yeah, it's a difficult one.
Kellogg's has no utility. He's gone for the glass cannon up. He has no utility. He has no TP. He has nothing.
But he makes it work. Never mind. Does get the kill. And the fact that Enzo got his own pick does make things favorable for Mandatory. But then again, HGE can move as a unit and use the numbers advantage wherever they are on the map. Well, for Mandatory, it's a lot more difficult for them to be grouped up together unless it's a post-plant. Paranoia to back of sight. 2 players are waiting here from Mandatory, and there might be a breakaway from the smoke here. They both miss each other. Oh my word, that is clean work from Mandatory, as they really don't give HGE a chance to set up.
Oh no, these B set holds for Mandatory have been pretty much unpregnable, right? Every time that we see HG trying to get onto the B site, it's just complete shutdown. But I really like the cojones that Kellogg's had, I guess, to just go for the operator play. It was picked up by Mikey, so they've still got something to go with. And Enzo with the Odin, you sort of highlighted that he was a player well known for those kind of plays. He's keeping the namesake up. Also, I don't know if there was a bit of a misplay there from HGE because they had the Paranoia and the Aldron going in onto site, but the Paranoia hit the Aldron before it could clear Gong. But I don't think with the way that it passed that it can even reach there. It was just really good timing for Hip to jump out of the smoke, to play off a Mikey that was in Gong, and just set up a little crossfire to clear out those players that had made it onto the B site from HGE.
Yeah, sometimes it does come down to timing. As Kellogg's have to respect presence coming in from Long, but he also turns his attention to Suez and back to Long again and back to Suez once another time. He's got assistance to the back of sight. They might be a little bit more vulnerable now from Mitchell, but Fancy breaks out onto the back of sight and he's got a stinger and it can hurt. Still though, the rest of the cavalry arrives so quick to the fight that Mandatory were never in any danger on the A side.
Yeah, this defensive side, much like the attacking sides of Abyss, seems to be where both teams are very comfortable. Still a buy available for HGE. Some good ultimates too. You've got 3 available, and then you have got the kill contract and the dimensional drift, one all the way. But HGE have been playing a lot of these attacking rounds very quickly. They haven't been farming for the orbs. They haven't been making noise on one side of the map and split pushing the other. It has just been a bit of a route 1, go A, go C, go B kind of play. I'd like to see them slow things down, because the pace Kellogg's is matching it, which is crazy when he's on the up. More chill. This is nice.
Yeah, changes the pace up a bit. It's also a build-up to what's about to happen. Says without knowing what's about to happen. Well, it's Mitchell that falls thump into the ground with a bullet in his head.
Awareness from Kellogg's was good there. Here's the Omen ultimate. Expects that it's going to be put right behind him to see if he can scout him out. So he goes aggressive, gets the elimination, teleports out.
And now, different angle of attack, but this time Mandatory have got a good setup here to the back of the site. Mikey not able to stay alive for long. Hyper stunned up though. No more chimes left on the Hunter's Fury. Serial kill, this is huge. This could potentially break this round. And that's exactly what happens. Kellogg's all to himself, and he doesn't really have the best gun for this situation. He could hope for some sort of a collateral draws back the Odin. He's going to try, isn't he? No, get the operator back out. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Your chances aren't many in this situation. Although saving might be something you want to consider, given that Hyper could also close in on your angle. But no, this round is very much over. And Mandatory will not be allowed to equalize the score.
In a flash too. There's a good adjustment from HGE. At the time that they go for that Omen play, it doesn't quite work out on A, but it was a quick adjustment to go for a C execute, and well, Mandatory have held down the B site and the A site mostly, but that C site might be exploitable perhaps for HGE. Struggled to get an attacking round for a while. And so many rounds, I think that Serial Killer has just been the real key to allow HGE to steal it back, really. Zerator's going to put a bounty on him, I think, dead or alive.
Okay, we've got a game on our hands. I'm liking this, Ryan.
We just had an overtime game. What do you mean, like, a game on that? Like, you sound surprised.
I mean, no, that wasn't really what I was going for here. I think it was just the fact that Mandatory were just, like, getting themselves a defense streak, and I was thinking, oh, this could potentially be a 2-0, but no, this doesn't seem like the case at all. This is HG confident again.
Yeah,
that's the word I was looking
both
for.
teams are trading these very one-sided streaks.
Look at Kellogg's though, that's a very aggressive maneuver he's doing towards C long. Clears out so much space, so tells his teammates, guys, go look at B and A, because C is not happening soon.
Aggressive play. Usually you might have a player here on the attack default and in this position to just keep an eye, but it's the one time that HG don't have that. Dimensional Drift going to be on A. Is great positioning, great information for Mandatory to know what's going on. But you're 1-0 all the way from a rolling thunder. That would have been nice for this retake, but you need an elimination. You need a kill to bring this in.
And the kill contract didn't really find anyone. Dimensional Drift used as well, so 2 big ultimates used for nothing. Mandatory, good for the read here. Hunter's Fury brought back out, and this time it's coming out from Hyber. Doesn't find anything. 3 ultimates expended, and you still fear for your lives. Flash coming out. Famzy very close to the action, but I feel like they know where he is. They come through the smoke. Gets the first one, though. Mandatory are starting to break through. 3 players against the 2. Rolling Thunder and Sakake is in the sky still. Able to find the first one. Kellogg's needs to turn his attention towards him. Operator in hand, misses. Thinks about the shorty play. Doesn't quite collect himself. Sakake able to secure it through the chaos. HGE are indestructible.
Is one of the youngest players in the server going up against one of the oldest, and it looked like Kellogg's was the one struggling to keep up with the pace there. Goes for the teleport play. All of these ultimates that we highlighted just before this retake started. A flurry of kills from Mandatory here. Rolling Thunder. But a good position for Sakake. Wasn't really the angle that the Breach was expecting him to be on.
This is a nice spot.
And 2 rounds in a row. A couple more on HG bring us to that 3rd map of Lotus. Mandatory running out of cash, but they have a full buy.
I mean, you've got to be frustrated if you're Mandatory, right? You've got to think that the previous round should have been your own, so now you might be making some extra steps here. Could be missteps, but it also could give you a gift. That's exactly what happens. Kellogg's free pick walks out, and that's the advantage here for Mandatory.
He's insane to just go for that play. So many other players would be like, okay, let's play discipline now. We're losing a couple of rounds. Kellogg's is just gone. Nobody can trade him. Nobody can play off of him. He's just decided to full push, get a kill, and teleport out, which is exactly what Mandatory needs. It's a wild card. He is the wild card player of Europe.
That is completely fair to say. Aljo does spot out 1 player, but you know it's a lurk, so you might want to look to isolate. He gets away with 1. Even if he's paranoid, doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference. You do know there were 3 players earlier towards the B side, which you do know that they'll probably be relocating, repositioning. So you're trying to use that advantage, move into the B side, and your theft reveals every single player's position. And the pivot towards the C side is completely telegraphed.
Tagged.
This is risky. Yeah, it's risky for Hip though. He tried to go and contest this, but he was the only player. Now Mandatory deciding to group up a little bit more. It's 4 players against 3 over on this C retake. It's the Yoru's positioning they need to worry about. Famzy playing by double doors.
But Mandatory fumbled the bag when they were favored on the previous retake. This time around, you can't do the same. Otherwise, they'll be in the dirt, both round-wise and morally. Hip. Oh, that's a beautiful, scrumptious double from Enzo. Collat on the second one. As this round is collected with 4 survivors, that's going to build up some confidence. This game is close, and there is no 2 ways about it.
If you're not a good
Looking at the money now, it's a bit treacherous for HGE, whether they have a buy. It's been a while since either team has had a timeout. But I still cannot believe rounds like that. If that goes wrong for Kellogg's, he is lambasted, I suppose, by the community for making such a reckless play. But just those kind of things are not what HGE are expecting. He's matching up against 2 duelists when it comes to his aggressive nature, and he's like a negative KD. He's 11 and 15, and he's still going for that play.
You know you've got to pull a hat out of a rabbit out of a hat, rather than a hat out of a rabbit. That would be disturbing. Back into this round though. Mandatory know they're still playing catch up. Still, not really any margin for error. But Mandatory grouping towards the left-hand side. It seems they've made the wrong choice as the A site barren and open for the taking.
It's just the camera that's set up here. Maybe knowing or expecting it's not going to be a great buy for HGE, but it's still going to be going. From the Shadows is the only ultimate you have, at least right now. Kellogg's doesn't want to go too ham because there's nobody there with him. Again, he's just a couple of seconds ahead of the rest of Mandatory. This time, however, it has cost them.
This is going to be a tough one. 4v5. Not much utility remaining here for HG to try and hold this down. Mandatory, though, have every single flash they need, but they need to be able to follow it up with picks. Still looking to move out of the smoke. Hyber tries to stop it all from happening. Sakake down to a Sheriff, but the time is running low. All he has to do is try and pick up 1 play and then the diffuser, but doesn't go his way. Plenty of time to get this diffuse stuck with. Double digits for Mandatory as well now, and they are definitely within arm's reach.
HGE finding the first kill, Hip having to go for a more aggressive play. At least this time he's going to have that support from Mikey. And Sakake, he was the one player that had a pistol that round. Now everybody's going to be on the lower buy for HGE. It's a perfect opportunity for them to just take a moment. They've had both these timeouts for quite some time. It was an 8-4 half for them, yet again on that defensive side for them. But I feel like this, as a first timeout, is a little bit late.
Could be. It's been a while since Mandatory have found form on the defensive. Although there was a moment where you thought, sure, that form was interrupted with a 2-round consecutive pickup here for HGE, but it's instantly replied to. So you've got to wonder here, what's the approach? Mandatory closing in, likely to even the scales 11-11 with the following eco. You've got to be thinking 2 rounds ahead here.
You've got Mandatory, Hunter's Fury from the shadows. You building up towards another rolling thunder for Cyborg. And you got some big stuff. Mitchell 2 for 2 with his kill contracts. But I feel like it's been a while, Pavlos, since we saw the last one. Unless it was used in the middle of some of those crazy fights and it missed, didn't catch an engagement. It's going to be a stinger for Mitchell. Looks like it's just going to be a mid push, which has not gone well for HG at all.
Here. Yeah, it's the perfect situation for Kellogg's as well. He's revealed himself, so there's no way they're taking that peak again, but very positions could also be crucial on Garage, and that's exactly what he's done. Let's see how they are able to break through. Stun doesn't affect Kellogg's. He thinks better of the situation, knows that it's better to work with his team, although the cross hasn't been successful just yet. 1 minute on the clock, and there's some reconsidering going around.
Deliberations. Trying to reset, put pressure in various parts of the map, or at least cut noise. Meanwhile, you've left Serial Killer over towards double doors. He was alone, but now the rest of the team is going to be grouping up with him, looking like a C-split. Silver coming from C-Long alone needs to be careful because Kellogg's, he's sniffing out these plays pretty well.
He no longer has a TP available to him either. So he might just be stuck in place unless he's able to flash and stop them from being able to shoot him. Instead, he gets shot right in the face with a sting, and Mikey gets into the fight preemptively. Those could be some potential rifle pickups, some upgrades. Hunter's Fury trying to deny them, but no kills go their way. 15 seconds, the spike goes down, and Mandatory are eager to get a pick here, eager to get a kill. Otherwise, this might be curtains. Mitchell does get shut down through the smoke. That is crucial. This round could either go any way. Sakake still doing so much damage. Hyper backline is able to find one shot. That's going to put his opponents off balance. Enzo forced now to clutch this. Knows one player is behind. One player backside. 7 bullets. Turns his attention towards one. 4 bullets. Goes for the other. But tries to calm down a bit because Hyper isn't taking the fight to him. No shock that available for his opponent. Knows he's nearby. Hyper jumps up off the plant, off the defuse rather.
Ooh,
and Hyper finds the right moment. That is maniacal. A thrifty win, putting HGE on map point.
Might have just stolen it under Mandatory's noses here. Kellogg's again overpunished for over-committing to this site. Mikey trying to trade, find something off the back of that Euro that was left on an island. And just with all of the chaos, space found for Hyper especially. A lovely flank and a lovely way to approach that 1 versus 1. If it's going to be a 2-0 for Mandatory, it has to be another overtime win.
It's got to be. There's no other way. HG have put themselves in yet another match point position. Looking to take us to Lotus after this. Another 3-site map. Can it be done? It felt like Mandatory were holding all the cards. This time, Kellogg's goes for an aggressive pick again. Kill contract. Who does he get? Mikey again, but this time Mikey comes out on top, and that's the moment to do it, because Mandatory are threatening the site take, not allowing the plant to go down. Mikey left behind as he was stuck between the contract, and now 1 round is the difference. Deja vu hitting all over again. 1 round between OT or a match collection for HGE.
Mikey actually really lucky as well. Look at where he was stood, and that was where he was dropped off after winning that engagement with a kill contract. He just holds that corner. It's not cleared. He's able to get a second one for his troubles. But you're right, you're looking at what ultimates are available here. Famsi started to fall off a little bit on this attacking side. The defense with the operator was grand, but he does have a dimensional drift. The buy is horrendous for HGE.
It's so rough. I mean, they won a thrifty earlier. Oh my goodness me!
Again.
Headshot machine.
Out.
Surely this just inserts hope for HGE this round. You've got a reminder from the previous 2 rounds as well that you did win a thrifty.
This is mental.
Who's next?
Enzo is against the dimensional drift too, but he's moved down free.
Hey. Enzo is having a field day. It's a field trip for him.
I'm back.
But now it's not over. Rifles could potentially be upgraded. Hyber finds himself a Vandal and Spike goes down. Famsi close by with an Outlaw could be so dangerous. Hunter's Fury as well. This is well within reason.
Neurofeft now. Europe against a Euro with a Bucky. He's had to teleport off of the site. Meanwhile, Hyber is wanting to put it on his back himself to try and clear these fights. They're not necessarily prepared, and it's a 1 versus 2. Cyborg has it all to do.
Oh my word! Hyber's been so good in situations like this, but with Cyber's skin of his teeth, is able to secure it. This is an absolutely obscene game. Completely absurd.
Oh, and it just starts off, it's back and forwards, right? Disaster for Mandatory with losing kalox first, and then elation as Enzo finds free. It's unbelievable for Cyborg to win a clutch like that. No overtime again, but I don't necessarily know who it leans towards this time. There's no grand comeback for Mandatory, even though it was an 8-4 half again. It wasn't that you came back from 12-5 to bring it to OT. It's just few and far between.
You know, looking at the scores for Mandatory in their league over at France Challengers, you kind of get the idea, sure, their games weren't clean, but they still came out on top. Now I'm getting a feel of what their games tend to look like. Now we get introduced to what this team is all about.
Just seeing Enzo go for an aggressive play like that. With kalox on the team, I suppose, is like infecting him a little bit to go for something that Hail Mary. But that's the thing for Mandatory. Those Hail Marys have been just godsends.
But finally, kalox is able to find a pick onto the A site. Originally, HGE had 3 defenders here. Now they will again, but will it be on time? Famsi able to avoid a flash hit, winning his fight. Mandatory looking to get onto the match point as well, but it is 3v3 as HGE are able to answer quickly. Now you've got all 3 players fighting, equally trading. Zyphoff, the backside, unable to do it. Now looking to see if Enzo can hold on, but he is not able to do so. HGE with another match chance.
Switching sides. Match.
HGE, well, they found themselves on match point first on Abyss. Doesn't mean too much. This whole HGE, the crossfires.
This goes here.
Pretty much a reminiscent round of what was the defense for this side. Now Mandatory have to do the same themselves. And it's like, what kind of Mandatory we're going to get here? We're going to get the aggressive nature. Well, kalox is pushing more towards mid. Doesn't have the operator this time, but he's got teammates. They're all going to go and push and fight this from the looks.
Come on, that is ridiculous. How are you trying to go for that again? This time spotted, and this time nothing really comes off of it. You've got to expect they've dropped back, but you've also got the fear that they definitely could be there.
It's leaving the breach here. That's the thing. You got a Yoru that can TP out, perhaps maybe the Omen. But your breach, he's not going to hear these steps, but he's going to have a good inclination of where exactly these attackers are heading.
He hears a footstep, so he calls his team to rotate over, but it's also allowing them to take the site for free. And these 5v5 post-plants, these chaotic moments, I have a feeling that it's mostly been in favor of HG. Could be wrong, though. Mikey. Oh!
He wallbangs him. Oh no, he TP'd outside. He was right in the corner.
Mikey trying to stay himself alive, knowing that holding that position will be very crucial for his team, but it's the rest of his team that does the heavy lifting. Serial killer all to himself. Now he's a headshot machine, but when he can't see his opponents, now that is a different scenario. If you're halfway, even with a pickup, someone else could just finish the job. And mandatory take us to yet another round of OT. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Not at all, not in the slightest. But it's also just a reminder of the nerf that came into being able to ping where the spike was planted. Because Serial Killer had no idea there. Now both teams getting an extra timeout. It is still only HGE's second one this game. They only used one in that second half. Here, gonna take a chance to talk about this now that the score's reset. To go for another 2 rounds at the very least in OT again.
Both teams able to lay out their war plans. I feel like this is what Valorant's all about, right? Getting to see these two regions bumping heads, just having at it. Put them into an arena and see what comes out the other side, and this right now is a spectacle.
This game is too mental for a Monday. Day 1, game 1, map 2. But so far both these 2 maps on the main stream have gone to OT. You kind of almost vying for a 3rd map between these 2 squads. But just seeing mandatory be behind in both cases and pull this back at the brink would be a statement for the 2nd place French team to be making.
Oh, it really would.
Here.
Well, for now, mandatory look to take space towards A. Hit. Distracting on the other side, though. Keeping players busy.
A complete cut of noise too from mandatory now. 3 players holding it long, almost hoping the HGE are going to come in and just peek. Overextend. It's just going to be an Aldron to check for information in sewers. That's not the place that mandatory are putting that information. Recon dart's about to be available for Enzo. He's going to Aldron down long. Maybe even recon. There's going to be a smoke too. Is that enough to pull this? Is it going to be a fake? Mandatory tried this on the base and the fake wasn't necessarily fallen for. And I don't think it's going to be the case here. 3 players on site.
This is as strong as a defense as you could hope for here for HGE, but you are being bombarded with utility and as well as lead as of this moment. HGE, though, want to break through. Don't want to let mandatory settle down at all whatsoever. Mikey, though, shows his presence. Kellogg's on the reload. Gets get caught off guard. 2v2. Mikey, backside. Might be caught off by Famzy, but says a big no to that. Serial killer looking to lurk. All of his teammates have fallen in front of him. Oh, but he just might be given a gift. All he has to do is unwrap it.
Enzo, though.
Odin, Recon, double shock dart. Serial without a clue of where his opponent is, but might get it! By the process of elimination, HGE are still the team to be the one to beat.
That flank was everything from Serial Killer. Mikey clearly wasn't expecting it to TP right in the way. And the positioning for mandatory, you're running onto a site where there's already 3 defenders, but you're well positioned. Mikey has done massive work here to win 2 of these fights to end with a 3K. But a slam of the desk wouldn't be a surprising factor for Mikey. Going down in that position, HGE, map point again.
It's stupid. It's stupid. This is what it is. Stupidly good. But again, it's this defensive side. That seems to be the strongest for both sides.
Oh no,
and this
Enzo.
time, Enzo loses his life. He's going to have to be calling from his grave. As Kellogg's looks to change things up a bit, does get spotted, and now HG, all they have to do is play the numbers, and this round could be theirs. This map could be theirs.
Everybody just wanting to back off. Player advantage, you've lost the Sova, the IGL. out of the server for the time being. The execute on A is looking very likely. You've got a breach on site, but it is just Scythe alone. His teammates are going to try and rotate in, but it is a bit more of a fake. Cypher's on this site. Again, alienated. Really needs to go careful, does he?
He needs a pick. If he doesn't, that's it. It's over. If he gets spotted, if he gets taken down, this could be it, but he's given away the information that is back at the site. Paranoia drops before him. Mikey, that's a strong entry, but Sakake is able to answer. This is still fickle. Could go either way. 2v2. Fancy, strong angle. Does miss the first shot, but is there for the guarantee. HGE, a labored effort, but they rejoice by the end. 15-13 is their score as they make map number 2 their own.
It's really set up that third map of Lotus nicely between these two squads. HGE, both teams winning on their opponent's map pick, but it's been a solid map for them. All of the maps in this pool have been good for HGE, but the chaos of Mandatory means that it's really up in the air for this one, Pavlos.
It really is. It really is, Ryan. No one knows what's going to happen from here, but all I know is that we're having so much fun. I hope the analyst desk is having as much fun as we are.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we are having quite a lot of fun. There's a lot of screaming going on. There's a lot of gasps going on. We're having fun. And that is 28 rounds for both teams over 2 maps now. Both wins are 15-13, double overtime on both maps. And yeah, I mean, we said before that map that both teams were quite happy to go on to Haven, that it was going to be a close map. And I mean, that has materialized completely. I would say the series is heating up, but the series has been red hot since about halfway through map 1.
I would have to agree. The fact that we get to go to another overtime, it gets that deep into it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too excited for Lotus and set my sights ahead. I kind of want to just sit and relish in the fact that we've got to see 2 double overtimes already. But I mean, HGE, props to them for being able to put up a fight. I think those first couple of rounds that we've seen them come into that, I was getting a little bit nervous that their heads might have gone, but listen, I shouldn't have been a doubter. I should not have been a doubter.
Yeah, no, it's really going to be critical now for both teams on their final map. We're going to Lotus next. In case you forgot over the course of the last 2 maps, I would not blame you whatsoever. It has been just a slog all the way through. I've forgotten most of everything in my head up to this point, and now, yeah, I mean, for Mandatory, getting back into things is going to be a little more difficult because, again, that just kind of mental state. We saw it, as you said, a little bit from HGE at the start of the map in that they looked like they were a bit slow. That the second round was a bit scary for them. They lost against pistols. It wasn't just an eco, it was fully just pistols. They got flanked all over the place. It was not great. They managed to get themselves back into the game, and in fact, most of the map, I would say they were in control of things. It's just that, again, they let it go to overtime. Not quite in the same fashion as last map, but still.
I would have to agree. I think that, you know, Mandatory, they were getting caught with the eco buys from HGE quite a few times. I think it was round 22 in particular where HGE managed to get on C with stingers. You see Kellogg's kind of just left there solo, and Hybrid having to come in and trade off of his death. It puts them in a disadvantage of a situation, and yeah, they were really getting caught a couple of times. But I do want to commend them for the implementation of Yoru. You know, that it was something that I said going into this one, that picking up that Yoru, I want to see him taking sort of those deep sight lines so that he can kind of get the pick, TP back if he can. So yeah, I do think that they were able to kind of make that change viable, swapping out the Jet for the Yoru. It's just unfortunate that it didn't work out for them this time, and I think that HGE having more reps on that map is probably what led them to come out on top, despite there being more tape for Mandatory to VOD review.
Yeah, and speaking of what led them to come out on top, I think we do need to take a quick moment to talk about Serial Killer here, because absolutely ridiculous. Once again, I mean, we're talking on the first map about kind of how he was the difference maker, as it were. So many times over the course of that map, he was able to put in the clutch kind of situation. I took a look at his clutch percentage, just in the middle of the road, actually, between all leagues. But, I mean, this guy does have the most kills over the course of all leagues, over the course of all rounds. Was 510 before we started here today. Let me do some quick maths. 47 since then, so 557 kills he is now on, which is so far above anybody else in the league at the moment, and that's including teams that have, such as Shakmat, who have gone through many more games than the Spanish teams. So it's absolutely ridiculous right now, and you can see the kind of impact that he's having.
Absolutely. I think Serial Killer, like you say, he's a player that is having so much impact. He was the top frag at the end of the attack half on that first map of Abyss, and I think the way that he's able to pick up those sort of multi-frags, and early game he's able to kind of punish Mandatory as well, right? He's able to seek out those first engagements and win them a lot of the time. So yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eye on him going into this last series to see if he can keep up that consistency, because when we speak about Mandatory, one thing that we've always mentioned here is resilience, right? They're able to kind of bounce back from these situations and go for the long run.
All right, well, it's a 3-mapper. We're going the long distance. It's been 2 overtimes already, and we're going to try and get things done quickly in the last one, but I don't know. These two teams are really at each other's throats here, so Lotus is up next. Don't go anywhere. Quick break.
Close, it might get hot and start dripping on. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice, homie.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to Valorant Challenges EMEA. Billy has mysteriously been replaced with Ryan here, so, I mean, it's now map 3. You've been going for a while at this point. It's been absolutely insane. Now 28 rounds for both teams, and we're on that third map, Lotus. So, what are you thinking going into this one? Obviously, you've been watching this all the way throughout. Every player has been getting involved, and things are really at a fever pitch.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, at this point with how both the squads have been so far. Like, Mandatory clearly behind, I think, in just some of their prep, because they have changed up comps, changed up an agent here or there. But I do think that, like, going into Lotus, it's going to be even harder, right? Because I think all of the maps that we've seen from HGE, the Haven, the Lotus, the Abyss, they're 5-1 at worst. We saw it on Haven, they were 5-1, now 6-1. Lotus, they're 5-1 too. And it's not been too bad when it comes to Mandatory's performance, but it is only a 2-win, 1-loss streak that they had over in the Revelations part of the VCT Tier 2. So it feels like HGE have set themselves up nicely for this third map.
Yeah, it does look that way. I mean, they were really pushing to get to this final one. Some may say that they should have got it done in the first 2 maps there. Obviously, map 1 looked like it was going to go really well for them. It looked like it was going to be a perfect first map, win it out in 13-5 fashion. It didn't go their way, so making sure that they got to this third map, super important for them. I mean, just looking at, as you say, kind of Mandatory's history on this map now, they're really going to have to bring something special out of the bag. They have been running a very kind of basic comp so far, as opposed to HGE Esports, who have been using that Vice. They've been keeping up with the Fade. It's not the same kind of thing that Mandatory have been doing.
Ooh, HGE looking to change up
different though, yeah,
quite a bit, really. Like, despite the fact that this has been a strong map for them, they have been alternating a lot. They have played the ISO before. They've played Yoru, they've played Vice. It seems that this is more of like a going back to a comp that they played previously, because they did run the Raze, the ISO, and Sova, Omen, and Cypher. So it's something that maybe Mandatory might be expecting, despite 4 players changing their agents. But whether you would have expected HG to revert back to this style remains to be seen, right? Maybe it was something at Bangkok that they saw that HG were like, we want to double down on that, or just from scrims they were like, let's try a bit of column A, column B, see what goes well against some other teams maybe in tier 1, and this is the option they came out with. So Mandatory, yet again, it feels like they have to dig deep in order to make this competitive, and we know that they're capable of doing it. I'm just looking at Kellogg's, I suppose, because he is like, you know, the gods flip a coin almost when it comes to how he approaches it. Sometimes it's amazing, sometimes it costs him.
Yeah, well, for sure. Mandatory, last time they came out on this map, it was against Karmine Corp Blue Stars. They only managed to get 5 rounds. We'll be able to see now if they can do a little better when they really need to here against HGE Esports. And you're going to be on the next screen anyway, so take it away, Pavlos and Ryan.
Hey, he's back with me. Oh, I won't be on the screen with Ryan. Oh,
I even did
on.
like a pose as
joke.
well. I tried to act as if I was a different person.
I was so ready for it. I was so ready for it, saying that, and they stole you away from me. But yeah, welcome back, Ryan. Good to see. Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
And a master of both.
I think Billy's PC was like, I can't do anymore. Not right now. These games are too long, man. It's stressful.
Yeah, the games are too stressful. The PC can't handle it. And here we go, back into the action again. It's HG starting off on the defensive, but they're the ones that took aggressive action already. Mandatory breaking through the B site. It might be finding another angle of attack, breaking into the players where Hobbit seems to be where they're high. Bound to get one finality to stabilizes one with a blast pipe, but it seems that it's the end of this round already as Mandatory put the A under their control.
And Mandatory might be able to get a couple of streaks of pistols together. Took them a while to get going, but at this point, maybe a little bit spoiled, a little bit ahead, but I don't think it's that much of a spoiler, right? It looks as if Mandatory were going to win the round. They do exactly that. And yeah, like we said on the desk, quite literally, in the case of I said on the desk instead of the desk saying it, it really is like Mandatory just haven't played that much of this map, right? It's just come back again into this stage. They've flirted with playing it. It's not as if they've been completely unavailable to choosing it themselves. It is just more of a sense of it's not really been that much of an option for them. Like, they've picked it once, but it's not quite the level of what Pearl has been, or Abyss, which they've also picked. It's just an option for them, whereas it has been the main pick for HGE throughout their qualifying run to get here.
That's fair enough. The Mandatory experience in these close endeavors might be favoured still. you've got to consider that it's the new composition that's being tested after being fatigued from the previous 2 maps. Yeah, HGE have also got that task on their hands, exploring new avenues.
It does give us a bit of a chance to look at the comps too, because yeah, we sort of highlighted what HGE have reverted back to, a comp that they've used previously in moments, whereas for mandatory, the most vanilla comp of vanilla comps, you just don't expect to see it on Lotus, right? You see more Fade, you see more Viper, even a bit of Vice here or there.
30 seconds
Bit of
left.
Spice.
But it works, I think, for mandatory. That's what it was the case on Abyss. The composition didn't necessarily scream out at you. And Scythe, it really does feel like across all of the maps, they just want to put this guy on Breach or KO. Whether he's inflexible or whether he's just unbelievable at both those heroes, I'd assume that the latter, but remains to be seen. Great way to test it here.
Well, HGE are very much going to do the approach of wait for the spike explosion. Unlike mandatory on Abyss, where even with pistols up against full rifles, they just went all in every time, even when they had the option of dropping, from the map. Either way. This should be a quick one. The Ghosts are on a chase, trying to find some picks, and they actually do. That is not bad at all.
Nobody goes
forced to the
down.
explosion, and all the pickups go to the hands of the pistols.
I was almost feeling like we were watching a different series there, because I remember 500 years ago, Pavlos, when we were watching Abyss and saying like about HG wanted to go down to the spike and not giving ult orbs there, so I was like, oh, HG are doing it now. Still didn't manage to work out. It was still the case of mandatory, farming up those orbs, farming up those kills. And it does mean that Kellogg's is not that far away from having a showstopper. Fighting for the multiple orbs on the map here might be a great way of getting it online. Turning this low buy against a full buy of HGE into a potential 1 round.
Well, the recon does spot Enzo towards the right-hand side proximity, so it keeps players busy, but the brunt force of this attack is towards his B site. 2 defenders lurking. Hyber on the drop back, unable to connect the first few shots, which is enough to put him to his sleep. Mitchell trying to hold on, but no cover for him. Allows mandatory a quick two-piece that puts him right back on top. But Cake is still lurking, and so is Serial, but this time dealt with. Enzo there to hold his teammates' life. Mandatory work with a quick 3-0 start.
Not really looking that unsuited, I suppose, from mandatory. Losing in overtimes so many other teams would just fall apart. The fatigue would set in. Not for this mandatory team. All of the players have experienced enough that this is just another Monday for them. They want to make it dramatic. It's content, right? Like, you've got all these watch parties happening, all of the French fans, you got to keep them interested, and that's what mandatory have been able to do. It forces HG down to a pretty pathetic buy, and it allows those big ultimates on the side of mandatory's comp to start to come alive. Just don't get ecoed.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, this is already a big difference to the first couple of maps that we saw. Mandatory slow starts for them. This time, though, it's a completely different story. But they'd be able to change the story if they don't get equaled here even more. Look, if Serial gets another one there, which is very much capable of, there would be reason for concern. But I feel like slowly but surely, the second seed from France could just nip this one in the bud.
See how Famzy can do. Just a bucky in hand, no satchels in order to leap in. Omen's going to try and TP into the smoke, into this close column. And it's providing a bit of space for Famzy to try and push. And this is a Cake, has found one.
Oh no. And Zyvon is down to 4 HP. Rolling Thunder. It's forced out. It has to be, but it gives Famzy some aerial moments. And Zyvon is so low, even from far away. That bucky can do so much, but Zyvon is so thankful to the Phantom Spray gods that he ends up with a pickup there, because it really could have gone either way.
Oh my god, that round. Just the Rolling Thunder knocking the Rays up into the air with a bucky and Goomba stomping them on the way back down. Every player able to do some damage here for HGE. To sloppy in places. A Rolling Thunder having to be dedicated. And a 4 HP Scythe off. 19 years old and put into clutches like that. No wonder that they're putting him on stuff like Breach in these moments. But he plays that with just such experience, right? To go into an off angle, he doesn't panic. And Famzy can't find much, and HGE a very early timeout, but at least some good stuff there. I imagine the coach is like, we were close to winning that. Like, don't give up. Like, we can turn some of these impossible rounds into our favor if we're good enough.
Yeah, it's so fickle, right? And again, it was Pistols that nearly turned the tides there, but no, Mandatory hold on. Oh, but at what cost? Still, I mean, they've got plenty in store for them. They've got 4 consecutive. They already took a risk round number 2 where they only went for 2 rifles and the rest of them holding on to pistols there. That was a greedy move there, because you lose a rifle, then that round could be turning on its head very, very quickly. But it's paying off, right? You've got a full set of guns this round, and you've also got 4K in your pocket and more for each of your players. Not too bad, but HGE wants to put a round in now, because it's already been too long with that one.
Wow, showstopper for Famzy. Really wanted to set the pace, but it's used close. Everybody's backed off. It was well predicted from Mandatory. And some Odin spam for Enzo. He's been good to find a couple of kills, but he hasn't done a lick of damage so far. Might be part of the plan, though, for HGE to just force this into a fast C execute right into all of the Cypher utility. Right there. It is just serial killer on this side of the map, though, as people rotate in.
I mean, they did see 3 players use their utility towards A there, so by the process of elimination, you know that there are a lot fewer on the other side, but they did take their time. And the rotation timing for the defenders is a little bit quicker than the attackers, but they are permitted the spike plant. We're now looking at a 5v5 post.
Very comfortably sat outside too. It's the shock darts. I thought it might be a Hunter's Fury based on how Enzo's positioned here, but it's just on the high ground with the spray. Showstopper from Kellogg's. It's just there to buy time. It's not too concerned about getting an elimination. It just wants HGE to back up.
And he does exactly that. Waits for the right moment to chime, given that HGE needed to push in there, but now on the spike, you've got to play the spray game. Recon spotting out one of the players is enough for Hip to find the bullet to the head of both. Superb stuff. Mandatory on a roll on the Lotus attack.
And we got to see why exactly Enzo was positioned like that. Just a recon dart to swoop all the way in. He's up on the high ground, so just spraying with the Odin is enough, but also Hip's in a grand spot to make sure that this stuck defuse couldn't be committed to. 5-0 now for Mandatory. Finally got stuff going. And you got to say as well, HGE chose to defend first. Most teams would want to be on the attacking side, but HGE decided otherwise, and it is kind of costing them right now. Mandatory have found their form.
Oh, look at that, Fancy. That is ridiculous. Finally something working out for HGE, and this was a lower buy. By the way, this is likely to be a thrifty. Zyphon makes a dip. Oh, Enzo as well. Oh no, it's all crumbling away from them. It's all slipping away, Ryan. What's going on?
They haven't seen the last 2 players, so I think they know that serial killer's probably over towards C, because that's where the Cypher has been for the most part. However, somewhere else. But Neural Theft is even going to be extended. Mandatory don't want to lose a round like this, not afraid to use big ultimates in order to confirm it. But they see both those defenders over on the A side, and I do like this push from Hip. It's a risky one, but they are expecting that HGE are going to pick up some of the guns left in A main. They even stun across, expecting it. Maybe hear some of the footsteps. A look at the reposition from the attackers.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff from Hip. Going around the world. And he just gives a call to Zyphon to just move off the angle, because he knows he's going to be the player to be impactful.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Might not even need help. Hip arrives just in the nick of it. And we know how Mandatory are struggling throughout their maps, their series, their matches throughout the start of the year to be consistent and be clean. Not only are they clean at the start of this game, they're clinical.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
And I don't think Mandatory at this point are going to be that concerned at how some of these rounds are going. They're not the cleanest, but they're getting across the board. This hasn't been the cleanest series from either team. It's been a bit of a grudge match, mudslinging all the way. But it's just been 6-0 up. It's a dominant way and a dominant display so far, but there's 4 big ultimates, almost 5 from HGE. Famzy making his way to another showstopper very soon.
So the kill contract was wasted. Not able to find anyone.
One down.
But Mandatory just break through into the B site. Brute force. Zero killer. Asked to do a lot here. Good for the one, as Mitchell finds himself another sideline. Stopping the cross from extra players. But this could also mean a transition. Bomb can be picked up and head towards the C site. But with the from the shadows utilized, you've got no idea where the cake is.
Yeah,
so
that Omen is scary.
Dig his feet in.
Mitchell wants to watch the cross, but he's so low HP, he has to give it up.
Here.
Oh, look at the Omen. Look at Cake. He's gone all the way around.
Oh! He wins the fight. Both players low, and that's a perfect situation for an Odin player because he can just spray across. But he's running out of bullets, so he can't really afford to put a random spray. And Cake finds a headshot. HGE finally are able to put their foot down on the defense. Took him a while, but they get it done.
It's a shame, really, for Mandatory to not keep this winning streak going. When you look at the HP of the last 2 defenders still alive, Zero Killer holding it down nicely. Mitchell doing a lot of damage, gets brought low. Love the way that Cake plays this. Just the information that the ISO was getting by pushing up. They knew that there was only one play that Enzo could make, which was to try to flank against that Omen. Cake digs his heels in, buys a lot of time, wins the duel anyway. They did, however, use a lot of ultimates. It's just the Hunter's Fury that they have. The showstopper for Famzy, 1 ult orb, 1 kill away.
Kellogg's looking to amp up the pressure here, moving to the C site where no one really is hiding. Mikey gaining information on the other side of the map. But 2 potential breach points with C already infiltrated. Kellogg is given so much space for free, which is eerie, right? In a way, we don't really want to take a space that's granted. Instead, Hit tries to make some moves into B, and it does end up to bite him. Hunter's Fury with just a single tag, no collection, and HGE are really close to this fight.
Off your feet!
Enzo planting aggressively, and the Rolling Thunder's going to try and create some space over on Waterfall. Showstopper going to be used on his defense, but there's so much to clear. Catches Mikey that was just lurking in the smoke. Enzo, he has the Hunter's Fury, but he has to play it on the site. He still hasn't quite planted. Kellogg's trying to find some space, find a kill as it's a 2 versus 5 for Mandatory to try and clear this up. They really just want to get off of the site if they can. Everybody's here.
HGE, they try and play it patient, ends up blowing up in their face. No way you're able to convert this from a 2v5 into a 2v2. Now you've got a chance though. Enzo on site, unscathed.
30 seconds left.
Not worried at all. As Mitchell now left alone. He can try and spray across the ball here. Both players are teasing him, trying to jump up and down with the classics. Deals with the play that was a full health. Enzo now though, the captain forced to drop back. Maybe 12 seconds, could have tried to make a run for B. Instead it's a spray. Given the information gathered from the recon, he's got it all under lock and key. What an incredible conversion.
Yeah, it would make sense that we'd get to the 3rd map of this series when 2 of them went to overtime and the mud and glue is everywhere. It's a 2 versus 5, 1 for Mandatory. Enzo and Kellogg's. Those players that have been on G2, Fnatic, Team Liquid, Heretics, those Tier 1 organizations, bringing in Tier 1 form to win a map and a round that really shouldn't have happened. HGE blowing both their timeouts within 9 rounds because of it too.
Someone has got to pinch me because I think I'm dreaming. This is absurd. Quite frankly, not allowed. And look, on the one hand, this could be a spank on the wrist here for HGE, a little bit of a slap, a rude awakening, if you will. But in the other, it could also just be take a breath, put that round behind you, just ignore it happened, and take it step by step again. Because let's be fair, they made the right decision there because they didn't take the fights. They held back. Somehow, throughout those angles, Enzo and Kellogg's were able to, get the escape of the century.
Daylight robbery is what it felt like a bit.
Yeah.
That's got to be tilting now for HGE. 5 versus 2. And you didn't even overextend your hand either. It's just that those 2 players set up really nice crossfires and pulled you apart brick by brick.
But you just have to snap out of it, and so do we as we enter round number 9. Fancy. Only rifle at play. Actually, no, there's a second. Sirius got his hand on his Guardian as well. And the headshot machine that he is. It's a gun he's comfortable in. Comfortable with.
Problem with that Hunter's Fury is it's pulled a lot of attention. Maybe that's part of the plan. It's a good read from Mandatory. Hunter's Fury over towards A. 4 of these players on this eco round for HGE have grouped up over there to try and fight it. And maybe these steps are not going to be heard, but just the time that it's going to take to rotate over towards C, yeah, instantly. Recon Dad's going to be used, doesn't quite catch anything. People are going to start to rotate away. However, Mandatory have left 2 players, the Omen and the Cypher, lurking towards A. But I don't like doing this against an eco. You don't want to get separated, because it could be just 5 pistols ready to fight you alone.
And with 30 seconds, those pistols become ever more dangerous. Kellog's not able to double blast pack in, instead has to take the solo peek. Therefore, the Guardian from Serial was doing quite a bit. Mitchell able to retrieve a Vandal and looks to walk out of the smoke, and it works superbly. 20 seconds, a spike in no man's land.
And the other 2 players far away. It's a cardinal sin when you're on an Antico to go for this, but opening this doorway to try and go around might be the play that catches HGE out.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Paranoia sent, but it misses the mark. Famzy with the off angle doubles up at the end of that. Of course, it's thrifty round to put HG on the board.
It wouldn't have been as bad if it was just the showstopper got used. You find those kills with a nice recon dart, but what wonderful stuff from Mitchell. Pushes out the smoke as the doorway was opened. It's why these defenders want to hold on to these positions, because that crossfire is just an absolute menace to deal with.
Little bunny, no. Leave your wrists alone, mate.
I think he's like, I just got it in hand, I think.
It looked like it from the angle I was watching it, okay?
He's Rambo. He's about to join in with some of these fights because they've been that much of a battle royale. And surprisingly, actually, Mandatory on an eco. They've only lost 2 rounds. They have no money.
Yeah, he's not going to lose that. Not this time.
Well fought.
Oh, you're right, Ryan. You're right. And it makes you wonder, what's the plan here? Because surely you can't replicate the thrifties your opponents have been doing to you. I mean, technically you could. But whether you can is a different story, Mikey. Only Vandal in play. Only big boy gun.
Big Boss is on a lurk up towards stairs, but a recon dart was supposed to be broken. I'm just trying to take...
Very scary.
That's a spike.
Spike down A. You're finished. One enemy remaining.
If you don't account for Mitchell's angle at the back of the site, he will get punished. Hit knowing he is surrounded. Might
30
as well
seconds
get away
left.
With the spoil of war. 1 orb away from getting himself Lineal theft. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if that orb came due to a kill instead of his demise. And there you go, 7-3. As HG's trying to chip away at their opponent's lead.
I felt a little bit unnecessary from Famzy, just because the money is so bad for you that just surviving with a rifle would have been really handy for the rest of this half. It's just 3 rounds that Mandatory have dropped now, but it's enough to consider a timeout. And with these last 2, you really don't want to win this on 7-5, for example, when you were 7-0 up or 6-0 up. You really want to try to finish this one with a nice old 9-3. But what I feel, Pavlos, it's going to be an 8-4 just in the other direction this time for Mandatory, instead of them being behind. And from that point on, no idea. I feel like just overtime now is the thing to call.
I feel like it's something that we have to witness, right? We've seen HG be in front both maps that we saw previously, but it's Mandatory's turn to show us if they can close maps out, whether it's just... whether if they do get those early starts, they can actually convert them into map wins. Getting to see all sorts of situations. I mean, we've seen a lot of rounds of Valorant, so it'd be crazy if we didn't.
Be wondering what Mandatory have been talking about. Feels that when they've won hard, and some of the rounds that they've lost have been unlucky in places. Could have even been more damage done from HGE when you consider that 2v5 round. They're not resting on their laurels at all. Famzy has been really one of the main reasons I think that HGE have been able to pull themselves back into this. Not too far away from another showstopper. He's been churning them out like crazy.
Ooh, good paranoia. Serial killer won't be able to do much there. It's a cake. It's a looming presence, right? You've got to be wary of it, scared. Dropping back might be an option. You're already second guessing. Therefore, 4 players on site. Neural theft enabled. Give some information and the time available to them as well.
Clearing out.
Aftershock's going to create a little bit of a window for Cypher to go for these fights, and it's allowed Hip to actually go in and try and crossfire. The smoke's going to make this even more awkward for HGE, but they're going to go for the defuse, at least attempt to. Hype's holding this down, and this post plant for Mandatory, it just seems unbreachable.
Yeah, nothing to stop them.
Before the switch.
When they get themselves out of that site, they are so dangerous. And even within it, there are moments that you can just peek out. But yeah, this execute is solid. Both on the post plant, both in its creation. Yeah, HGE are struggling to find an answer to that one.
Oh man, starting to really see the lengths, I suppose, of what Mandatory can do with such a straightforward composition. These like recon dart post plant positions. Very uncomfortable for HGE. In fact, a lot of the recons that Enzo's been throwing out have been really difficult for HGE to have a hold of. And while Cyvolt's breach has been standout all today, he has a rolling thunder that's going to enable another execute. Aldrin to check some of these closer corners. I think 3 people are going to be hit by this, and Kellogg's is going hunting.
Got one.
Oh, he really is. Serial killer might be just be able to avoid death. No, not quite. Mikey wins his own fight, and Mandatory might be creating the biggest lead we've seen so far.
Player standing.
From them, Kellogg's keeps it going. Triple kill collected for them, closing out the half with a bang. As we look to see how things go on the next half as well. The start of this series has been so back and forth, but currently Mandatory, the second seed from France, looking to take over now on Lotus. They're attacking sites of Perb, ending 9-3. Sure, they fell victims to a couple of pistols and, thrifty rounds, but is this enough of a lead where they can find their results?
Yeah, right now it's for Famzy. He's been leading the charge, both duelists actually. But for Mitchell, you want to sort of be going through those positions and trying to find a little bit more. Like you've gone back to this composition for HGE and one of the duelists just can't get going. Certainly not in comparison to Haven before, where Mitchell was just unbelievable. Now for Mandatory, it's just closing this out. You've won the last couple of pistols. If you can win this one, feels like HGE might have just run out of steam.
Yeah, maybe. It's been a gruesome one, hasn't it? It will test any team at this point. But for Mandatory, it'd be a thrill for them to be able to close this one out. And look, at the start of this series, it was 3 consecutive pistol rounds corrected by HGE. Ever since Mandatory, though, have found 2 of their own, making it a third here. Could easily put them to onto the highway of success.
First half gave us so much high-octane action that this feels like a real slice of life for HGE. Just posturing a little bit. Recon dart used from Hyber. think even a shock dart as well to sort of clear some of those positions. Might have just had the one. We're posturing now. Serial killer shown, a lot of clumping heard. Mandatory are holding a high line.
Ooh, off angle from Kellogg's, and it bears fruit. Early collection, and now Mandatory need to transition into the C site because that's exactly where HGE are going.
The hit might be doubling down. He does have the breach to play off, and Enzo, no recon dart just yet, but certainly support to play into. Hype in the high ground is nice, but the kills have actually come in. Enzo played backside, doing a lot of damage with a shock dart, but might want to just keep his pistol out just when you've got that ISO right around the corner.
Not over just yet, though, especially when you've got more players looming around. Mandatory suddenly able to break through with Kellogg's, getting himself into Sam's, now wanting to get into backside. One player remaining, and Kellogg's is the difference. All Mikey had to do is store time, buy time for his teammate to arrive, and that is 3 pistol rounds consecutive as well. The answer that Mandatory needed.
Now it's whether they can close it out. HGE weren't able to do that on Abyss when they were 12-5 up.
Charges, check. Break.
Mandatory should at this point be going to 11. You could make an argument that things might be so dire for HGE that you have to actually force up here. On the attacking side, you do get the plant, so you get some extra money. You do some damage, but it really doesn't feel like HGE want to make that call just yet. It is just going to be an outlaw buy-up. Full armor for Famzy. Everybody else ecoing, saving for the full buy next.
Brutal stuff. And Famzy is able to deny any sort of retrieval of the orb.
It was a good punish. That might be a bit much.
I have a feeling that Mandatory are getting a bit overzealous here. Oh, yeah, no. Quite a bit, actually. Why do they always fall victims to the low buys, huh? Otherwise, they've looked very clean. I feel like 2 out of the 3 rounds that HGE have were off of thrifties, and they might just make it 3 out of 4.
They just yearn for it. They just yearned for the passionate fights. But regardless, it is still HGE only having an outlaw as a weapon and finding themselves in a 5 versus 2. Hip is one of the players that didn't have anything at all. And this eco really wasn't much of a chance for HGE.
I have this spike.
Is looking flawless.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. You wouldn't expect it, right? Looking at the start of this round, but hey, here we are. Found a Bulldog as well, so Cake will be glad he found himself that. But yeah, HGE are granted access into the game again. I feel like if Mandatory ended up with 11, it would have been 11th. It would have been a difference that, you know, some would say a bit too big, a bit too large.
You've also got Famzy actually having a showstopper for the next round. Would be an eco needed for Mandatory. Syfoff is just wanting to save the gun. Out here, the spike ticking away, but it's just exploded over towards C. And so this basically turns into a bit of a bonus round for HGE. They can buy up. It's going to be up against the full eco. It's still a hell of a climb here. But moments like that for Mandatory, you're sat there thinking, we're better than this. Why are we making these kind of mistakes?
Yeah. Look, you need to snap out of it. You need to ignore it. It's already happened once, and I think Mandatory have been good to just sort of put it behind them. It's just that these rounds add up, and it could end up costing them, you know? If HGE bring out some sort of a streak that Mandatory were successful in getting themselves on the attacking side, this game suddenly becomes very dangerous.
You never know, though, for Mandatory, they might be able to do their own style of it. The 4 players stacked over towards C, but it really does look for HGE that they're going to be heading towards A. Aldron is going to check some of these closer corners just in case there's a shotgun behind them. Or you've got Kellogg's on the opposite team. Yeah, you need to be careful of those aggressive spots. But he was spotted. Instead of rotating over towards A, he is going to double down with the rest of his team. HGE might actually just fall into this trap.
Uh-oh. Is Mandatory going to HGE, if you know what I mean? I mean, this is the best case scenario for them. They could. 30 seconds and the movement starts to become a little bit more frantic. So Kate frontlining, serial killer with a first one. Hit, flying under the radar, only able to get the one as they do get the spray across. Showstopper expended, Mikey doing some damage, but that should all be it. Essentially, HG just had a lot to throw at that site, and it was enough.
It was close in areas. Cypher taken out early, finding the Omen that TP'd in, and I do actually really like the Famzy dedicated the Showstopper. Just no nonsense. You don't want to hold on for it for too long. You don't want to assume that this situation is too good for it. And right now, he is still utterly ahead of his teammates when it comes to the kills that he's been getting. His raise has been solid. Somebody that's more of a flex player. Mitchell that's usually in that main duelist spot. But now Mandatory, you have another buy again. Enzo has the Odin. There's a Showstopper for Kellogg's available too. And the group of players on Mandatory this time were leaning over towards A. It's going to be a fast rotate over towards C, which this time, in comparison to before, is completely open.
It all comes down to that 5v5 retake, which Mandatory were super good at holding down when they were one of the attackers, but now, let's see what's in store for us as they're the defenders grouping up together, 3 players strong. The bunch up is good. The Showstopper, can it find its mark? It does. Hyber destroyed. Smoke, though, is what HG are trying to use to walk out of, but Kellogg's has been unleashed. Triple to his name, and the round is for Mandatory.
Finally, just good enough. Only losing a couple of players too. And when Mandatory have got the people positioned in the right place, it's a good ultimate, greatly positioned from Kellogg's. And it's been a solid day for him. He's had his moments, but when is he never? He's always going to have those moments. That's just the kind of player that Kellogg's is. And it's all up to Mandatory to either rein him in when they really need to, or unleash him when he can find plays like that.
I mean, it's good to see him shine, right? You can definitely tell that he's a star falling from grace and now looking to get right back into shape, right back into tier 1. Of course, many steps to get there, but this is a step in the right direction. Mikey, he gets found. Kellogg's, he just walks out of the smoke like that. But still, this round is competitive because Enzo's on an Odin. But it wasn't even his Odin that got the kill, it's Zyvoff. What on earth is going on? 3v3. Cross is permitted. Now Sight to be taken over, and Enzo all by himself here. He's got the Aldron. He knows that one is approaching. He is vulnerable, but gets the Odin to do the heavy lifting. This is incredible. And the backline's being breached. Mandatory are on a different league right now. 12-5, 1 round away from making the series their own.
And now HGE need to do what Mandatory did in that first map. Come back from a 12-5 scoreline to win in overtime. I don't know how good the money's going to be in this spot, but both teams taking chunks out of each other. I was worried about Enzo when I saw the Aldron come down that he was just going to get ran in, but he holds his ground nicely over on that A site. Lots of half armors, and a neural theft and a Hunter's Fury are going to be the only major players for HGE in this attacking side.
Yowza. Big yowza. HG. Yeah. This is going to hurt if it doesn't go their way. This will really hurt. They still have a chance.
Cover going out.
You down your duelists. You still have one for Mitchell. No orb if you can grab one. I don't know if it's going to be available in C main. Neural Thefts traded either side to see exactly where these defenders and attackers are set up. And then so opening the door to trying to maybe get more into aggressive spot. Aldron out of it to see if this is where HG have rotated. He's seen one. The recon that's going to give away his position. Hunter's Fury putting him in a bit of a box, but he's done well to dodge it. There's a stun coming in from Cyphoff to try to slow things down, an Aftershock to buy him some space, and he really wants to peek out of this. If it wasn't for the paranoia, he's pulling a lot of attention away for Enzo, who's able to get a kill through the spray.
It's an Enzo classic, and Zyvoff able to play off of it. It's working like a charm. At least for HGE, though, they get the bomb plant, but both players are so separated from one another. Two different sides of the map. Mikey approaching, but he needs to figure out this position. Goes all the way around and waits for his opponents to arrive, for his teammates rather. So Cake needs to turn, and he won't be able to. This might be a clean defuse. You've also got Hip here trying to stop Serial from stopping this defuse from happening. But Serial's coming alive. Not quite the triple. Won't be happening now. I think there's plenty of time for the defuse as well. Mandatory will get it done. 13-5, two labored maps at the start, both requiring overtime. But this third one looked a lot cleaner. It's mandatories, and so is the series.
It's a hell of a series either way. 2 overtime ones, and the first map that we saw Mandatory being able to win was on a terrible landslide 12-5 scoreline that they able to claw back. So seeing them be able to be dominant in this position on a map that we've actually seen a lot of wins come in from HGE puts them in a great position into their groups. It feels that both squads just want some reps to really get onto that international tier 2 stage across Europe. But I'm really glad that we got to see really solid action that puts both these teams in a grand position to be qualifying out of their group.
Yeah, I think we got treated to a hell of a series to debut Challengers EMEA. That was awesome. France versus Spain, you already have stakes on that. You've got two teams that, you know, did have a tough time breaking out of their regions, both in first place and second place. It wasn't clean. Those regions are competitive, right? But they get it done, they get into the stage, and now play solid Valorant that could have gone either way. It really could. Both first maps, you know, I have no idea how they ended up the way they did, but you know, it's something to look back on and figure out how, you know, you get back from that. How do you correct yourself? How you're stronger, more solid for the next one? So that's definitely one for the VODs. That's definitely something to look at. But Ryan, you know, looking at this series as a whole, what kind of signs does this give you for these teams? How positive is it? How positive is it for, you know, their standing?
For both of them, I think it's like pretty good. It's, again, we've seen examples of Mandatory winning series but dropping the map, so they maybe want to be a bit cleaner. So maybe map differential could be a thing that helps either of these teams.
Well, we'll be finding out what happens in the next series of today after the short break. We'll be back very soon.
us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, rollins. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm trying to get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Hey yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes the party!
We are challengers.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers EMEA, everybody. We just watched a pretty insane series. I mean, you were there. You were actually experiencing that one. I don't understand how you're still standing, or well, sitting. I don't know. Either way, still not passed out after that one. That was pretty insane, but Mandatory managed to wrap it up quite quickly in the third map at the very least for you. They didn't make it too much of an overtime slog on that one, but we're now on to our second series of the day, and that's Team Liquid Academy versus DNSTY. So this is, again, we're with another team from Spain, Rising here, DNSTY, an Italian org, but Team Liquid Academy, we've watched them for months now. They have impressed us, they've surprised us, and they're pretty used to a long series, so I'm a little worried for you again.
Oh yeah, it's a super interesting matchup. You've got the first and only, I mean, the first challenger winner to be an academy team, which is super exciting here for Liquid, and obviously having Team Liquid as a success in and of its own as an organization this year, getting themselves one of the top seeds from VCT EMEA, going into Masters, into Bangkok, and sure, okay, not having the best of wins, but you do lose against, you know, reigning champs and finalists as well from G2. So it's not like you had a bad time. So you've got to wonder, does that up in success have got anything to do with them having an academy team? Then you've got the side of DNSTY, which is, you know, a Desire core, which have won the Italian League a couple of times. They've gotten themselves into Ascension top 6, and you add players like Batty G into the mix. This is like a really interesting matchup, and like you guys mentioned at the start of today, every group seems like a treacherous territory, and anything can happen. I feel the exact same thing for this match as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are two pretty scary teams as well in terms of just pure firepower. Like, you take a look at players like GSR, second highest ADR and ACS over all leagues. Dema, third highest clutch percentage over all leagues. Simon Dark has the most first kills over all leagues at the moment. So this is two very, actually kind of insane teams when it comes to individual firepower. I'm interested to see how those dynamics will play out, because I mean, for Team Liquid Academy, this is kind of a ragtag bunch of people, you know? They were brought together, kind of.
Sure.
It's an interesting one going on. You've got players that aren't really used to playing on the server, like Cupert, but it's such an interesting mix that it's worked out. They were first seed from Northeast, which is no easy task.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up Cupid here, because sure, you do have the rookies that come into play, but you've also got the analytical brains that come in with the likes of Cupid, but also Bacon, right? He's got his own little project on his hands. He's been second in command of the main Team Liquid roster for quite a while now. He's got a bit of a project to work on himself, right? Get some reps in as a head coach, and I think it's doing him both the team good and himself good, right? A bit of character development and development in his career, and I think so far, so good, because these young lads are being eyed out nicely, and you do want to take use of them being so young, right? You want to be able to mold them into whatever you can, and with them being young is such an advantage because you could do that very easily.
Yeah, well, for Dynasty, it's not been an easy route to this stage. The last few games they have played, I mean, really only one that really counted, and that was the game to get them into the finals of the playoffs. HGE Esport against UCAM Esports Club, 3-2. It was a difficult series for them. They managed to get into those finals, and I mean, from there, they put up a lot of rounds. They didn't really put up a lot of maps. It was a 1-3 against HGE Esport. Not quite the performance that you'd want to go into this tournament with, but there's now the opportunity to really prove themselves.
Yeah, I feel like if any other team had to make that second spot, I mean, even the first spot from the Spanish League, it would have been a tall order for them to be considered, you know, a top and front runner coming into this Challengers EMEA, right? Given how close competition has been in that region, right? So it's tough to call, but I think Baddy is definitely a player you need to look out from that matchup, from that team, because he's a rock. Sure, he doesn't have the top high-flying performances like a lot of the Liquid Academy players do, but he's always going to be there, always going to be present.
Well, both of these teams seem to like Split, so for Team Liquid Academy, that'll be an easy first pick for them, we're assuming, unless they've made any weird changes over the course of the last week between the playoffs of Northeast. Oh, they have! Oh my god! Haven is their new first pick. Okay, well, we've got some changes going on. That is interesting. It might be now Dynasty to take away Split for this one. I did note that as one of the maps that they seem to like playing. Yeah, okay. So Team Liquid Academy are going to be quite happy with that. Maybe they have prepped for that. Maybe they knew that Split was going to be coming up next from Dynasty, and so went for Haven themselves on that one. Either way, though, I think both teams are going to be very happy with those first two maps. So I think, once again, we're going to be getting, unfortunately for you, a pretty close first start to the series here.
I mean, I'm all for it. It's exciting. And I think what's interesting as well from this particular matchup is especially looking at that first one, Haven. 4 times Team Liquid Academy have played it. They had 4 different compositions. And looking at Density as well, Dynasty rather, they had 3 different compositions the 4 time they played it, right? They like to play around with these comps. They want to figure out what is the strongest. And especially after Masters Bangkok, they might have had an additional reason to what they'd like to pick up here. And Lotus being the decider, I feel like that's always going to be a great third map. It always has to be. And I think it was evident from the previous series that we had. So yeah, overall, it could be close, like you said. But I think it very much has got to do with how that first map goes, because from Team Liquid Academy, we know they're strong on some certain maps and you don't want to be playing against them. But from Haven, it's been a different story. It's been kind of a weak point. And I want to see what kind of changes they can bring to the table to turn things around for them.
Well, for Dynasty, do you think now, after seeing that first series, where the team that they lost 3-1 to loses against Mandatory, and on that third map in quite, you know, not one-sided, but a difficult fashion. Do you think the second seed now from Spain Rising is looking a little scared when it comes to teams from other regions?
I love how you just look at the, you know, the permutations from, hey, they've won against this guy, they lost about this guy.
Yeah, no, that's all that matters. That's all that matters.
It's like rock, paper, scissors, right? I get what you mean. I get what you mean. But I think you can't really put it into consideration in this context, right? Because given the fact that it was a third map in a very long series against a Mandatory that had made changes as well, it's hard to, you know, put a gauge on, you know, how strong they can actually be on this map. But you're right, it's an interesting factor to look at, and now that we get to see these regions blend together and get to play against each other, you know, they get to play against different play styles that can upset things, right? Test you in ways you haven't been tested before. So even if maps seem to be strong locally, they might not be when it comes to this, you know, all EMEA stage.
Not many changes coming on through on these maps here. I'm just taking a look at Dynasty's Haven to see what they did pick last time around. They were running the Yoru before. They were running... that's about it. It was just Yoru that was the only difference there from some... Simon Dark switched to a Jet this time around, and for Team Liquid Academy, no real surprises here.
It's DNSTY basically falling back to their known ways, right? Sure, they had that Euro adaptation, but didn't go too well on the map they played it. Lost 5-13 against HGE, so they kind of reverted back to what they sort of had going well for them, the Jet, which I get, right? Sure, on the one hand, you have quick rotations on the 3-site map like Haven with the likes of Yoru, but the flexibility Jet provides you and the comfort you have, if it's a comfort pick, could be, you know, the difference here.
Yeah, well, for Team Liquid Academy, things are looking good. I'm going to send you straight back over, I think, as we're in the map already, so enjoy.
Thank you very much, Twiggy. Yeah, we will. Hey, Ryan, how's it going?
Hello. It just nice and smoothly went into that one. I was just, like, reclined in my chair. I was like, oh, we're here. We're in.
We've just eased into it, right? And I hope these two teams don't just simply ease on it. I want them to go guns blazing from the start, have a similar, you know, chaotic, in a similar chaotic fashion as the map before. Not that it was chaotic, I feel like it was calculated chaos. It was just super exciting from the get-go. And we'll see if DNSTY will follow suit on their attack here towards A.
Less chaos for Team Liquid Academy as well by having Donatello back into the roster. The same comp that they were running, even with Dema sort of being an interim substitute with a Neon. But Simon Dark, away from the Euro, decided to go for the Jet, and he starts off his time playing on the Jet on Haven with a first death.
And you know what we were talking about on the analyst desk here, Ryan, was the fact that these players are malleable from Team Liquid Academy. You know, set the pace right for them, let them know what the fundamentals should be like on a team, get them, you know, in solid control of what they're supposed to be doing. And they'll, you know, pick up that information like sponges, and that's exactly what we see here. 3 players grouped up together, take these fights, catch their opponents off by guard. No fancy shenanigans, it's just a group effort, distractions, and win those fights.
Oh, we're back.
Getting the chills there?
I feel like, no, I think it's just more of like I needed like a splash of water in my face after that last series.
Wow, this is a
you know?
Yeah. Bit of a wake up.
Yeah, and it's like Team Liquid Academy as well. I think I'm expecting this to sort of go the distance too, because Team Liquid Academy, even though they came out the top dog from that northeast region, our region, it wasn't the cleanest. It was a full best of 5 grand final. They were pushed to their limits. But they didn't quite have the star duelist that weekend. Donatello holding on with the cheaper sniper rifle, able to get one, jump peeking for a bit more information. And Rexstone actually pushing likely through Garage to get a bit more information on this anti-eco.
It's a bit of a change of pace, isn't it? Considering the force was earlier, Donatello on its way. It's good to have him back, right? Such a big presence on the server. It's so daunting to play against. Intimidating, if you will.
Oh, for sure. And now we're into this kind of tournament. It'd be a curious thing for Team Liquid Academy if they feel the pressure at all, right? That I think the first couple of games that we saw from them in the qualifiers to get through the northeast stage of the tournament, Team Liquid Academy looked rough in their first couple of games. And, you know, it was even Cupid mentioned, like, we have, like, really young 16-year-old players. Like, of course they're going to, like, start to be nervous. It's the first time really playing a proper tournament, and they're representing Team Liquid. But now we're getting onto a stage where it's like, okay, you won a part of the tournament, you're going to be feeling confident. You've probably scrimmed up against a lot of these teams beforehand. Maybe Team Liquid Academy is starting to really feel the cockiness, I suppose, of what this team can do.
Yeah, as soon as you feel comfortable, right? Nice little bucky position for them. DNSTY get themselves some guns and a fight. A potential vandal will be picked up, but you don't really want to be crossing in front of that door.
Nice shot.
Lovely shot on the outlaw, and he might just keep on going. Turns his attention towards the left-hand side. It's the right thing to do, but doesn't go berserk here. Just holds his line, knowing they've got the advantage. Aftershock, trying to destabilize. Goes in for another fight, and there's 2 players approaching this time around. It's Batty G, who's low, gets picked up with a bullet to the heart, and there you have it. Quick collection and the collapse. Team Liquid Academy are on a roll.
Almost a flawless. It was just Waddle getting the kill onto Cupid. Both IGLs taking a bit of a scuffle fight there. Rexstone starting with this nice little setup. You got the smoke in there instantly. Cupid with some lovely shots. just a solid hold over on the C site, and I already feel like it's a completely different type of Haven than the one that we just saw. Like Team Liquid Academy are not afraid to go for some more egregious plays. They have a lot of like protocol set up to support each other. Dynasty came top out of your region. He's just trying to get it all together. Sorry, second out of your region.
Second, yeah. Labored, for sure. But when you were talking about trends of performance here, Team Liquid Academy, like you said, start of the tournament didn't go so well. Swiss stage, a bit of a close affair. But playoffs, they got unleashed. And I think that's where we got to see, oh, wow, these kids really have a future ahead of them. It shows why they got scouted like this. And Cupid is illustrating again, though, with a trade, a rifle picked up. It might just hand Desire a chance. Never mind. Rexhoned is a headshot machine. Topping the charts not only in Northeast, but looking to do the same thing on an EMEA stage.
It was against an eco, so it should have been Team Liquid Academy's round to clean up. But they're doing it in style. There's a bit of panache with their approach, and Rexstoned especially. I was sort of more looking at Donatello to be the one that's playing lights out, and I think they're still, yeah, 6-1, topping the server. But just Rexstone's having his moments. Ninja's had some fantastic utility and more of a supportive role. And GSR, I don't even want to talk about GSR right now. I just feel like we can just get stuck on a tangent with him.
Yep. Could be a repeated record, right? A broken record, sorry. It's going round and around, saying the same things over and over again.
That's what we do as casters, I feel like.
Yeah. You just got an arsenal of sayings and you just blurt them out in any moment. But you're right, GSR's nuts.
Yeah, it can go a little bit autopilot, which is what Team Liquid Academy probably want to avoid. One thing that they've been really solid at is just having a plethora of different plays and defaults to go for. Makes sense when you got Bacon as your head coach. He is going to give you a very big PDF, 60 pages or so of like different setups for the squad. But the fact that Cupid brings it all together means that, yeah, I keep wanting to say Desire because it's DSY, but Destiny wanted to find an opening. Some of the players also without a kill just yet, and they're without a round.
I was about to say they committed the cross, but GSI is having none of it. Rexstone, though, not repeating the success of the previous round. Instead, a Cupid caught to action again on elevation. Waddle struggling to stay on his 2 feet. Team Liquid Academy of having none of it.
It's so hard to find an opening, I think. The shots, the shots are really hitting as well. Maybe that was an element of like, certainly beforehand, I remember that first Lotus game that we saw of Team Liquid Academy where they were so well protocoled, but it did take them a good amount of time to get things set up in place. Here, the fact that Team Liquid Academy took their time beforehand to go for these defensive plays mean that now they can do them at pace, and they do them properly too. The Dynasty can't really do anything. It's some players, yeah, like I said before, haven't got a kill. And when you've got Donatello finding an opening within 8 seconds of this round, this could be a very quick map in comparison to a Haven that we saw earlier.
That's mad, isn't it? How things can change. But we also did see on the previous map that a 12-5 lead can be fumbled. So, not holding anything back. The Hunter's Fury had the opportunity of doing a lot, but instead finds the mark of both twice. The second and third mark. Do it all. And you don't really need to take any fight engagements. No gunpowder required. You've just got the laser beam thrown in by Ninja. That is absurd. And now Baddy G, a player who has been through it all before. The gauntlet, a top 3 finish at Ascension, will have to be taken down by youngsters, man. Zoomers just taking over. Sure, a lot of damage, but it's done by the end. I won't take that away from Dynasty, but I still have yet to see a round go their way.
No, and it's not even like Dynasty is this like team full of just unknown players, right? You've got Baddy G on this squad. There's so much like very strong talent. But for whatever reason, it's just not gelling for Dynasty. Whether it's that they were waiting around to play, obviously, as a rolling schedule. Last series going on, players getting tired. But Team Liquid Academy, their record going into Haven was not the best when you look at it on paper. So it is a bit of a surprise that they picked it. You're looking at this scoreline and the way that they're playing it, you can fully understand why Team Liquid Academy wanted to play Haven. This is like lights out.
Yeah, completely. I mean, there's also the assumption you have to take that Team Liquid Academy have always got a scrim partner. Sure, it is under the Team Liquid's priority, right? The main roster's priority on when these scrims do happen. But you know this team gets stress tested a lot. It's got to happen. So the level of play they're used to playing against could be something that Dynasty might not have had the chance to do.
Man, Simon Dark 0-6. Just can't get it going. Him and Bad HGE only having one kill amongst each other. And they're probably the most recognizable players, I think, on this roster. Wardle was a coach before, I'm pretty sure. Now he's turned IGL, turned Sova player. Meanwhile, you've got a 9-1 Ninja, 6-0 GSR.
Yeah. Just don't look at the numbers. Don't press tab. That is outrageous. Doesn't quite work out. Try to be taking the attention away from him so Rexo could get it done. But suddenly, I think Desire might have just been given a chance here. Stun to try and delay the push onto the A site, but with a From the Shadows, Batty G gets there very quickly. The A site fully under their control.
And Team Liquid Academy was so far away from the A site, they don't know exactly where this Omen teleported. That's why you've got the Eldron going through stairs, just in case that the Omen went up in that spot. You even hit the Omen TP in there too, to just add a little bit more paranoia into Team Liquid Academy's side. Cupid having the operator, I think he's just going to hold on to it and save.
You can see how paranoid Ninja is. Those little mind games. Batty G is always a menace. He's always going to be a sneaky player. He always was. Sneaky in character as well, right? I feel like he's one of those memorable ones once you see them live as well on a stage. Very energetic.
Lovely guy.
Yeah, truly.
That's GSR's first death.
That's one way to get the win out of the lands.
Clutch.
I mean, that's still fine. Look at the money on the side of Dynasty. It's not that amazing, and the operator was still safe from Cupid. He wasn't interested in taking any time in that fight. And maybe this was a little bit of just an overextension from Team Liquid Academy after a timeout, wanting to just kind of go out guns blazing, really throw off what Dynasty's plan was. The crossfire was solid. These are, again, good players from this Dynasty squad.
This goes here.
Don't really need too much of an introduction.
Right there.
But it is these, like, fairly fresh faces of Team Liquid Academy that are just, you know, probably having Team Liquid Academy feel, like, a Team Liquid as a whole, feel really good about these pickups. And having Donatello back too, you've got a hell of a squad in the wings.
I mean, there are stream clips from Nats playing against some of these players competitively, right? And, I mean, some of them, I think, are topping the charts when it comes to competitive play, right? Number 1, number 2 ranked. Radiance on the ladder. Some of the most cracked players available, really, in the EMEA. And Team Liquid Academy have already got them secured.
Now, the Dynasty are able to get something on the board. 4 of them have grouped up on A long. You got the breach keeping an eye over in sewers. A recon dart was broken. And it seems the Team Liquid Academy have realized that this is not just a couple of players. This is pretty much the whole entire team. They've backed off of the site. They've read this rolling thunder on the attack really nicely. And they have their own to respond. They're just going to sit and wait.
You've got to expect there's someone in the smoke here. The question is, how do you answer it? Donatello looking to ease in. Is there going to be a flash of paranoia, perhaps? It's going to be a rolling thunder. So Simon, up in the air. Donatello able to find the first one, but there's Hunter's Fury that is a reply in this situation, able to find a bit of a step back. Desire. They've got more players at this. Team Liquid Academy might want to call this off unless they get a pick, and that's exactly what they get. Baddy needs to be dealt with, not quite covered that corner. He's got re-assistance as well as a deeper angle is taken up by Kaden. Superb coordination. Brilliant stuff. And it just might be what is required. Shocked at landing directly at Rexzone's kneecaps. That's going to do it. Desire get themselves another dub.
Yeah, Kaden had a really nice round there. Just holding on, the rolling thunder from him, not catching on to too much. But the way that he's able to hold his ground here, just playing in this corner. Finally, DNSTY, after a timeout, looking to be playing off of each other, had a really nice post plant. And some more damage done to Team Liquid, so it's not been a complete routing so far. But a buy still available with just how dominant this has been for Team Liquid, that they have those ultimates too, that this could very easily be 7 rounds. Or it could be a way for DNSTY to get back into this and make the scoreline just a little bit closer.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Simon looking to break in. He's been granted the access. Team Liquid Academy looking to go for a full 5-man retake. Make that 5v4 as Donatello is able to swing by on A long.
There's the overcharge too. Perfect.
It might just want to use it. Donatello in aggressive, does get stopped. Desire have good cross lines, but Baddy G is left to himself. Cannot do a thing. Team Liquid Academy solid, bouncing back here.
So much map control, not afraid to play the high line, but it doesn't feel like it's as risky as other teams do it. Yeah, like I said, like Neon's had the overcharge a couple of rounds now for Donatello. That B site is just really good for that kind of ult. GSR just hugging into that corner, was traded. And Simon Dark really hungry to try and find more space, more kills, more time, more rounds for DNSTY.
This is a nice spot.
But he's still just 1-9. And he's been outplayed by not only the duelist on the other side of the team, but the Sova and the Breach has him beat too.
Get out of my way.
Standing ahead. Take wide destroyed.
Surely Rexstone doesn't get away with this again.
It's just the kind of thing he would get away with. Same goes to Donatello. And then you look at the ultimates available, right? So many more guarantees. And this is a perfect situation for Team Liquid Academy because Desire walking straight into them. Fault line. Only hitting one. GSR. Ooh, that's troubling. Oh, that's very troubling. You're starting to lose players. Ninja needs to recover here. He's able to find the first one. Paranoia comes in on time. Reinforcements arriving, but they're smoked off. So they're not able to choke back. That is a 2v2. Now Team Liquid Academy need to reset.
It's all those players that had ultimates too. It's just from the shadows on this defense. There's nothing available for these attacking players. Baddy G just needs to hold out on site, crossfire this position. Kaden has been so good in these situations. Rexstone having it all to do.
2 different angles. So tough to try and route them out of that corner. And you've got to check for Cubby. You've got to check for that angle. But Kaden holding a deep line, triple kill to his name by the end of that one. And the fact that Desire are able to win a Thrifty is super good for their confidence.
That's fantastic. He's still there for Team Liquid. Maybe playing with their food a little bit with just how they took some of those fights on the A site.
This goes here.
Really do see those sloppy moments, which is going to happen with an inexperienced team. But with how strongly this was looking for Team Liquid Academy, you have the lead at half-time at the very least. You don't want it to end something like 7-5.
I am the hunter.
That's an early use of Fury. Was that just the tag, maybe? No, no one was there. Never mind. Missed.
My ult's ready.
I've actually gone on to Baddy G though. I felt like I did see a ping, but regardless, no kills in. Not using it for as the executes come in. So DNSTY looking to just go straight onto the C site. Nobody's here. But in the moment, it was just tucked into that corner, and Rexstone is able to find one before tags 2.
That's brilliant. But how much more can you get? Oh, Team Liquid Academy a bit disjointed with this one. And then you're all theft. Insult to injury. Desire can now look exactly at the direction they have to. 4 pairs of eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Looking in the correct positions is scary because they're darts. Red glimpses in the dark. So Team Liquid Academy have to forfeit this one. And Desire chip away little by little, but it's something.
Yeah, just have to save. There's no other option. Last couple of rounds for Team Liquid Academy have just not been great to watch. Just a little bit ill-disciplined. DNSTY looking to at least fight back a little bit towards the end of the first half. This was like, oh, fine, you even find the first pick. But I think there was just a bit too much of a fight on site. A little bit aggressive, plays like that, but I guess you don't expect the Caden's going to just jump peek, wide peek you with an operator and catch you in that spot.
This should do.
So some of these plays from DNSTY keep it a minute, to say the very least. And Team Liquid Academy decided not to use the timer at all in this first half.
Yeah, and I think that's a statement here from Simon Dark here, making Team Liquid Academy know that they've got a bunch of shooters on their end as well.
Cage trigger.
Very capable players.
And Team Liquid Academy now got to find a way back into this one. It really does feel if they lost a player first, then the rest can't really do too much. Didn't have the same sort of plays as like mandatory, I suppose, for example, that would just eke out a round win off the brink. In fact, when Team Liquid Academy are behind, they tend to flounder and make things a little bit potentially worse for themselves if they're not careful.
Revealing area.
But DNSTY going for a B execute, these are the things that have been going horribly wrong for them. And some good positions from the defenders might give Team Liquid Academy a chance here to make it 8.
Spike planted.
Yeah, maybe. But I think the chances are more stacked towards Desire here. It's up to them to make a mistake, to be fair.
Enemy kill.
And when Simon Dark seems as dangerous as that, it becomes ever more difficult for Team Liquid Academy to take over. They've got a couple of kills of their own, but again, still an upward trajectory, still climbing. And it's not an easy hike. Spike. A couple of players reveal the position. And the ticking of the spike becomes more frantic.
Standing.
And the more picks Desire picking up, sure, Cupid will be able to put a couple in his pocket by the end of that round. But Desire able to negate a lot of the damage. 7-5 at halftime. Let's see after this break if Desire have what it takes to come back.
Enemy kill.
Last player standing.
An early start for Team Liquid Academy seemed to be unstoppable, really, but DNSTY did bring the fight back to their opponents and showed us that this half can be closed out in multiple ways. This time it ends in a 7-5 in the Spanish representatives' effort in trying to break through here and bring us a comeback on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, looking at the players to do that, it's been Caden being able to pick up the attack up a little bit. Just the breach has been working wonders, and whilst we saw the likes of Ninja Donatello being like 10-1, 9-1, Some of those kills have started to rack up, and I do think Team Liquid should be rightfully frustrated at the way that they let that one slip. 6-0 up, and after the Dynasty timeout, 7-5. Has to be a lot better, but at least on the attacking side, this was your map choice. Dynasty wanted to play attack first. Things should open up a little bit for the players yet again to have a bright start on the second half.
Yeah, still a lot to play for here, absolutely. Anything can happen close. The closest it could be is 6-6, and this is just a little bit away from that. Simon Dark did come alive towards the latter stages of the previous half, and now might have a great chance to take a few down with him. Just the one for now. As I said, duelist for duelist trade, but chunk damage will make the Team Liquid Academy players a little bit more malleable, a little bit more exposed to what's about to follow. Rextone, a pre-fire onto Caden, doubles it up against a fight to Batty G, and all of a sudden, this has gone out of control for Dynasty. It's completely fallen to pieces. Team Liquid Academy, that's a solid pistol round.
Yeah, both pistols. You even have Simon Dark found in the opening, doing a good amount of chip damage. A really nice round from Rexstone, just pre-aiming some of these angles. Waddle making it a little bit more costly, but not enough to realistically bring this to a potential force for Dynasty. It's not worthwhile. They're just going to stay on these like pistols. Team Liquid Academy now having the well, not a bonus round, but like a good anti-eco to be working with. But I don't want them to sort of flounder out some of these rounds that they've had the better weaponry or the better ultimates on. Maybe it's just because it's the Team Liquid Academy that like a higher level of expectations is like put onto them.
I mean, to be honest, the expectations, if they were under any other rule, or even without an organization, would be not much. Unproven talent, never seen before in competitive play. The expectations would honestly be near to none, right? Maybe playoffs, considering the talent available, but that's it. Not only that, they got away with the Challengers Northeast title, at least split #1. And the fact that they've got the banner just builds them up so much.
Round's building up that lead back again for Team Liquid. A 4-round deficit now looking likely as Caden wanted to die to the spike, not to farm up any other orbs for this Team Liquid Academy team. Most certainly wanted to avoid an injury as he's the closest to having Hunter's Fury for this bonus.
I've survived much
Clean
worse
stuff.
than you.
Not too bad. I think single casualty. That's pretty brilliant. You could see there's a, you know, it's also a mental game, right? Valorant, you've got to be able to get into your opponent's head sometimes, and I feel like that's something that Liquid Academy have got a lot of experience doing, you know, having to climb the ladder, become, you know, some of the best players on the EMEA servers. You've got to be able to be in your opponent's heads.
Well, I imagine that Dynasty were probably a bit scared of this matchup just because of, like, you know, Team Liquid Academy winning the Northeast region, getting a lot of reps and a lot of time in, and I could certainly see a team like Team Liquid Academy being phenomenal with scrim results as well too. Hard opponent to face up against first, but you do have another opponent within your group. But it is something that Dynasty do have in the back of their minds. This isn't a must-win game, but it could end up being one.
That's true. I mean, sort of how cutthroat these groups are. Honestly, anything can happen. Every match is important, I think.
Even every map.
Donatello with the first pick. Yeah, Waddle didn't stand a chance as soon as Donatello detected him. As soon as he was on his radar, yep, he had already written that name in his death note.
Just looking to be Dynasty saving. Yeah, they just want nothing to do with this round. Straightforward enough execute for Team Liquid Academy brings them to 10. Dynasty just holding on to their guns. Same sort of thing as before. You got a Hunter's Fury now for Ninja. You don't want that neural theft, that overcharge, or that rolling thunder especially, which are well on their way to be any closer.
And as we get into ourselves to round 16, it's Team Liquid Academy that find double digits, double the amount of rounds their opponents have. Now, there was a bit of a resurgence towards the end of the previous half. There was a bit of an effort for DNSTY to come back, and it was, quite frankly, a strong one. The thing is, they want that effort to come a little bit sooner than it did previously. Otherwise, Team Liquid Academy are threatening a match win already.
Yeah, another early timeout. To be fair, though, for DNSTY, that timeout that they did take in the first half did have a lot of merit to it. Not too sure what they ended up saying. I think a lot of the reasons why DNSTY got those rounds was maybe some of the mistakes that Team Liquid Academy were making, but it was a lot tighter play when it came to that attacking side. On the defense, however, when you've got all of these confident young players running at you, doesn't matter how good your setup or your defaults are, you just got to hope that you're good enough to take those fights and that you have somebody available to play off of you. It's a really tough timeout for DNSTY to be calling. With those 3 guns saved, I wonder what kind of buy this is going to be.
Probably like a half one, right? It'd be hard to imagine you'd go for the full investment. That's exactly what they do. Bit of a shaky situation, but still a dangerous one, right? Have the rifles in the right hands at the right moment. Could still unlock your opportunities.
It's another sterling performance from Ninja. 18 and 5.
Damn.
Sort of expect that your duelist would be doing the damage, maybe even a sentinel, considering your team that has nats on it.
Yeah, another one of those cracked Chippy Chapper players with a little bit more experience on his belt than the rest of the field, apart from Cupid, that is. But yeah, seems to be solid so far. What can DNSTY muster up here? What possibly can be done? Still three rifles at large. But Team Liquid Academy aren't really giving them anything. Playing this very far backwards. Donatello able to survive, and he takes the aggression inwards. Hunter's Fury, you knew that was going to happen, especially seeing where Ninja is positioned. It was bound to be in play.
Oh, the stun.
Dash out. Oh, Simon Dark wanted to be greedy there. Wanted to try something spectacular. Just doesn't go his way. Tag gets a double, but it just isn't enough. So all players for DNSTY have to drop. Team Liquid Academy just 2 away from putting Haven behind them.
There's sort of a bit of a half buy that came in from DNSTY. Saved 3 guns, did buy up much, so they should have a full buy coming in next. Take a look at the ultimates in a second too, to just see exactly what they're working with, but these rounds have been so pacey and so done in the first 10 seconds. Doesn't feel like it matters, and it's been so rough for DNSTY. They haven't really been able to build up one ultimate.
Gotta go.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, hasn't it? But now's a chance. Now is truly their chance. Lose this and you could call them out, because they'd be in the dumps economically, probably mentally as well. They try to take a fight to their opponents. This might be a wrench in the mix that you need to turn the tide in your favor. It's just BaddyG. Sure, he's got Waddle to try and lure attention towards him. Heed this. Oh, you do. But BaddyG will able to find you quicker. Waddle does get spotted. BaddyG gets 2 before he drops. 3v3. Spike recollected. What's the plan here?
Some lovely trades from Cupid. Ninja with the attack up on this Sova, just holding the line. Give some space for Rexstone to maybe try and push towards B. There's nobody on the site. It's just a trip. But that's just the apt amount of pressure that you want to be putting into these spots. You've got the operator that shoved up all on C. You don't know if they've made it onto the B site either. And 40 seconds left. There's still plenty for Team Liquid Academy to force out and do. And that's what they wanted all along, is that a player like Caden would try to get a bit antsy, want to get information, and they walk right into the off.
The timing on that, man. Honestly, it could have gone either way. But North F does reveal where the 2 remaining players are, meaning that they can take the 1v3 here. But Tag, that isn't too bad already. Potentially could turn it into a 1v1. That's exactly what he does. The new Ninja was all the way behind. So give him the information that he's not here, so we could have walked through sewers or through main. Either way, He's found himself onto the site. He'll be playing the back cubby position. Simon Dark with the biggest gun available to him. The timing is rough, and so is that angle of attack. Ninja, on the other hand, is elated with that one. 1 round away from putting Haven in their pockets.
Just marvelous stuff. They knew the game plan, they knew what they needed to do, and executed it to perfection. Just a whole, like, holding the line with the operator, getting 2 kills with it, swapping to a rifle and winning a nice clutch. 22-5, almost double the kills as the highest player from Dynasty, which is Caden. And how many times? 8 times more than what Simon Dark's been able to do.
It's ridiculous if you think about it, isn't it? Team Liquid Academy, though, poised to go through their playbook.
I must wait.
This time, have Rexstone on the alert while the brunt force of your attack tries to take on an A-site engagement, but this mural theft reveals Rexstone's angle, so Caden is still preoccupied, still tries to take the fight, he wins it. Super crucial. Desire might have a way in here.
And they need to take that space. They're just going to push out through mid. 2 players on the A site wanting to hopefully crunch. There's no Cypher on this attacking side, so you can flank without having to worry about these trips. But you are quite far away. You're giving a lot of respect to this. And there's plenty of time for Team Liquid Academy to either reset, go elsewhere, or just go straight into this stack. Especially if Cooper is going to find the opening.
30 seconds
That's
left.
the player that is supposed to be doing the calling, not the fragging. Now you've got other crack players around you to try and assist. Ninja drops, but Cooper keeps on giving. Tag, though, will deny. 6 seconds, but Tag gets it all under wraps. Oh, you can feel the pressure getting to them. Hands on their pants. You can't stand still. But yeah, Desire hold on for a little longer.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Simon Dark just flanking all the way around.
Yep.
Just going in, making sure that Team Liquid Academy wanted to play with the time a little bit, but it was good proactivity, I suppose, for Dynasty to just get that information, work out exactly where these attackers are going, and just find some really nice timing.
This is a nice spot.
Not too much ults for the attacking side of Liquid either.
No.
And the money could get a little bit more tight if they start losing some of these rounds, but Dynasty still have a lot to do. Simon Dark taking the full brunt of the flash, forced back with the off.
Donatello walks off the stun. Goes in for another dash, but does get caught by the trip, trying to avoid it. Overdrive enabled, and is finally able to account for a kill. Ninja breaking through. Sure, you have a judge walking frontlining, but Waddle is all that remains here for Dynasty. A Hail Mary, Hunter Stewie does not connect on a single end, and GSR ready to retrieve him. 13-6, the most dominating performance we've seen. And it's Liquid Academy to pull first blood. Haven is theirs. This is not what Dynasty wanted to start off the day with, but honestly, welcome to Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, there's not much to say, really. It was just Team Liquid Academy absolutely blasting through it. It was a closer scoreline than the last map that we saw in the series before this one. And it didn't feel like it was any more closer, realistically. So yeah, absolute routing from Team Liquid Academy on their map choice. And it could only get better from here.
Well, let's see if the analyst desk has some extra thoughts to share about this match. And yeah, see what they've got to say about it.
Thank you, Pavlos. And yeah, I mean, it's so cool, I think, to finally show off on that kind of European stage the weird dynamics that Team Liquid Academy has. We were talking about it while we were watching that, and just the fact that it's just Cooper, who is evidently, it's just an analyst. I mean, well, I say just an analyst. I mean, he's obviously fragging out in the server as well as time goes on there, and then 4 people who just run about, and I don't know, it's such a weird team that works so incredibly well. And they had some troubles in Northeast. Obviously, you know, they had some substitutes going on at that point as well. But now they've got Donatello back in the team. Things are looking really good for them. I wasn't expecting them to look quite that drilled, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I am completely blown away by Team Liquid Academy's performance. I think coming into this, the fact that they were able to take down Enterprise Esports and Shakma in best of fives as a new young team is kind of a statement in itself. I'm really impressed by the sort of depth and growth that we've seen from this team, especially because they kind of started Split 1 with a couple of wobbles, right? They had a couple of losses going into it. But yeah, no, honestly, like just completely blown away by this side. As you say, you've got Cupert and a bunch of youngsters that are able to just completely run at you and dismantle any sort of defensive setup that you've got going on.
I mean, that's the thing, right? A lot of those rounds, you kind of have Donatello running at you immediately on the Neon. Obviously, that's a difficult one to deal with on Haven no matter what. Some teams do run that Neon, and it's just really annoying to deal with. And Donatello is so good at doing that and just running in and annoying the other team. You saw in the last round, just got a Judge out and started spraying at somebody from halfway across the site. It's nothing. He's not trying to get a kill. He's just trying to annoy you. And then you deal with Donatello, and you're like, okay, the duelist is gone. We can calm down a little bit. Nope, you got GSR running at you. No, you got Ninja clutching up at the end of the round. It doesn't matter what you do. There's always somebody on Team Liquid Academy to be able to put you in your place again. And I think they're going to have a difficult time now kind of going, okay, we need to reset. We need to go in towards Split, especially because Team Liquid Academy loves Split.
Yeah, you do have to kind of feel for DNSTY at this point, right? We're completely shouting out about DNSTY, but I think shouting out about DNSTY, about Team Liquid Academy, sorry, but I think when you think about DNSTY as well, they've kept this core 3 from the Desire roster last year, right? And this core roster made it to Ascension 2023, this core roster made it to Ascension 2024, and they've been grouped each time. So I think coming into this one, they want to be able to get as many points as they can to set themselves up for the year. Now that we have the champ system points in place, they should be going for those points. You'd think that they have a better chance to get that. Is it going to be Team Liquid Academy that stops them from even getting off to a good start? It's a worrying prospect.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up a good point as well, which I'll talk about in just a second. Let's take a quick look at these two here. This is just on that map. Let's make it very clear that Simon Dark does not have an overall ACS 93 there, but I mean, we were just kind of talking about these two because obviously we didn't see Donatello in the playoffs of Valorant Challengers Northeast. Had been subbed out for that one, but now that he's back, just you can see the dynamic that he brings to the team is something else than, you know, insanely talented duelists such as Dema. Just a completely different idea going on with that team. So much more raw aggression. And Simon Dark, I mean, it's a different style of duelist. That's why we're not seeing the same numbers being brought up on that map there, I think.
I have to completely agree, and I think that you have to feel kind of sorry for Simon Dark because he's getting shut down by Donatello instantly. I mean, we've seen a couple of rounds where Donatello is just doing things that are so unorthodox and what I would say would be normally considered normal in a structured team. You know, he's dry peeking, he's peeking before smokes even go down, he's peeking without utility. Like, against a really well drilled structured team, that usually wouldn't be able to happen. He's running into his own Sova ult just to be able to pick up frags. So yeah, no, I think going forward I'm going to be intrigued to see if Simon Dark has any sort of way to shut down the aggression that Donatello is just throwing at his team at the moment.
Yeah, well, we will see in a little bit. We're going to throw to a quick break and we will be back with map 2. All right, well, map 1, very much in Team Liquid Academy's favor here. We're moving to map 2, and unfortunately for Dynasty, it's Team Liquid Academy's favorite map. They may have picked Haven there, but they have a very high win rate on Split. It's kind of what we were expecting them to pick out first, but there is a sneaking possibility that they kind of went, all right, well, Dynasty kind of like Haven, like Split. They might pick it if we don't pick it, so now we're moving to it again, and honestly it feels like a home ground map for both teams. So if things go the way they did on Haven, Dynasty are in for a bit of a rude awakening.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, right? We have both of these teams that have played it quite a few times. Team Liquid Academy have won it 6 times, only lost it the once. And then you look at Dynasty, who have won it 5 times and lost it the 3 times. And they have also moved towards the Tejo in their past couple of series, on the side of Dynasty at least. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to continue playing into that, or if Waddle's going to shift back onto that fade in which he would usually play. So yeah, I think this will be a very even playing ground for both these teams, given the record that they have on it so far.
Yeah, and I mean, if we just like kind of harken back to the stats that we were looking at of Simon Dark, over on that map, I mean, this is the player, we took a look at the stats afterwards as well, this is the player over across all leagues who has the highest first kills with 105 in 561 rounds. Absolutely ridiculous, and he got shut down. He got absolutely shut down. I mean, no two ways of putting it. On that map, only got 3 first kills in all 19 rounds and 10 first deaths there. So things are looking scary. Simon Dark's going to have a little more to think about this time around. Playing against Donatello, playing against GSR, these are 2 players that have ridiculous ACSs and ridiculous first kills themselves. I don't think Simon Dark is quite used to that kind of dynamic going on. So now moving on to Split, another map where the duelist can do quite a lot of work. So I think this is a chance for redemption. It's on a difficult map for them to do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd like to see all of Dynasty stepping up, to be honest. I mean, we have such an experienced roster here coming up against rookies. You'd think that they could definitely put some more rounds on the board going into this one.
Well, we'll hope to see that. Otherwise, it's going to be quite a quick series, which I'm sure our casters, Ryan and Pavlos, would like quite a bit. But go ahead, take it away, guys.
I'm fine either way, as long as it's good Valorant. And so far, Liquid Academy have been bringing us just that. Let's see if Dynasty can be part of that conversation, Ryan. And look, they've obviously picked this for a reason. They're feeling comfortable on it. Liquid Academy, though, are no slouches either.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job here of just giving themselves 2 great maps, like Twiggy rightfully pointed out. It's such a good map for Team Liquid Academy historically that if you can get a good win that Dynasty also like to play and are likely to pick it themselves, you have your 2 best maps. And Haven was not a good map for them historically, but looked amazing earlier. Imagine what their Split can do. The one thing I am excited to see, though, as we've just briefly spotted, is Waddle played a bit more of the Teo. We haven't highlighted it too much today, but the impact of this character is major, and Waddle is not afraid to play it on various maps for this team.
And as the spike goes down, Team Liquid Academy are looking to pounce on a double-sided approach. Donatello able to jump over the trip. That might be something that Dynasty won't be looking at. Give him a free opportunity. Oh, no. Oh, dear me. Another trip is broken, so they'll be alerted in that position again. Team Liquid Academy starting to fall left and right. Yeah, that's not comfortable. That's not what you need. And Ninja's the only one left. They know exactly where to look, exactly where to go. Spike will be exploding, and there's nothing that can be done about it. Simon Dark does find the final shot, as it's Dynasty to gain first blood this time around.
Yeah, in a pretty handed way as well. I felt that so much pressure went onto this Donatello play, and it's just you've got 2 players that have got their backs to you, they're slightly moving. Makes it almost impossible to take some of those shots. So Team Liquid Academy dropping their first pistol.
Oh, this is a nice
Don't think there's going to be too much when it comes to changing up the weaponry here either. It's just going to be sort of accepting it's going to be an eco. You got 1 rifle in the hands of Simon Dark, who had a much better start to this map in comparison to the last, that's for sure.
Might have a big crunch here. A big collapse. The stun forces Ninja out into the open, but he doesn't mind those exchanges. He'll get away with 1. But Dynasty will be taking over this one. There's no doubt about it. You're just thinking, probably best to not leave these rifles lying around. But they did only go for a double rifle investment, triple rifle investment, rather.
I mean, the big rifle's the Vandal, and then you've got the Guardian and the Bulldog. Yes, I could find some really good timing here. I don't think it's going to get past tag at this point.
Do you know what GSR stands for?
No idea.
Neither do I.
Spike planted.
Those sheriff rounds.
Stands for Grand Saloon Rodeo. Sheriff's not hitting. Yeah, not this time. Yay, another exchange of the pistol. This time the sheriff hits. It just needs to be in the right hands, Tag says. As he makes fun of his opponents. 2-0 here for Dynasty.
Standard stuff. Really is just Team Liquid just wanting to group up, see if they can overrun some players, force them out and make mistakes. But Dynasty is set themselves up nicely on this map. I mean, they chose that it's a map that's been really good for them historically too. I guess you just end up putting a lot more stock on Liquid because of like how the last map went, the fact that they were able to top their region as well. Salvo's gonna push people like Donatello back. I think he found a little bit of a pocket of space to sit in, but you want to get stuck there, dashed out. This time for Dynasty, it's all hands on deck towards A, at least the main core of players.
There.
And a brief peek from Cooper gets that info.
Tag isn't really too silent about it, so Donatelli very aware. Telegraphs it nice. GSR is the one responsible of the collection though. So Team Liquid Academy up first here.
This is brave for Donatello. If he takes this fight and loses it, nobody can trade. But he does get some good information, right? Like he sees the Fade starting to move away. And in that time, Waddle finds the opening. Is traded out by Ninja, who's going to throw a haunt to get some info. It doesn't really latch onto the ground, I don't think. Caden managing to sneak in. The paranoia is delicious, actually. But I think it comes in from the teammate more than anything. I'm not 100% sure.
Cooper, though, wants to be back into this with Team Liquid Academy now having the lead. Valid G able to isolate in dangerous positions like this. He is the danger. 3-0 for Dynasty. They're not letting this go.
It's the first kill going away of Team Liquid Academy against a bonus. It's a great entry for Waddle. But man, Baddy G, again, one of those players that's rolling back the ears a little bit, has had most experience, I think, on the likes of Phoenix and stuff. Polish teams of Yonder obviously a stand-in for Fun Plus Phoenix for a time. Playing on Vitality.
Oh, that was way back.
Way back. In fact, the last time that we saw a VCT tournament that had European teams play across different regions that wasn't Ascensional play-ins was a few years ago, where Baddy G was in the grand finals with Team Vitality.
How about that? How about that? Only 23, by the way, and has such a strong history behind him. Like we said, he's a bit of a rock for his team, isn't he? He's solid, and he's there when he's needed. And that's exactly what happens this time around. Team Liquid Academy forced to get into a timeout. Bacon having a say with the young lads.
It's Donatello that's on the rough side when it comes to the duelist work. 0-3. Can't really say too much about it, though. It's not like he's completely made a fool of himself. It's just how that cookie's crumbled so far. But it's nice to see at least some competitive nature for Dynasty. Have the really good economy now. Liquid Academy taking a very early timeout in comparison to none at all realistically in the last map of Haven. Donatello 0-4.
I mean, I know Dynasty have got themselves a weapons advantage here, and they're going to be favored in these matchups. But when you start hitting those 1v1s, when you start hitting those first tap outlaw shots or one tap sheriff kills, it starts to feel a lot more comfortable for you, especially not given the fact that they weren't able to accumulate too many rounds in the previous map.
Yeah, but that hasn't happened. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a moment for Team Liquid Academy where they're just going to explode and win a crazy round so far on split. It's felt just a bit, I don't know, slow. I guess.
Yeah, I was more talking about the Dynasty side of things.
Oh, for sure,
really.
yeah.
Yeah, but Team Liquid Academy, you're right. A bit on the down low for now. A bit quiet from them.
Because of that energy that they brought in Haven isn't quite there.
I must wait a moment. Not yet, not yet. Ah, but there's a glimmer of it. There's a glimpse of it, for sure. Damn.
30 seconds left.
Always dangerous.
Last player standing.
Right there. And we were talking about ages. GSR 16.
Go Super Rookie. That's what I think it stands for.
Okay, who's got this now?
Triple on the belt of Simon Dark. And a showstopper at the ready for this round. And this is what we've all been waiting for, right? A buy round here for Team Liquid Academy. See if they can have a say on the defensive side of Split. So far, it's been a struggle. But now's the time to shine. More than any.
You do have a full buy now. You've done some damage, so it's not like you're maxing out cash on the side of Dynasty. But you got Showstopper to worry about. Rolling Thunder, halfway. Armageddon, way out, actually. Waddle's Teo not really doing all that much outside of just supportive utility.
Oh!
It's a great shot from Ninja, but it is traded out by the Showstopper.
For a moment there, I thought Ninja interrupted his opponent before the Showstopper was pulled out. But inevitably, no. But Team Liquid Academy at least play on even standing. But breaking to the A site is treacherous. It's difficult, especially when you don't have the information available to you. What's the answer here?
No ultimate too. It's the Nightfall was the only thing he had, and that was on Ninja, who's gone down.
Jumps back just in time. GSR and Donatello both win their fights. That's the way to go. Dynasty, though, have still got Kaden available to them. Oh, it could have been a double. It could have been wonderful. But Waddle can't find cover. Instead, it's Team Liquid Academy to toy with him by the end. And what a way to get yourselves on the board here.
Yeah, a little bit more kick, I suppose, for Liquid. It was a great fight just to make sure that Simon Dark from this high ground, he could do so much more, especially with the wrap round. But the way that Team Liquid were just clearing some of the stuff out is very reminiscent of how they started, of just, okay, make sure we're all in position before we actually go for some of these retakes. Let's not rush it. Let's not go, nah, I'm him, I'm better. We want to play with some nice structure, because this Dynasty team, you look at some of the individuals, Simon Dark has a real reputation of being a nightmare to play up against. He might not have necessarily hit tier 1, but he's a player that a lot of people respect, and he's been through the ringer in EMEA.
Yeah, he has. Essential players.
It's fake. It's pulled people across.
The ward clears out all of the B side. Donatello now wondering when he should pounce, and this is exactly the moment he chooses. Dashes in as well. That's hyper aggressive. Does he have follow-up? He might not even need it. GSR winning on a different fight. What can Denise do to prevent this? Batty G poised, but only good for the one. Alcaden left alone, but Donatello will find him. There's nothing that this person cannot find. A heat-seeking missile. And Team Liquid Academy, you can definitely say, are right back in this fight.
Yeah, it took him a while to get off the board for Donatello. 0-4. He's now 6-4. Once he sort of broke that streak, he was able to get in on the board, and he has the Blade Storm if an economy round is needed for Liquid. I don't think it's going to be for quite some time at this rate. But a Rolling Thunder, Nightfall used from Ninja in that round, and some better play overall, more structure. Dynasty still having enough money, but just for now.
You're right. So Team Liquid Academy win this. There's potential reason to think this is all equalized.
I think for Liquid too, it's a lot of these fights are taking, there's a little bit of like fluffed lines with some of the shots, but the fact that Liquid are like peeking and fighting together, there's always bodies. Trades at least good, or you could just have that insane game sense or Daredevil-esque hearing from Rexstone to know exactly where a player is. Shoot him right through the smoke.
That's ridiculous. Come on. They're not even giving him a chance. And you know you've left the A site quite open and it's exposed, so therefore you do place Ninja very far backwards and in a position where you can have the assistance of Donatello. GSR, though, is flushed out into the open, and that's where Simon Dark will win his fight. Tag as well. Flip the switch, and DNSTY are right back on top now. 4v3, and only one to defend this A site.
I don't hate this gamble play. Now I do, though. The Rolling Thunder clears the entirety of the site, but it's taken too long to get onto it that I don't think the stun's going to be available. Only just Simon Dark just clearing out before Ninja could get any more work done, potentially through that smoke that was placed down from Cooper.
Yeah, it's a good attitude here for DNSTY, knowing that even with a player down, they're never out of the round. Try to exploit different openings. You had a bit of a small setup play out from B and, you know, Platts, and now you do the same thing on ramp. And you end up on top, finding a vacancy in the A site.
You're going for this.
And filling it. They are. Didn't quite expect this, to be honest. I thought they'd go for the save, given their economy isn't...
Player standing.
I mean, it's not hurting that much.
Interesting.
Tag, I think he's spotted, is he not? He's not. And he can't quite see the player defusing. Oh, no! There's no way!
Spike defused.
There is no freaking way!
Oh. I mean, good stuff from Liquid. I think here, GSR, I don't think was expecting Simon Dark to be able to be there because there was a trip in mid that he managed to move around. It's a bit of a miscommunication here. And yeah, iffy. No surprise really that DNSTY were like, yeah, timeout needed, please, thank you. What a call from Cooper to go, this is winnable.
Yeah, that's one of those WTF moments. That's exactly what that was. What on earth? Yeah. I already considered Team Liquid Academy out of that round, and so did DNSTY. So this is a bit of a shock to the system. No wonder they need a timeout to bring themselves up to scruff. This is completely changed the tides, because with DNSTY winning that one, they'd be back in it economically. They'd have guns. They had 4 players alive at that point. It would have been brilliant. Losing, on the other hand, has completely quashed them.
Timeouts.
This goes here.
Brought Liquid back into this one. I think Bacon just been like, guys. That's it.
Yep, that's the reaction.
DNSTY needing to do a little bit more too, but the Teo has been like a little bit lacking. You do have the Armageddon, but I think it's mostly been Liquid adjusting to it nicely. Armageddon's actually going to be used across the back of site. It is going to force Ninja right into this corner. Nobody can play off of him either. It's not needed. He's got these little pockets. He's dodging stuns. He's dodging salvos. And Donatello's trying to wrap around to try and take heaven. They eventually take the fade out on site. But look at Rexstone. He's going in pretty much alone.
He doesn't give in. He goes for the fight directly. It calls for him. Asks for him. Calls his name. And it's a 2v2. Cooper again, the captain on the clutch. Last time he did it with Rexstone, this time with Donatello. But now, all by himself. And Tag's been brutal in situations like this. He'll be again saving the day for DNSTY. Honestly, without it, it could have all crumbled out of control.
Makes up a little bit for that 1 versus 2. Actually, it makes up plenty for that 1 versus 2 because that was very difficult, I suppose.
Ninja found.
Look at where Ninja is. It's just literally one little spot.
W observers.
Maybe Rexstone here is just, you have the breach that kind of cuts him behind, but I think they get taken out quite early, and maybe that just higher tempo play that Liquid want to do is kind of catching him out. What has been really good about them is that discipline of like, we're going to go and do the retake when we're ready. But some of these plays that Liquid Academy are doing is a little bit like, we just beat these guys, we diff them.
Oh, bit of a crunch here.
Oh my lord.
Who's attacking? Who's defending? Donatello taking the fight to them.
The brainy
GSR
Ninja
has to hand this one over.
Still like a good set, I suppose, for DNSTY that have put this trip, but it's more of a fake. actually pushing all the way to defend the spawn. It's whether GSI gets good timing, he gets the information, and he gets it safely. Donatello, not afraid to go fight into it, but this is what I mean. Is it necessary? You're in a 5 versus 3 with player numbers. You don't need to overdo it.
Look at that position. GSI is able to read it on time, and he not only gets the one, he doubles up, maybe even triples up. Oh, you're right, Ryan. There's some question marks around, but when you can make it up, make up for it with your aim, then I don't know. Those cracks aren't shining that much.
I mean, I understand why Donatello's feeling it. Don't get me wrong. But you just don't want to be in those positions where you let a team like DNSTY, with the players on this roster, again, reminder of the looks of Simon Dark, Baddy G, Tags had some good moments. Don't give them an in, because you're still trailing.
Here.
There.
Donatello.
This is mental.
Locomotion. No, you're playing with the Outlaw as if it's a shotgun. This is ridiculous.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, stop it. Come on. This is absurd. This is not real.
Absolute naughty boy behavior from Donatello there. It's a complete lack of disrespect. 11 and 7, and he just is not afraid to go for the most audacious fights.
He just walks forwards. He's got an Outlaw and he just walks forwards. Who does that? No scopes.
He makes Kellogg's look sane.
Enemy remaining.
Here. Here.
Oh, man. If you're DNSTY right now, your ego is hurt. Like, that you can't avoid that. Simon Dark wants to retaliate quickly. The tripwire does spot him, but here comes DNSTY, wanting to take the attack towards the B site. 3 players already there, but the rest of the cavalry are approaching, and quick. The young Stallions getting the job done, especially Donatello holding the line, and he's feeling sharp as ever. Tag is able to double up himself, and now he's put his team on top. Together with Simon Duck, they've done quite a bit, but Ninja is also a dangerous player to be aware of. And you've got to think that Simon Dark could be nearby. The cross comes in, denied. And now the spike is in no man's land, so Simon Dark can no longer have the off angle. Instead, it's Ninja to find the higher ground. This is ridiculous. It's bonkers. Team Liquid Academy with a diff after another.
We were saying before, like the first time that we saw Liquid Academy, they lose that series and they look nervous. Cupid said that they were nervous. Where have those nerves gone? It's too far the other way. This feels like we're just watching a scrim that's like at the end of a day on a Friday before you have 2 days off, right? That like Liquid is just playing like the namesake, completely fluid, a little bit too unrigid. But at least they're feeling themselves. It's got to be frustrating if you're DNSTY. You've just got these like children running at you and just diffing you in any which way. You had the lead and it's now in the hands of a team that's already 1-0 up in this series.
It's the Team Liquid Academy way, man. It truly is. That's how they do. That's how they roll. Sure, there is some structured approach. You've got 2 brilliant minds with the likes of Cubit and Bacon backing you up, but when you've got the aim power, you're going to use it. This time around, Simon Dark taking the previous round a bit too personally, going in and doubling up. This A site is under DNSTY's control. The question is, will it remain?
Well, the fever dream of this half is going to look to end, but it's whether or not Team Liquid Academy are going to have the lead. It's a 3 versus 5. No reason to save. Rolling Thunder's going to push back these defenders all the way back to screens. See what Donatello's thinking of doing now.
Oh, this would be nuts. Walks out even if he gets shot upon. This time won't be successful. Kaden will triple up, at least as a confidence boost on the opposite camp as things close 6-6 by halftime. How will this go? We'll find out soon. Now that was a big back and forth, and it had a lot of firepower to it, a lot of oomph and a lot of back and forth with guns exchanges all across the board. It could have gone either way, and currently standing 6-6, as equal as it could be. But if you look at the scoreboard, if you look at the past 8 rounds, I think it's clear to say who had the tempo towards the end.
Yeah. It was, sorry, I've just had to wolf down a croissant because of how I thought there'd be more moments to just sort of take a bit of a lull, but
yeah, bit more of a replay package, if you will.
I wish I had popcorn for this one, really.
Just stand by and watch.
But I
just sit back.
I still stand by like what I said here, where like it's a really uncomfortable position, I think, for Bacon to be in, because you've got these players that are playing well, they're not stressed at all, but some of the discipline is just completely lacking, and it's just a bit silly, isn't it, Pavlos? Really, Donatello's getting away with murder sometimes, but some of these plays that Liquid Academy have tried this map, you'd absolutely tear a team apart if that happened in EMEA. Like tier 1.
That's very true. Yeah. Completely get it. But 3v3 for now, Team Liquid Academy, albeit being the aggressors, unable to get the spike to cross. Smite going down. Ooh, that smoke is a gift, really, providing Rextone not only the cross, but an extra angle of attack. It gets close, it gets dicey, but it's round for the Liquid Academy.
Even the plan to just get a bit more money. It was only Cupid that survived. Lovely shot from Rextones. Just the way that he's taking that engagement. Great trade. Fade away from Cupid, who also needs to just wrangle in these cats that are scurrying around this split map. When at least everybody's sort of feeling themselves at this point. DNSTY won the first pistol. The only pistol out of the 4 that we've seen so far. The fact that Donatello has that one rifle concerns me. Somebody should pick it up at least, but he's in.
More than just his bullet is in Baddie G's head. And it feels like Team Liquid Academy are just toying with DNSTY right now, as in alerting them in presence. But as soon as the cross comes through, the stun lands, and there are traded kills. But the thing is, you can't collect those weapons. I feel the damage that has been done is all that will be done. As Cupid collects a triple, he'll be enjoying that one.
The Vandal!
2 rounds of difference.
They had 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal, and they took the 2 Bulldogs.
Blind and
one enemy remaining.
Am I going crazy?
Maybe they have a chance to pick it up, and it, you know.
Maybe it's the UI.
This should do.
Well, they have the 2 Bulldogs still.
Maybe they found the Vandal as well. I think they had time to pick it up, no? Did they not? I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. You might be right here. Either way. Stun coming across.
I feel like I'm just slandering these guys. I'm not meaning to. Just an old man that's like, oh, the young kids have so many opportunities and they're so talented. You just got to work hard and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And oh, Donatello's done that.
Oh, come on. This is a full buy from DNSTY. This should be going their way, but Cupid is such a menace close by. Waddle spotted.
Planted.
Splash down a bit as he waits for its HP to get back up to where it's supposed to be. DNSTY still find themselves a player down.
All missiles away.
Missiles going out alongside the Paranoia, but Cupid is still the one that finds the opening. Shadow stepping into the corner. Baddie G finding some kills, but this is just a stalwart hold. Confidence is there in droves for Team Liquid Academy, and their bonus shines through. DNSTY on another eco.
No, they absolutely have confidence for days. Bags and bags of it. They could probably make a business from selling it. I'm sure. It's a business idea. Team Liquid, just hear me out. This could be a real opportunity here. Yeah, no, this is some disgusting stuff coming out from Liquid Academy.
Yes, this should do.
Dynasty's buy completely quashed. Now you need to find answers elsewhere or have to wait a bit, and it might be too late by then.
Even if the pace at the start of this round feels a little bit slower, I don't think it's going to be that case. 4 players grouped up, posturing heavily towards A. Donatello going down isn't going to stop things for Dynasty. And tagged by the stun that's come in from the breach on this attacking squad. Prowler's going to give away exactly what kind of little corner they're hiding into. But Simon Dark decides to jump straight in with a Marshall. Finds 2, and it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Dynasty.
Round's not over. The round really isn't over, but the neural theft does reveal where the 2 players are, so there's a potential for the spray smoke. Batty G on the back line. He might miss a chance. No, he gets it, and the spike is in his hands. Now Rexstone not able to avoid the paranoia. Knows his players behind him, closing in on him. This is a tough position to be in. Closes in. Batty G scared off. 40 seconds. You could cross into Suez here. This is a real chance for you to get away, but at the same time, the rotation time for Batty G could be strong. Vandal collected by Tag, meaning that Dynasty have more to work with here. 30 seconds. Rexstone is looking to see if he can isolate Batty G, but Batty G does a smart thing. Runs away, doesn't hand that delicacy over to Rexstone. Instead, spotted by the cam, guided salvos. Rexstone trying to take the tag off of him, smoke out. Yeah, it's a tough one. Tough cookie.
10 seconds left.
There's no way he can get himself out of it. Thrifty round from Dynasty. I mean, they can't win the buys, but the Thrifties are still hitting.
Yeah, I mean, that was all Simon Dark here. Just look at the high ground. Actually, no, this is just the play towards the end. I thought it was going to be Simon Dark jumping down with a Marshall and finding 2 in that main choke. But Donatello going down instantly, disrespecting the fact that it's an eco for Dynasty. And there's just some things that you don't want to be doing. You have all the time in the world. Why are Team Liquid Academy rushing things?
Donatello stand early. Threat of the A site is definitely spotted. He's been hit a couple of times by the tripwires. Finally gets dealt with. Caden finding the confidence to move in. He gets a couple of kills because of it. Team Liquid Academy finally are being put through their paces, showing that they can't disrespect their opponents like this. But Rexstone might want to have a reply of his own. That the round isn't over until it's over.
Yeah, already seen 1 2 versus 5 today, but not quite from Team Liquid Academy just yet.
Ninja trying to bait them. It's not quite working, is it? Because Dynasty are just holding that angle. Rexstone's just waiting for Waddle, or even Simon Dark to cross inwards, but it's not happening. Ninja closes in a little bit more. Rexstone gets a chance, but the fact that Dynasty are so well tuned together, it won't make a difference. Looks to drop away, and Dynasty look to pounce in closer. Rexstone splits the map in 2 here, 30 seconds. As we try to lure the players outside of the A site, but I think this round is called off already. These rifles will be attempted to be saved.
Really do like Batty G's movement around the map on this defense. Really is just there to fill out some of these gaps to get that information, and he's found Rexstone. Money is fine for a buy next for Liquid, but it's getting a bit touchy. I wonder if Bacon's considering calling a timeout soon, because it is another flurry of rounds from Liquid Academy that have felt a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And you're right, Bacon would pull the timeout here. See if that's the answer they need, because obviously being full of yourself and going for a lot of fights that really shouldn't be going away sometimes is the play, but you can't really go for it every single round. Eventually, reason and constructed play will end up being on top, will end up winning. Now, maybe that's the talk Bacon's having with his players. Maybe it's just to sit back, relax for a moment, close your mind, close your eyes, and to have a bit of a reset heading into this one. I guess we'll be finding out after this, but yeah, Team Liquid Academy are just 4 rounds away from securing the series. For DNSTY though, it's just 1 round away for equalization. This could really be it, the turnaround moment from the series, and then they will be potentially looking at a reverse sweep.
That goes there.
I do wonder what that would do for the mental of Liquid. You know, you have such a strong showing on the first map. You come here and end up losing it, and you just, especially now you're going through this kind of group stage, you want to be quick and clean. Even dropping a map could end up costing you in seeding, even qualifying to the playoff start. Showstopper going to be thrown out from Simon Dark, not connecting onto anybody on this attacking side from Team Liquid Academy, not even doing a lick of damage. Donatello had that Blaze Storm, some utility thrown in to just make sure that that Raze has to back off on this defense, but they're rotating all the way over towards the B site.
And it seems that DNSTY have got the read as well. 3 players looking to defend. Badiji taking a forwards facing angle. There was no cover to that. It was all W and Mouse 1, and he ends up getting on top. Team Liquid Academy needs something and they need it quick. GSR, can he provide it? Simon Tark avoiding any sort of engagement. It's all the time in game, goes for the swing, but knows there is no need for him going for this fight. The damage already done by his teammate. 44 seconds on the clock and counting. Badiji just toying with him. Good paranoia. Affects both players to the back of the site. Donatello can't put his cross in the right position at the right moment. GSR can only account for 1, meaning that Cooper is solo. And you can't really be alone in a situation like this, especially when Mortal starts to take a page out of his opponent's handbook and pushes through smokes. 9-9. This one's a close one.
Maybe it shouldn't be, but at least DNSTY, it almost comes across a little bit too much like it is all Liquid Academy's fault when there is a bit more of a fight back from this DNSTY squad. A lot more players are starting to hit in the right places. Badiji just taking good map control. And Tag, just the Sentinel utility. Problematic enough for Team Liquid Academy to find the spaces into. But there's still a buy. Half armor. You've got a Rolling Thunder. You've got a Nightfall. Spike is over towards mid, so it feels like this is just more posturing for that A stairs control. So with that needing to be careful, he didn't just get sprayed for the smoke there. He's trying to take an engagement, take the fight in close. And a fully flashed Donatello is able to get one before he is eventually traded by Caden.
He had flashes thrown at him, he had guided salvos at his feet. That was ridiculous, able to convert a kill like that. But now Team Liquid Academy try to use the opening towards the B site, and they are quick with it, meaning there won't be any interruption. Badiji looking for a Hail Mary with a spray, but won't be going his way. Spike is going down, he can't do anything about it.
Smokes uncomfortable. Rexton's in a good position to make sure that people don't come out, but it does also mean that he's isolated in this spot. Nightfall is going to be used on the attacking side to go across onto Heaven, but it does connect also onto Badiji that was playing from CT.
And DNSTY found themselves in the pick in the process, therefore equal in numbers. GSI stunned, could get pre-fight here. Flash backside, Badiji converts onto Ninja. Little by little, Liquid Academy are falling apart, but GSR not fully checked. Cooper able to find one, GSR as well, individually winning their fights. Badiji trying to TP away, but there's just too many positions he needs to account for. And that's Team Liquid Academy first to double digits.
Good work from GSR and Cooper. Just the way that they're playing off of each other, the crossfire. This is a nice ultimate to go right across the site, buy a bit more time. Rolling Thunder even used afterwards just to buy this position. But the paranoia, the stun, hitting all at the same time, it means that Badiji doesn't really have a play to make in that instance. And now, yeah, 10-9. Team Liquid maintaining that lead, but only by that 1 round. They win this, they might be able to force DNSTY to an eco. And it would put them on match and series point if they win the round after.
Yeah, it just might. Alexstone being the sacrificial lamb. Look how fast Team Liquid Academy are with this push. Flash out. Simon Dark able to look away from it, but not enough. Pre-position. Ooh, gets away from the Armageddon. Waddle able to walk into the fight to be relevant. Caden joining in. DNSTY not wanting to let this one go. No! Running out of bullets. Oh, that is rough. Oh, that could have not gone worse. Liquid will seize the opportunity and put their opponents in the dirt.
It's turning into a bit of a sludgier match from both sides. At least their Donatello's still alive, so it's not as if it's just a true 1 versus 1. But still, it's just Tags had a couple of those moments, just fumbling his lines a little bit in 1 versus 2s. Buy still is good. And ultimates, big ones already used in the last couple of rounds from Liquid. You know, Nightfall, Rolling Thunder. Armageddon for Waddle doing some damage, but not maintaining an elimination. Execute looking on the cards for Liquid.
Good to see DNSTY being a little bit preemptive here. Trying to scout out.
Great play.
Which means that they can rotate quickly to the A side, but you're right. Liquid Academy had a play of their own install.
Yeah, just good peel, I guess, from Donatello to just go and peek from the other side. DNSTY.
What?
Oh, somehow finding free through all of the smokes. He's found another one. Tag yet again, making up for a mistake in the last round. Holding on for A for dear life.
And it just might be enough. It is a 4-piece collected by Tag. Unfazed through the pressure. Walks into the site to the plethora of smokes and cages and utility thrown all the way around and impending doom. He feels nothing. Ice cold.
This goes here.
And keeps DNSTY in the game.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Just overtaken Donatello for kills in the server. Eco needed for Team Liquid Academy, so DNSTY wanting to even this up to 11 rounds. A lot of those like eco rounds and thrifties have gone the way of DNSTY more than Team Liquid Academy. It would be nice to maybe see the boys in blue just kind of be scary when you don't have the weaponry. GSI is just sending it on his own, it feels like, with the Phantom. Waddle's expecting some follow-up, because why would you go for an eco round and have one rifle that's just going to be one-man armying?
I'm just remembering the eco rounds of the previous map. Yeah. That Team Liquid Academy were able to make work. But already being a player down, you must think that, okay, that's a bit out of question, but so many of these rounds have gone out, have gone out of control. It's becoming so difficult to predict. But this one should be one of the easiest ones to do so. Guided salvos, deterring any sort of cross, and Simon Dark
30
uses the right opportunity to swing. So yeah, things are working out, 1 foot in front of the other.
I also do like that Simon Dark is just restrained. 10 HP. They know how important it is to hold on to this money. Especially when it isn't that great to begin with. So Flawless is massive for DNSTY here. Liquid Academy, have a buy. One of these teams is going to be on match point. Liquid series point if they can manage to withhold it. But I think the economy on both sides is looking precarious. This round feels like it's everything. You lose this, you're on low buy, your opponent's on match point. All has to do with this. And just before big ultimates come online, Simon Dark 1 away from having the showstopper, 2 away from a Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall on the side of Team Liquid Academy. Is it even going to be a focus, or are they just going to keep gunning?
I feel like we have the answer to that already. Oh, they might actually go for it. They do. Paranoia to try and deter it, but the pickup from Batty G is strong. He might even want to double up, but it's just damage. As Simon Dark follows suit. This is crazy. This is maniacal. This is what is. Guided salvos do a lot of damage as well. Showstopper's thrown in for good measure. And all of a sudden, this round has crumbled out of control for Team Liquid Academy.
Player standing.
Wasn't even really that close either. Just that fight in B main. It's Batty G is the only player to go down. And I think it'll be interesting to see what kind of mentality we get from Team Liquid Academy from this point onwards. Either you play into overtime or we're playing a third map, which how that first map went, you wouldn't have assumed would be on the cards. We were tucking ourselves in.
Damn. Damn, this is crazy.
Match.
If I had any hair left, I'd be pulling it out.
Last player Team
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. It's crazy, isn't it? It truly is mad. This buy from Team Liquid Academy is scuffed. But something tells me it's not impossible to pull off.
Here.
Big ults. Showstopper was used last round for Simon Dax, so you don't need to worry about that. No Rolling Thunder unless Caden goes nuclear.
We all pick up Badaji spraying, so it reveals at least there's one nearby.
My ult's ready.
GSR's just carrying the Matrix right now. Rolling Thunder, and he will instantly use it towards Heaven. That's when Team Liquid Academy look to pounce in mid. Guided salvos to deter the push from main. But who will gain the higher ground? Aftershock putting a lot of damage onto Ninja. Can't really escape on time.
No Nightfall.
Badaji still backside and he has friends. 2 players nearby. GSR is accurate though. Flashed up. Doesn't matter. That's not when the engagement comes through. Donatello and GSR, they're all starting to chime back. Simon Duck wants to retaliate. 2v2. This is chaos. This is pure pandemonium. Oh, in the skies. Donatello is sharp. Triple kill. And overtime brought. This game wouldn't have gone any other way.
Oh, we've had a few of these today, haven't we, Pavlos? I just didn't expect that it would be here right now. Team Liquid Academy going to be defending first. 6-all at the half after being, what, 5-1 up, I think it was? And here yet again, you win the pistol, you win the bonus, but you end up losing 50 rounds. Way too many 50 rounds. But just switching off in key moments. Well, now there's no chance for that. Team Liquid Academy, 1 win away from closing out this series. Otherwise, we're going to Lotus as a third map again today. And you're looking at both duelists, both 22 kills. Simon Dark on the Raze, Donatello on the Jet.
This is just mad. That's what this is. I wonder if DNSTY can maintain their composure here. That's the hard part, right? Because it feels like they're making the right steps.
There.
But sometimes there's that magic that comes out from these individuals opposing them.
Feels like DNSTY just not wanting to overcommit. They know that Liquid would probably come to them when it comes to taking some of these fights, but BXQ coming in, a really nice stun. Do they expect that the Omens on the other side of this? Well, Donatello has this player pinned down right by the box, and it's lovely peel from Badaji to go and swing around, but Cupid finds a lovely duo.
He falls under the radar, and he keeps it going, repositions. He sees the spike being picked up, so he's wondering if he wants to spray, but he also doesn't want to give up this angle. He knows he's sneaked past. GSR is also obscuring his position. This could be wonderful. But Tag is next, and he's got the high ground. Rexstone not able to deal with that one, but Ninja is there for the counteraction, and now Team Liquid Academy know they've got to play the numbers game. 3v1. You get overzealous here, you lose a game, you lose a plot, but not this time. Not today. Ninja will pull the trigger on time and put Liquid Academy on match and series points.
Showing up when it matters, Cupid, they line up lovely for him. It was just good work, I think, from Donatello playing the high ground, taking a lot of the frightening attention. And just a sneaky Cupid being able to peek, but it is actually Liquid taking a timeout here. Despite winning the last round, it's not going to really line up that well, so trying to get one on the attacking side to just put this to bed. And to put the kids to bed, because I think it's well past their bedtime in some instances. It will be if this series goes any longer. It's getting past my bedtime.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure your bedtime is pretty early though, Ryan, right?
I'm old.
I feel like you're a reasonable man. I feel like you're like getting to bed early and waking up early type of person, you know? So you have the whole day ahead of you. Oh, either way though, Liquid Academy, they have completely taken themselves, their opponents, and us through our paces. This is mental. Truly is.
To be a fly on the wall for the VOD review for this one. You know, just as a like.
Oh man, I do not want to be Bacon here. I do not want to be him.
Because it's such a precarious thing to deal with, because it's like you want your players to be confident and to trust each other and to trust their own intuition and guts and their own mechanics, because they're all insane. But you also need to kind of bollock them in some instances of like, why are you going for this play? This is just stupid, you know? I don't care if you win it, kind of thing. I don't know how like Liquid overall wants to approach this. But just a little bit of tightness on this Liquid Academy team. They're beating the tier 1 teams in the EMEA, some of them, I'm telling you.
Yeah, there's a likelihood for sure. But I guess we've heard the saying of it's easier to reel in someone rather than force them to play aggressively, right?
Yeah.
So, not sure if it's a saying, but it's definitely a rule of thumb, right? So
you say about reeling it in, I just think of like those like almost Looney Tunes cartoon things of where you've got the reel on a fish and it's pulling you across the water.
Sure. Oh dear, Simon Dark caught out. That's not what you need. The timing of the smoke dissipation did not favor him at all, and Ninja's broken through. That's an off-angle. Waddle's not going to be ready for it. Oh, he might get given a second opportunity as he goes in for another, but Ninja repositions himself, and there you go. B-side open, exposed. Dynasty worried here. Baddy asked to do a lot. That's the first pickup. It was a prerequisite. How much more have you got in store?
Things have slowed down nicely. You got Cupid watching mid. Is going to look likely to run into Caden here. Baddy flanking all the way around, spotted, stunned to force a bit of space.
Yeah.
Does Caden clear this corner?
Player standing.
He's got to, but he can't. And now Baddy, while he was trying to lure attention towards him and allow the rest of the players make their way into the site, it's all down to him. But no more. Team Liquid Academy. What on earth was this map? What on earth was this series? But they get it done, and I think they show intent. This series with them here to say, we're here to play, we're here to party, we're here to show what we've got. We're here to show the entirety of EMEA what Team Liquid Academy have got to play with.
Yeah, it's their debut on this challenger stage to play at this level against the other sort of top European teams, and there's less nerves than we saw from the past, but maybe it's gone too far the other way where some of the structure was lacking from Liquid in some instances. It's a great opportunity in this group to tie that sort of stuff down, and I do feel that this team is going to get better and better as the tournament goes through, but man, like, there's a lot of room to grow for this Team Liquid Academy team.
That is definitely a way to put it, Ryan. Definitely a ceiling that has yet to be reached, which is really far away still, and we're looking forward to see when that happens. But we do throw the mic over to Twiggy and Billy to see what they've got to say about this series and the day.
Thank you, Pavlos. I mean, what more is there to say after a map like that? Team Liquid Academy, like, some of those rounds were genuinely mind-boggling to me. I don't know how these players get away with doing the things that they do. And, you know, like, the thing is, yes, they started to be shut down for these insane plays where they're running into smokes with weapons that you should not be running into smokes with, etc., ad infinitum. They started to get punished for that, but they'd already got value out of it. They'd already set Dynasty off kind of kilter a bit, and then pushed on, and yes, it was close. It was close, and full props to Dynasty for doing the work that they did, but Team Liquid Academy are the team that take that one away, and fully deserved, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, even if we put macro and the strategic side, strategic stuff aside that Bacon and Cupid will be implementing into this roster, I just think that the synergy that this team has is absolutely insane. Cupid being that role model for the rest of the team, and I don't think it's a case of them just running drills in practice with their utility and stuff. I think it's genuine trust, right? They have so much trust in each other, and it's just really, really lovely to see. So yeah, if they can do this in this short amount of time against a roster that have had a core 3 for a couple of years, God knows what else they can go on and do in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, we do have an interview with Cupid ready. We'll keep it relatively quick for you here. Congratulations, first off, Cupid. I mean, what a win for you guys. I think obviously getting that first one out the way in what you could call a pretty difficult group is going to be quite, well, you're going to be quite happy with it.
Yeah, it was a fun game. That's all I have to say. It was a fun game. I think the boys did really well. We did really good veto thanks to Bacon, and I think we were like well prepared for them. I think they were also well prepared actually. I was very surprised by how good their split was. I knew when they picked it against us, they had something prepared. I think we managed to adapt on the spot pretty decently to win it in the end.
Yeah, well, I just have one question for you, and then I'll let Billy ask anything she has quickly. Speaking of that veto with Split, it kind of, I mean, I wouldn't put it past you and Bacon to kind of be like, okay, you know that they kind of like Split. You've obviously seen some of their prior vetoes, likely. You know, was that part of the plan where you just went, they might pick Split as their map? So do we even need to pick Split as our map, or have you kind of found a new home in Haven?
No, honestly, I think, I mean, Bacon cleared on the veto. This wasn't the veto we wanted, actually, at all. We were kind of surprised by their ban. We were surprised by, like, how it went. And then Bacon just decided, like, kind of smart. Like, if they left Split open, they want us to pick it.
Yeah.
So let them pick it. We pick Haven. We're confident in every map. We have a very good map pool, actually, like, very underrated map pool. We tried a lot of things on Lotus and Haven early on, which makes our map pool look a bit worse than it is. But we have a very good map pool. We just saw, like, okay, let's not pick Split. Let them pick it. What do you guys want to play? We asked everybody. We're like, Haven, we both. That's it.
Wow.
And I wanted to ask about the nerves of the players, right? Because obviously a lot of the players in this roster are super young. Do you guys ever get nervous? Because that does not look the case in the server.
I think usually we struggle when we take a little bit of a break from officials. So like for today, the first few rounds, I think we were nervous. But I think as a whole team, we love each other, we trust each other, and we are very good at like either hyping each other up, also making sure we don't go too much, too little, like round by round. We say it all the time, take deep breaths, and I think we just like trust in each other so much that we don't feel like we need to do too much to win the games. We know somebody's gonna carry. Will it be Ninja? Will it be Donatello? Will it be Trex? Gasser? Like maybe me one day. But we always know somebody's gonna do good, so we're just chilling, you know?
I don't know what you mean by maybe you one day. You had plenty of rounds there. We were actually cheering you on the whole time. I was so happy seeing you get like 3Ks and everything in the server. Honestly, you guys are a force to be reckoned with. I was so impressed by you today. I think I speak for everybody when I say that. I hope you guys can carry on that momentum. Obviously, Focus is going to be next. A difficult opponent, I'm sure. Do you have any thoughts coming up onto that game?
Honestly, I think I'm very excited for this game because they're #1 seed in Germany, right? They're a really good team. They have a bunch of Tier 1 players, so it's kind of like the experience versus the young blood. Like even me, I don't have that much experience. If you actually look at my playing career, it's not that long. So I think it's kind of I'm very excited for it. I mean, I thought our group is gonna be one of the best. I thought Dynasty or Dynasty, whatever. I thought they're gonna be #1 seed in Spain. Actually, I thought we might have like 3 #1 seeds, but didn't go their way. But it's a very good group, and we're very excited to play Focus.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us. Obviously, congratulations on the win. Get that preparation in for that Focus game. I'm sure you guys will do great. But thank you either way, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Love you, but obviously that whole team as well. I mean, it's just insane. We've kind of been singing their praises on the analyst desk, like while Ryan and Pavlos have been casting the whole time. Obviously, there's a little bit of Northeast bias going on here, but like, it's a ridiculous team. I think there's no two ways of putting it. It feels so amazing. We keep making jokes about, put the kids to bed and everything like this afterwards, but it is that kind of thing where you have some ranked demons and they have been drilled to hell and back. It seems like, and they picked it up so well. So many people are like, ranked players, like ranked players so different to officials play. Ranked players, might not thrive in this kind of environment. But you take a look at a match like that, and while there are a lot of things that need to be kind of cleaned up and kind of drilled out, so much progress has been made into creating a cohesive team that works insanely well together, like a team that you might see in Tier 1 do.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about them being youngsters, right? The GSR is a standout player that's coming up in a lot of this replay package, and just him, he only became eligible to play in August of last year, right? Like, that is just insane to me. He's so mechanically gifted. The way he's able to sort of isolate fights on that breach, yeah, he's been a standout for me as well. But I think overall, Team Liquid Academy, when you look at the experience of other teams in this Challengers EMEA tournament, both VCT and Challengers level, my expectations of Team Liquid Academy coming into this were kind of low, but I mean, I'm pretty happy with the kind of upset that they've already been able to kick off. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing their progress throughout Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, it will be a very interesting one. Obviously, we'll have more kind of data to go off of. We've got one of the games done from every group already now, so we have a little bit to go off of in terms of kind of, you know, looking at different teams and different regions and how they've come up against each other. Some of them coming away a lot more unscathed than others, let's put it that way, so far, but we've still got way more to go here in the group stage before we can really get a picture of everything on that one. But I'm so happy with what we've seen today, especially on this stream. It's been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is a taste of what's to come, I can honestly, I'm so excited to even be part of it, to get to witness all of this happening firsthand. You know, we said it at the start of the day. This is us starting to build the narratives, the storytelling on the run up to Ascension. This is the team's road and path to Ascension. So the fact that we get to have these a few times a year now, it's super exciting. And the fact that this was the first day, we get double OT in the first series, we get this close map again. Yeah, it was just super exciting, and I can't even get my words out because it was just such a great day.
It has been a long one as well. We've been doing a lot of talking. Let's take a quick look forward before we take another look back here, because we have more coming for you tomorrow. We have another 4 games starting for you tomorrow. I think on our stream is going to be Enterprise Esports, as you can see there, against BBL Pacific. BBL Pacific already doing quite well for themselves today against CGN Esports, taking that series 2-0. And then what's our other game? Is our other game... I can't remember. It'll come up there in just a second. There we go. Team Liquid Academy versus Focus. Cool. So we're going to be watching them again tomorrow. And yeah, obviously Team Liquid Academy also doing well for themselves today, as you saw. But just in case you hadn't watched the other stream, I can quickly give you an overview of the other game. Eternal Fire versus Go Next Esports was 2-0 in the favor of Eternal Fire. So Turkey have been doing incredibly well for themselves. They have a lot to... I think they have a lot of hype to live up to, I think is the best way of putting it. We will be seeing BBL Pacific obviously tomorrow, but they're kind of the team that's touted as being the S tier right up at the top. So we're going to see exactly how dominant they are in that group tomorrow. But obviously, if you want to watch the other games, you can go to the East stream as well. Keep up to date with everything going on with the social medias down below. That way you'll be able to switch back and forth between them and see the exact games that you want to see. But either way, unless you have anything to say, Billy?
No, I'm all good here. I'm looking forward to jumping into the games tomorrow already.
Right, in that case then, we will sign off for today. It's been absolutely lovely having you here. It's been lovely having you watching the games with us, and we will see you again tomorrow.
vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.